members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that the following order of the day, government business, is referred to the Federation Chamber for debate, addressed in reply to the Governor-General's speech, resumption of debate. And I also declare that, unless otherwise ordered, the Treasury Laws Amendment, Consumer Data Right Bill 2022 and the Public Interest Disclosure Amendment Review Bill 2022 are referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Treasury Laws Amendment, Consumer Data Right Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of this bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment Consumer Data Right Bill. The legislation implements the next step of reform spearheaded by the former coalition government to roll out the Consumer Data Right, protecting consumers, reducing red tape, improving cyber resilience and supporting digital innovation in the delivery of core business functions. Now, whilst, Mr Speaker, the Coalition will be supporting this bill, we do have some concerns about the pace of reform, the imposts on business, as well as the consultation with business. We are concerned that the government isn't listening to Australian businesses about the challenges that may stem from this reform, and we're concerned that the government may risk this substantive and important reform by failing to make sure it's paced the right way, that it avoids unreasonable imposts on business that put at risk the reform being done well, and that risk the social licence of the reform, because that's hugely important in the consumer data right. We strongly encourage the government to work with small business and consumers, bring them along in the process, don't leave them behind, because this has a lot of good things it can deliver for Australia, important reforms for Australia, and what we don't need is a botched implementation. Now, the consumer data right is a very significant economic and consumer-centric reform, and absolutely crucially it empowers consumers to choose to share data that businesses hold about them with accredited and trusted recipients to help them to derive direct benefits. And of course, this is all about making sure that we acknowledge that the best regulator of any industry, is the customer. The customer knows what they want. The customer is the one that understands better than anybody else the product or the service that they're buying. The customer understands their own circumstances in a way government and a government regulator here in Canberra can never know. And so making the customer more powerful in the relationship with a service provider or goods provider is absolutely crucial to strengthening the power of that consumer to get what they want, and making sure those competitive forces in the economy that we all want to see succeed and deliver to customers what they want. This is where competition policy is moving. This is where productivity in this country needs to move, and it's why right from the start I was a very strong supporter of this. I, in fact, brought in some of the early reforms in this area and worked on them as Digital Minister many years ago, and it's good to see a bipartisan approach to getting on with this job. The CDR was first launched in the banking sector in July 2020 to give consumers and small businesses more power over their own data to compare and switch banking products. So this means a consumer can switch easily, and one of the great barriers to moving and to a customer being empowered to going in and getting a better deal is that the challenges in moving their data. Not only is the CDR enabling consumers to benefit from their data, it's also spurring the creation of new tech companies, innovative products and services. It's basically reducing the barriers to entry to new entrants, and we know from history that delivers a better outcome. It also ensures that consumers are better informed, and by having a consumer data right, we know that products and services can be tailored to a consumer. They can know exactly what they're getting in advance. Now, importantly, the consumer data right is an opt-in service. This is absolutely crucial. It was part of the design right from the start. It's not compulsory, it's an opt-in service, giving you the choice about whether to share your data with full visibility of who it's being shared with and the purpose of that sharing. It can make it easier for consumers to compare products and services, as I said, and that comparison of products and services is very important for competition and accountability. And as I said right up front, this ensures that the consumer is the regulator of industries. We don't need all sorts of other red tape, and we don't need bureaucrats in Canberra trying to do that regulation when customers can do it themselves. It'll give customers access to better valued, improved services, assist financial and cash flow management. The consumer data right was always designed to grow over time, and in government we pursued expansion into the banking sector through open banking, the energy sector, open finance and into telecommunications. The bill furthers the implementation and rollout of the CDR by introducing action initiation reforms, which would enable CDR consumers to direct accredited persons to instruct on actions on their behalf using the CDR framework. These actions could include making a payment, opening and closing an account, switching providers, updating personal details such as an address across providers. So the Tell Me Once feature, which we've all been wanting when we move home, we all want to be able to ensure that we tell someone once that we've moved, and then it flows through to all service providers, and we can avoid a hell of a lot of red tape in our lives. That's where we need to go. It will enable consumers to go to a single service provider and say, please update all of my accounts. The measures expand the CDR from a data sharing scheme to a scheme that allows consumers to act on information they receive. It puts in place provisions that provides consumers with the rights to initiate actions, the minister the powers to create rules regarding, and establishes various definitions and obligations and protections for proposed third-party action service providers. It implements Recommendation 4 from the inquiry into the CDR in 2020 to strengthen and deepen its functionality. The recommendation was accepted by the previous coalition government in its official government response in December 21. As I said, it cuts right across our economy. Now, rushing the implementation of the CDR with unrealistic timelines that could risk implementation failures and create exposures for businesses and their customers must be avoided. It's particularly important that the impact that the CDR may have on small businesses is something right at the forefront of the government's thinking and how this is rolled out, and the bureaucracy and how they roll it out. These small businesses don't have the resources of big employers. Done wrong, this could wipe out small businesses, reduce competition for an initiative that is actually designed to improve competition and contestability. So expanding the CDR needs to be done right, but it needs to be the beginning, not the end, of reducing red tape, supporting deregulation and putting the customer in charge of getting the best possible outcome for their needs. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is this bill will be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fenner.
I move that debate be adjourned on this bill to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned? Until a later hour. I'll put the question. All those opinion say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Public Interest Disclosure Amendment Review Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Coalition supports this bill. This bill implements 21 of the 33 recommendations of the 2016 Moss Review into the Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013, and it also implements recommendations 6.1 and 6.3 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services 2017 inquiry into whistleblower protections in the corporate, public and not-for-profit sectors, and recommendations 10 and 11 of the 2020 inquiry by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security into the impact of the exercise of law enforcement and intelligence powers on the freedom of the press. I should say I sat on the PJCIS at that time and support the recommendations of the Press Freedom Review being implemented here, as I do with these other recommendations implemented by the bill. All of these recommendations have been agreed to by the Coalition, and we welcome these changes. This bill deals with the Commonwealth Government's whistleblower protection and disclosure regime. It is an accountability mechanism. It's important that accountability measures achieve what they're intended to achieve and that they avoid the unintended consequences that can result in the bills doing more harm than good. This has always been our contention on this side of the House when considering this legislation, and that's why we're very much in support of making improvements to the Public Interest Disclosure Act in line with recommendations of the Moss Review and the other reviews which are enacted by this bill. The Public Interest Disclosure Act was a creation of the Rudd-Gillard government at the very end of its term. The member for Isaacs was Attorney-General at that time, as he is now, and he brought forward the bill just as the Parliament was about to expire. There was perhaps inadequate consideration given to the bill at the time of its enactment. At the time, the Coalition welcomed and supported the transparency measures. Through the committee process, the Coalition helped improve the bill substantially. 73 amendments were supported by the Coalition to tighten and focus the Act. Also key to those amendments was a requirement that the Act be reviewed to gauge its impact. I'm very pleased that we pushed for that statutory requirement for a review, and that is how the Moss Review came about. And through the course of the Moss Review, it became clear that further refining was needed. The Moss Review made clear that despite the good intentions of the Public Interest Disclosure Act, there is significant room for improvement in how the legislation operates to give appropriate protection to whistleblowers in the public sector, and in doing so to build the public's confidence in the public sector. At present, the purpose of the Act is not being sufficiently achieved as the scope is wrong and the procedure is too complex, leaving complainants dissatisfied and agencies struggling to implement the regime. Let me quote from the Moss Review. The experience of whistleblowers under the PID Act is not a happy one. Few individuals who have made public interest disclosures reported that they felt supported. Some felt that their disclosures had not been adequately investigated or that their agency had not adequately addressed the conduct reported. Many disclosures reported experiencing reprisal as a result of bringing forward their concerns. The review also found, and I again quote, the bulk of disclosures related to personal employment-related grievances and were better addressed through other processes. Agencies noted also that the PID Act's procedures and mandatory obligations upon individuals are ill-adapted to addressing such disclosures. The review concluded that the current PID Act provisions impair the effective operation of the framework. In this respect, the review notes that there are two principal challenges. The PID Act's interactions with other procedures for investigating wrongdoing that are overly complex, and the kinds of disclosable conduct are too broad rather than being targeted at the most serious integrity risks, such as fraud, serious misconduct or corrupt conduct. The review found that while the PID Act is helping to bring to light allegations of serious wrongdoing, these disclosures are in the minority. Most PIDs concern matters that are better understood as personal employment-related grievances, for which the PID Act framework is not well suited. In short, the Act is being used for the wrong purposes, and it is doing so badly. It needs to be tightened and focused in order to achieve its purpose. This bill is an attempt to correct some of the Act's shortcomings. In particular, it will remove personal work-related conduct from the PID scheme unless it relates to systemic wrongdoing or reprisal action. It will provide increased flexibility around the handling of disclosures and provide clearer timeframes. It will extend protections from reprisals to witnesses and those who may have made, proposed to or could make a disclosure, and it will improve information sharing between agencies. It's worth noting that these are the types of limitations the Coalition was concerned to try and address when the Act was first considered in 2013, and it's worth revisiting the Coalition's position on some key issues at that time. Section 31 of the Act was introduced to give greater clarity to what would be considered disclosable conduct. The Coalition was rightly concerned that the definition of disclosable conduct was far too broad and that the Act would capture far more than it ought to capture. Section 31 made it specifically clear that policy disagreements did not amount to wrongdoing and could not be captured. I quote the then Shadow Attorney-General George Brandis, who said, "The purpose of this legislation is not to provide a platform for people to agitate political grievances or to provide a forum for people to use to tie up political or administrative decision-making merely because they may disagree with the decision that's been made. The purpose of whistleblower protection legislation is and only is to protect whistleblowers who disclose wrongdoing." What we've seen in the Moss Review is that the definition remains too broad still. While policy disagreements were rightly excluded by the Coalition, employment grievances have clogged up the work of agencies and were never the purpose of the Act. Agencies must not ignore issues relating to workplace grievances or conflict. Those matters must be addressed, but the frameworks established by the PID Act are not designed for dealing with those matters and instead should be focused on matters relating to wrongdoing, such as serious misconduct or fraud. Workplace grievances should be resolved through other processes. Finally, the bill makes changes to the National Anti-Corruption Commission to align the definition of reprisals and detriment with the definitions that will be in the Public Interest Disclosure Act. These are material, mechanical improvements to the operation of an important transparency mechanism, and the Coalition supports them. In conclusion, we believe that whistleblowers and witnesses must be able to make disclosures without fear of recriminations, but equally schemes should not be open to abuse by those who would seek to cause mischief or to achieve political or industrial outcomes through inappropriate disclosure. Getting the balance right on this legislation is essential. We welcome these adjustments that correct some of those past flaws, in the hope that those who make disclosures are genuinely protected and that serious matters of misconduct are investigated by agencies.
The question is, this bill been now read a second? I'll give the call to the honourable member for Fenner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that debate be adjourned on this bill to a later hour this day.
The question is the debate be adjourned to a later hour today. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. I call the member for Fenner.
Leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? Call the member for New England. I call the member for Fenner.
I move that Mr Pearce be appointed a member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, Mr Gee be discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment Growth, and that in his place Dr Gillespie be appointed a member of the committee, and that Dr Gillespie be discharged from the Joint Committee on Public Accounts and Audit.
I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Speaker. The Australian Constitution took effect on the 1st of January 1901 and established this Parliament, the federal government, executive government and the judiciary. Our form of government requires that the executive government, the Prime Minister and its ministers come from within the Parliament and are responsible to this Parliament. This is known as the Westminster style of government and follows the UK model of conventions. On the 14th of March 2020, the former Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, chose to have himself secretly appointed to administer the Department of Health, and by the end of May 2021, he was appointed by the Governor-General to administer 4 additional portfolios. The member for Cook added Finance, Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, Treasury and Home Affairs to his resume, while the majority of the ministers responsible remained unaware. It was an unprecedented act. Even in the face of the darkest days of world wars, no other Prime Minister thought it was necessary to consolidate power in a single individual, especially himself. When I first saw the reports in the media about the former Prime Minister's actions, I was disappointed. and I was concerned how the public would view these actions. Actions taken by the former Prime Minister undermine the public's trust in all of us, in all levels of government. Openness, accountability and trust are vital for our society and our democracy. The decision of the former Prime Minister has already been challenged in court, leading to issues with decision-making in the well-publicised PEP 11 case. The Ministers of State Amendment Bill that we're debating in the House today forms part of the Albanese's government response to the Bell inquiry and the actions of the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook. When it became known that the former Prime Minister had been sworn into multiple other ministries without telling the Australian public, the current government sought advice from the Solicitor-General, Dr Stephen Donohue, KC. His advice was clear. The principles of responsible government are fundamentally undermined by the actions of the former government. After this advice, the Prime Minister and the Attorney-General appointed former High Court Judge the Honourable Virginia Bell AC to conduct an inquiry which has led to the amendments to the Minister of State Act we are debating today. The inquiry, led by Ms Bell, was held at arm's length from the government to ensure that it was non-partisan, independent and fair. This bill amends the Ministers of State Act 1952 to provide further transparency and accountability at a Commonwealth level. It ensures that the Australian people are provided with the information about the composition of the Federal Executive Council, who has been appointed and what responsibilities they have. This bill forms one of the government's responses to Ms Bell's recommendations. Specifically, the bill will require the official secretary to the Governor-General to publish a notifiable instrument registered on the Federal Register of Legislation as soon as practically possible. That the Governor-General has chosen, summoned and sworn in an Executive Council to the Federal Executive Council, or appointed an officer to administer a Department of State, or directed a Minister of State to hold an office. This bill will also require notification of revocation of any of these positions. The Australian public expect and deserve to know where responsibility is placed. This is the basis of our system. There must always be a clear line of accountability that leads to a responsible minister. And that simple, fundamental premise, which was an established norm, was what was undermined by the previous government and the previous Prime Minister. Unfortunately, there's been a clear gap in how our systems operate, but the previous Prime Minister, when he found out about it, didn't consider it was necessary for action to close that. When the flaw was realised in our system, it was not fixed immediately. Rather, it was exploited. There is no justification for undermining our political system, and it's a shame to me that this bill is even necessary. The former Prime Minister's explanation and justification was based on the COVID crisis. While that's not enough of a justification to erode trust in democracy and undermine the established norms that have formed the foundation of this parliament since Federation, I can understand how very early in the pandemic, when the government was trying to plan for everyone and all eventualities, it may have made sense. What does not bear scrutiny is that the former Prime Minister kept swearing himself into portfolios until early 2021, long after the first wave of lockdowns and long before the Delta outbreak. In fact, the only exercise of the former minister's newfound power was a political one in nature, overruling the other Minister for Industry, Science, Energy and Resources on the PEP 11 decision. And now we've seen the courts tell us how much problems that has caused. The former Prime Minister had all the powers that came with administering these departments and none of the accountability. Criticisms of these actions is not just political, and it should not be. 3 previous Liberal Prime Ministers have also condemned these actions. This bill will restore the checks and balances that our system relies on. It will ensure that one person cannot acquire power without any accountability or responsibility. The Australian people should not find out about the undermining of our political system in a book published 2 years later. The Albanese government is focused on restoring trust and integrity to politics. This bill, like the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation, seeks to help the Australian people regain lost trust in all of its governments. The trust that has been significantly eroded in recent years. Democracy across the world faces challenges with the rise of authoritarianism, so it is vital now more than ever that we safeguard our political system. The people that elect us in this parliament must feel that they can trust the fundamentals of our democracy and the checks and balances that provide integrity and stable government. That trust is a unique requirement for democracy to function. The power exercised by the parliament derives from the trust of the people of Australia and what they place in us, their elected representatives. We are accountable to them. The Albanese government knows this, and that's why we have moved quickly, closing this loophole as well as providing greater transparency and integrity to the entire political system through the National Anti-Corruption Commission. This is our responsibility to the Australian people, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bruce.
It's 2 government speakers in a row, Mr Speaker. It's a bit of a sign the opposition doesn't really want to talk about this. I remember, as a lot of Australians do, the day when Tony Abbott knighted Sir Prince Philip. Some commentators and pundits were distraught as they concluded it was the death of irony, that comedians would henceforth be out of business, as nothing could ever be weirder, let's be honest, also downright hysterical in a slapstick WTF kind of way, Deputy Speaker. The former disgraced Speaker, Bronwyn Bishop, actually threw member after member out of the chamber, including the member for Franklin at that time, because she literally could not stop laughing during question time. But then came the previous Prime Minister, who secretly appointed himself as Treasurer, Finance Minister, Health Minister, Industry Minister, Resources Minister, Home Affairs Minister, and who knows what else. You couldn't make this up, Deputy Speaker. No one could have imagined it necessary, though, years before now, to pass a law so that when ministers are appointed as ministers, Australians are told about it. A new law to say in our democracy you can't have secret ministers. Now, this is only necessary, this bill, Deputy Speaker, because of the bizarre actions of the previous Prime Minister, the member for Cook. Well, you said loose unit. I wouldn't use those words, member for Moreton. Aided and abetted he was, though, by the former cabinet colleagues in the Liberal Party who knew exactly what he was like.
Member for Bruce will just take a point of order.
Mr Deputy Speaker, just on reflection on the acronym that the member used, I think is not appropriate for this House and it should be withdrawn.
You have made your point of order. Thank you. I thank the member. Now, I was just getting settled into the chair, so I can't say I actually heard the acronym, and I'm not at length.
Member knows exactly which one it is. I won't.
Okay. Well, to assist the Speaker and the House, would the member withdraw? For just.
Oh, sure. Yes, yes, Deputy Speaker. I'll withdraw. I wouldn't want to offend the member for New England.
I
wouldn't want to offend you. I wouldn't want to offend you. Your delicate sensibilities are restored. Excellent. But I was talking actually about how the previous Prime Minister was aided and abetted by his cabinet colleagues, which includes you, member for New England, and the Liberal Party, who knew exactly what he was like and what he was up to. And if anyone hasn't read it, I recommend Bulldozed by Nikki Sava. I started it one morning on my holidays, and 12 hours later on the couch. My step count that day was a total of 506, involving me walking from the couch to the fridge and back again and occasionally to the bathroom. So gripping it was to find out what a truly dysfunctional government you were part of, member for New England. You still don't actually understand how truly awful the previous government was. But the same people, when they had the chance, who failed to formally condemn his actions in a censure motion, say, well, this bill's all right. Now, the previous Prime Minister's actions, the trashing of democratic conventions and norms, has been the subject of endless jokes. But I'm going to surprise some in the House. I'm not going to spend my speech repeating them, Because it is a deeply serious matter, Deputy Speaker, as evidenced by the government's decision to appoint former High Court Justice, the Honourable Virginia Bell AC, to investigate and report into them. So I'll make some serious remarks in kind. Australians rightly expect integrity, transparency and accountability from their governments. Now, they expect a lot more, but those values surely are foundational, the least that people deserve. These are fundamental notions necessary for the effective functioning of democracy to ensure public confidence in our system and the processes of government. Know who the ministers are, exercising executive authority. But unfortunately, for the better part of the last decade of our federal government, the government was largely bereft of these ideals, with the previous Prime Minister, the member for Cook, having led the way in undermining Australians' public confidence in government. We saw it during the bushfires, the floods, the vaccine rollout. Whenever the country was in crisis, the previous Prime Minister was nowhere to be seen, other than occasionally briefly emerging from wherever he was hiding under the doona in Kirribilli to explain to the Australian people why the job of governing wasn't actually his responsibility. It wasn't his job at all. He didn't hold a hose in the bushfires. He didn't order the vaccines. That was someone else's fault, the Health Minister, although he was actually the Health Minister, as we found out later. He didn't build safe quarantine. That was the Premier's problem. There's always someone else to blame. But while the former Prime Minister was very keen on telling us what his job was not, he was a lot less keen on telling Australians what jobs he actually had taken on. That is, the 5 secret portfolios he'd sworn himself into as minister. Like Gollum polishing the ring. He thought, oh, well, amass more power. I know, I'll have another one. But it took until August 2022, nearly 18 months after he was first sworn in as Health Minister, for Australians to find out what he'd actually been up to. And even when it came out, he then tried to hide the extent of what he'd done. He couldn't remember. Then he tried to make jokes about it on Facebook, undermining the entire system of responsible government, that ministers are responsible to the parliament for the offices they hold and the decisions that they make or can make, the very foundation of our Westminster tradition. If only we'd known, though, when he came out last election spruiking his slogans of jobs, 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 that Side Hustle Scotty was actually referring to himself. Now, in November 2022, former High Court Justice, the Honourable Virginia Bell AC, provided her final report to the government on the member for Cook's secret appointments to administer multiple departments of state. And this bill forms part of our government's response to that very serious inquiry, Deputy Speaker. The bill will require the official secretary of the Governor-General to publicly announce, as soon as reasonably practicable, any appointments to the office of minister under the Australian Constitution. I mean, no one ever thought this was necessary until this moment. 123 years our federation has been around, and no one actually thought it was necessary to pass such a law. But there you go, here we are. In plain English, it will prevent anyone in the future from ever doing again what the previous Liberal Prime Minister did. Now, the opposition, to their credit, have indicated that you'll vote for this bill. Said it's very sensible. That's welcome. But they're having a bet each way. They're talking out both sides of their mouth, Deputy Speaker. On one hand, the Liberals have described this bill as very sensible legislation. They're not here to talk about it. They don't actually want to talk about it. But on the other, they're in denial about why the bill's necessary. And when they had their chance to take a stand, they squibbed it. They failed to vote to censure the member for Cook for his actions. Now, when this House rightly censured the member for Cook, those opposite showed their true colours. They consoled him, they patted him on the back, they said, well done, what a good job you did. They backed him in. Now, even John Howard came out and criticised the disgraced former Prime Minister's actions. But the current-day Liberal Party, under this weak leader of the opposition, has gone so far off the deep end, so into bed with the extremists, that even John Howard's views hold little sway over them anymore. Now, weak may seem a strange word to some to describe the Leader of the Opposition, given his aggressive macho carry-on all the time, but it's apt. He has no spine to stand up to extremists in his party room. He's so desperate to hold his ramshackle show together with band-aids and sticky tape and compromises, he couldn't even do the right thing, the basic thing, to defend our system of government and the Constitution and acknowledge that what the member for Cook did was profoundly wrong. Frankly, though, the whole situation wasn't just a reflection then on the character of the member for Cook and his obviously perverse obsession with the accumulation of ever more power and portfolios. It was also about his distrust and his disdain for his colleagues, how poorly the previous Prime Minister thought of his own ministers that he appointed. His housemate. We'll get to him. We'll get to Joshy. In that respect, he was prescient. Neither he nor the other Minister for Health, Greg Hunt, remembered to order enough vaccines in time. Neither of them got around to building enough safe quarantine. Both of them, though, managed to pick fight after political fight with the states and territories when it suited their own 24-hour media cycle interests. Only a few weeks after he took on the Health Ministry, though, the member for Cook obviously got a bit of a taste for grabbing more power and thought, "Oh, this is good. Who else can I secretly become next?" So he had himself sworn in as the Finance Minister as well, all that money. Unbeknownst to the poor old Senator Birmingham, though, the member for Cook was lurking behind him in the shadows the whole time he was the Finance Minister. Did the member for Cook not trust Senator Birmingham to be able to capably carry out his role as Finance Minister? Now, I've sometimes found Senator Birmingham to be quite a reasonable person. But maybe the former Prime Minister's obvious distrust for him is a reflection on how moderate people, more normal people, are not welcome in the modern Liberal Party. But health and finance, of course, can only satiate him for so long. And just over a year later, in April 2021, he took on industry, science and technology alongside his very good friend Christian Porter. All unbeknownst to Christian, of course. Now, when old mate Christian eventually walked the plank, well done Angus, the member for Hume, took over, never realising that menacing wallpaper, as former Liberal MP described the previous Prime Minister, was already the Industry Minister. Not content, though, with that, he then went after Home Affairs. To her credit, the member for McPherson was rightfully outraged when she found out, calling the former Prime Minister's actions unacceptable and calling on him to resign and leave the parliament. If only anyone over there actually listened to the member for McPherson. But even all this power was still not enough, so he turned on poor old Josh Frydenberg and decided to take his old job back and secretly swore himself in as the Treasurer too. Now, the people of Kooyong, I must admit, Deputy Speaker, do seem to agree with the previous Prime Minister's assessment of poor old Josh Frydenberg at the last election. What happened to Josh? I should say, Deputy Speaker, I actually quite like Josh. We went to university together. He's a very personable chap, very decent compared to many, though he believes in absolutely nothing except becoming Prime Minister. Now, I said that about him once in an MPI when I was first elected in 2016, when he was the Environment Minister, and said, well, you know, he's saying the right things, but he doesn't believe in anything. And Josh came up to me the next day after question time. He said, I saw what you said about me yesterday. I said, oh, what was that? He said, you said I didn't believe in anything. I said, well, I said you're a nice guy and you don't believe in anything. And he laughed and walked off, so that was that. He then appointed himself, of course, as Resources Minister. I mean, that ended well, didn't it? He made a secret decision on PEP 11. So there was a fight within the Cabinet. Too gutless was he to ask the Resources Minister to bring the matter to Cabinet, collective responsible government, what we're supposed to do, Prime Minister first among equals, not everyone. That we've now ended up, post the election, as this truth has come out, in litigation before the courts, forcing the government now to make a fresh decision with a blank sheet and clean up the legal mess that we've inherited from the previous government because of the previous Prime Minister's actions. Deputy Speaker, this bill shouldn't be necessary. The disrespectful manner in which the Liberal Party, and I say Liberal Party, not just the previous Prime Minister, because everyone knew what he was like, yet still they let him remain as Prime Minister, in which the Liberal Party has treated the Australian people and our democracy over the last decade has fuelled growing distrust. It's not the only reason, but it is part of the reason for distrust in our system of government. The Albanese government is delivering on the promise that we made to the Australian people last election to restore trust and integrity to federal politics. Though we never even imagined this is what we'd need to do in delivering this promise, you know, we had more in mind, things like behaving like adults, telling the truth, answering the question at press conferences, taking responsibility, introducing a National Anti-Corruption Commission, you know, stuff like that. But here we are. The bill will provide greater integrity and transparency around appointments to public office and be a small step, but turns out a necessary step in case they ever got into government again, in restoring checks and balances to make sure that what the previous Prime Minister, the member for Cook, did can never happen again. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Bruce and give the call to the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in favour of this bill as it will strengthen and protect the foundations of our transparent and accountable democracy. After winning the election, the Albanese government knew we would have to put in the hard yards to win back the public's trust in Australian politics after a decade of rip-offs, rorts and waste. It is why the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission was our top priority, and it's why we have brought this bill to the House. It is to uphold what are clear principles and values, to uphold the expectations that the Australian people have of us and the expectations that come with holding high office. The bill will only strengthen the integrity of Australian politics. It is making sure there are mechanisms in place to ensure that never, ever again can any megalomaniac individual make unorthodox and secret power grabs. Now, I must admit, I knew a lot of work would have to be done when we came into government. After having 9 years of the coalition and public trust in the government rapidly declining, and our place in the global corruption standards, well, it was something not to be proud of. We developed a plan tackling the key issues that voters brought up during the campaign, being integrity, transparency and accountability. But nothing could prepare us for what came next. The member for Cook was able to use a loophole to monopolise and cement his control over Cabinet, but without them even knowing. The amendment is a defence of our democracy and its principles, something the previous Prime Minister wouldn't understand, considering he trampled on these principles in his blind pursuit for power. When the secret ministries of the former Prime Minister started being reported in August, the nation was shocked. The general attitude for the opposition is that it should be something easy for the Australian people to get over, despite being misled. And while 5 secret jobs are often used as a joke on satire website Now Down the Pub, Australians are still feeling a sense of disbelief and bewilderment that something like this could happen within our democracy. You see, what the member for Cook said is that, and he fails to grasp, is that what he did may have been legal, but no one who values our democracy or our nation would say that it was right, which is why we are moving swiftly to implement the recommendations of the Bell inquiry, so that Australians can have something that might come as a shock to the other side to know. They can have something to know who is responsible for which ministries and which departments. It is essential for what we do. The Solicitor-General, Dr Stephen Donoghue KC, in the wake of these revelations said, "The principles of responsible government are fundamentally undermined by the actions of the former government." The review that Virginia Bell AC conducted came from the advice of the Solicitor-General and the outcry from the public for action to be taken. To make this as non-partisan, the government appointed an independent person from the outset of the inquiry. The review took contributions made by current and former public servants, ministers, ministerial advisers, along with academics and other experts in the fields of constitutional law and public administration. Ms Bell also wrote to the leaders of the minor political parties represented in the parliament, all the independent parliamentarians, the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate, all inviting them to meet with her. Now, why do I go through such detail? Because I want to highlight the lengths that Ms Bell went through to create the rounded picture of the situation, and to highlight the utter disregard and, to be frank, disrespect that the member for Cook had during this process. While he paraded around and said he would fully cooperate with any investigation, what we ended up seeing was the former Prime Minister not having the courage to meet with Ms Bell. Actually, he even squibbed it that he only communicate through lawyers. It's familiar, isn't it? I wonder who else in this recent political history was known for running in the other direction when asked to take responsibility. This report found that the former Prime Minister's actions led to a highly centralised government, with even his own Chief of Staff in the PMO not being clued into all the portfolios that the Prime Minister swore himself into. The secretive nature of these actions had ripple effects across government. And it was a tool to undermine public confidence in government. Yet, despite those findings, we've yet to see any remorse or any effort to help rebuild the institutions the member for Cook took a torch to. For another perspective, constitutional law expert Professor Anne Toomey from the University of Sydney called these secret appointments as bizarre and utterly inappropriate. She then goes on to argue that the secretness of this ordeal spells a wider problem. The pandemic is often used by the member himself and his supporters as an explanation for his actions. But if it's so good of an explanation, why did he keep it from the public? Why weren't the Australian people told of the secret plan to take over the government from its own insides? If for some reason you're still on the fence about the severity of this plain and bizarreness of the former Prime Minister's actions, you can simply look to members of his own party and see what they said. The member for Maranoa, when asked about the secret ministries of the former Prime Minister, said, "If you have a cabinet government, you must trust your cabinet." And that was the Prime Minister's job, to create an environment where those decisions could be made, not just his own. The member for McPherson went further to say the former Prime Minister's behaviour was unacceptable, and she was concerned about the impacts of this going forward. Even members of his own party recognised that our democratic institutions were being trampled over and saw the need to rectify and take responsibility for it. And the last bit is important, taking responsibility for it. Those on the other side should be apologising to the Australian people about A, what happened, what the member for Cook did, but also how they stood by and let it happen. And none of them have come out and said it's time to go. I'm in total agreement with the observations of the member for McPherson who made about the ordeal. The former Prime Minister needs to resign and he needs to leave government. That statement should be read every single day. And every single day we're reminded of the crooked actions that were taken by the former Prime Minister that left his colleagues in a lurch. I mean, imagine sharing a flatmate, your flatmate, Josh Frydenberg, your so-called treasurer, your mate, your sidekick. And yet what you were doing was shafting him from behind by appointing yourself to treasurer and not giving him the decency to even acknowledge that.
Point of order.
I think you know what you've got to withdraw.
Just for the benefit of hand, so
Yes, the member has brought into his speech a part that I think is demeaning on this parliament, and he should withdraw it. And he shouldn't play games. Just withdraw it and don't be a clown.
there's been a point of order for the member for McEwen to withdraw. If it assists the House, I'd ask the member to withdraw.
Absolutely, to help you out, Deputy Speaker, I'd be more than happy
McEwen has
to.
the call.
Won't raise another point of order on irony, because that would be a ripper. Even the member for Cook's flatmate, his best buddy, said his actions were an extreme overreach. This is something the member for New England wants to stand up and says is right, wants to defend. It is imperative that we protect the core values of accountability, and it is reasonable for people to be demanding us to make sure this never happens again. As such, it was such a big betrayal of public trust, and it was built on a foundation of public trust being broken down by the former government. When we see millions and millions of dollars go on things that the public never saw anything for. We've got a $1.2 trillion debt. That's where we're heading at if we'd kept under the same regime as what we had before. We had hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on a drought envoy for a report that was never seen. Apparently a 40-cent SMS was all we got value for it. These are the things that happen, and that's why this bill is about making actions speak louder than words. The Albanese government will continue to work to improve public trust in the government after what we've seen over the past 9 years. We are sewing up these loopholes and putting the safeguards in so that the Australian public can rest assured that the ability for one person to monopolise ministerial positions is stopped. The bill is implementing the first of 6 recommendations from the Bell inquiry, and we have committed to implementing them all. It follows the steps the government has already taken to establish a powerful, transparent, independent National Anti-Corruption Commission, one that was opposed before the last election by the former government. Draw your own conclusions. This will make sure that Parliament, the party in opposition, the public service itself and, most importantly, the Australian public will be able to hold governments and its ministers accountable. It creates transparent and accessible process to avoid dodgy dealing in background. We are doing this to fulfil Labor's promise to make Parliament and all politicians more accountable to the people who give us our jobs. This is just one of the many initiatives and legislation we are introducing, and after making a policy of transparency and accountability a key element of our promise to the Australian people. I know this is important to Australians, especially to constituents of our electorate of McEwen. From community meetings to chats on polling booths to conversations I had even when you just popped down the shop, I know integrity in government was something that was at the forefront of people's minds. This bill will only work to increase transparency and accountability to the Australian public, but it will prevent people from using their ministerial positions as some Pokemon cards when they try and collect them all. I'll leave the debate with one of my favourite Irish sayings. Anything that keeps a politician humble is healthy for democracy. We should all take that to heart, and that is why I proudly support this bill.
I thank the member for his contribution and give the call to the minister.
After that excellent speech, Deputy Speaker, I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later sitting.
The question before the House that the debate now be adjourned. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand that it's the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the National Housing Supply and the Affordable Council Bill 2023 and the Treasury Laws Amendments Housing Measures No. 1 Bill of 2023. Given that there is no objections, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question before the House now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is an opportunity for me to speak on these 3 bills. And at the outset, I will make clear to the House that the opposition will be opposing this Housing Australia Future Fund bill. We intend to support the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council bill, and save for a amendment which has been circulated in my name to the Tax Laws Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 bill to remove Schedule 4, will be supporting the remainder of that bill. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, most relevantly for today's discussions, we will not be supporting the establishment of the Housing Australia Future Fund bill. This is probably one of the most egregious examples of the financial engineering that we've seen from the government. Indeed, it's become a hallmark of the government very soon after taking office, of trying to facilitate significant government spending in off-budget items through funds such as this. I suspect that the genesis of the Housing Australia Future Fund, which we know goes back to the now Prime Minister's budget in reply speech of 2021, was driven more around potential headlines that the then opposition wanted to be able to say, we are investing or proposing to invest $10 billion into housing. Every time someone from the government says that, it is a falsehood. The government is not proposing in this bill to invest $10 billion in housing. What they are intending on doing in a peculiar form of financial engineering is to set up a fund of fully borrowed money, fully $10 billion of Commonwealth borrowings, to establish a fund with the hope that the returns of that fund could then be sufficiently high to be able to disperse to housing projects. Now let's just look at that. $10 billion of additional Commonwealth borrowing, which if we look at the current 10-year bond rate and where it's forecast to go by the markets, would represent a $400 million interest cost each and every year just on its borrowing, to then put into a fund to be managed by the Future Fund, with the hope that in good years, when in good years equities and other financial products are strong, that there will be sufficient returns to then pass through to housing projects. It's very relevant, I think, that this bill is before the House this week, and I think, unfortunately for the government, very bad timing, because I know out there in the public there's an intense interest and pain being felt in households due to cost of living pressures, none more significant than those who have a mortgage. And what we've seen from the Reserve Bank are very clear messages to the government. The Reserve Bank, in very unsubtle ways, have been saying to the government, you need to do some fiscal heavy lifting here to reduce inflation, otherwise the job will be entirely left to monetary policy, which we're already seeing with now 8 rate rises under this government and the spectre of more rate rises to come. So what's the government's answer to those pleas from the Reserve Bank to get their fiscal house in order, to borrow less, to spend less? Well, it's to set up a fund with $10 billion of borrowings, with a $400 million interest cost each and every year. So there are a number of reasons which I'll outline now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as to why the opposition will not be supporting this bill. But first and foremost, anything that will increase the inflationary environment in the economy and therefore increase the prospect of higher mortgage interest rates cannot in good conscience be supported in this House, and we will not be doing so, partly for that reason. More borrowing from the Commonwealth equals higher inflationary pressures, which equals higher interest rates. That's what this bill represents today. So very unfortunate timing from the government in bringing this forward. Mr Deputy Speaker, that also dovetails into my second point, which is the absolute uncertainty of any funding that would emanate from this proposal. So when the Prime Minister or the Housing Minister say we are investing $10 billion into housing, it's a falsehood. What they are hoping is that through investments in the stock market, in equities, in other financial products, that there will be a sufficient return above and beyond the cost of borrowing to then distribute through into housing projects. Now, that's a big if, and you don't have to go back too far into history to realise that's a big if. Because had this fund been established last financial year, not only would we have, as a Commonwealth, spent $400 million on the servicing of the $10 billion of debt, we would have seen a diminution of the fund of 3.7%, $370 million approximately. So had this fund been in place last year, we would have seen a loss to the Commonwealth of $770 million without $1 ever going to a housing project, to a community housing provider to assist with social or affordable housing, but Commonwealth taxpayers would have been down $770 million. Now, that's just an example that there is no certainty provided by this fund of any returns, certainly not regular returns, each and every year. Now, in a year where the stock market does well, there might be something to distribute. In years where, as we saw last year, a tough year for those invested in equities, we would see not only no returns but also a reduction in the capital of the fund. So this is not a source of stable, recurrent funding for a government program. What has generally happened, in fact has always happened in the housing space, is when a government has an intention to fund social or affordable housing. They have set up a program, funded that program, and then through recurrent expenditure funded whatever it is they wanted to fund. That is not what is being done here. This is a blatant attempt to try and keep this off the budget bottom line, and in doing so, there is absolutely no certainty that any money will ever go, certainly in this term of government, to the intended recipients. The IMF has already warned the government pretty clearly about the proliferation of these sorts of funds, and you don't need to be an economist from the IMF to appreciate really what the government's trying to do here. The government's taking a big gamble and saying that we expect that we can get a higher return than the 4% that we would be paying on this debt, an arbitrage essentially between debt costs and what they think they can get out of the fund. And that's very heroic in my view, and not how these important projects should be funded. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think there's every likelihood that we get to the end of this term of government and the government has not delivered a single home that has been promised. They've promised, as we know, 30,000 additional social and affordable houses, plus another 10,000 through their council. Of those 40,000 that they've promised, a high likelihood that very few, if any, are even started, let alone delivered. Australians want governments who make decisions and get on with the job. Don't kick it down the road. Setting up this fund with an uncertain future, with uncertain returns, with no guarantee of returns, and again, placing an additional $10 billion of debt on the credit card, where we're paying $400 million of interest every single year, defies logic. But again, it only defies logic if your intention isn't to keep it off the budget, which is precisely what this is, through this financial engineering. The bill also lacks crucial detail, and I suspect even someone that came into this House with an intention to support this bill would find it very difficult to support because of the lack of detail. The investment mandate's yet to be released, restricting scrutiny of key information and the fund's capability to deliver on the government's commitments. Now, I think we all know why the investment mandate hasn't been released, because I suspect pretty quickly even more holes in this fund will emerge. Without an investment mandate, the legislation, which is essentially a shell explaining how funds may or may not be spent in a discretionary way, but without the investment mandate, you have none of the crucial detail of this fund. And so why wouldn't you, 9 months after you've come into government, be able to release the investment mandate with the bill? Well, there's only one answer to that. You don't want the investment mandate to be scrutinised. And I can tell you that would make any observer even more nervous about this fund. So all things being equal, the absence of an investment mandate, I think, should mean that no one in this House can support the bill, including members of the government. How would you support the bill without seeing the investment mandate? The reality is the investment mandate will have to come to light at some point in time. The government won't be able to hide it forever. I suspect their intention is to release the investment mandate at some point after the bills, in their mind, hopefully have passed the parliament or an agreement's been reached to do so, at which time it's too late. The investment mandate needs to go through a public consultation process, because I can tell you the sector is very nervous about the way in which this fund is structured. And indeed, the sector has outlined a number of failures in this bill. Failure to define key terms, like what is the definition of social housing? What's the definition of affordable housing? What's the definition of acute housing? all definitions which dictate what the potential future returns of this fund might be spent on, but no definitions. Now again, could it be an oversight that the government hasn't thought about definitions for those? Possibly. I tend to believe, as a former housing minister, that it's more likely that they prefer those not to be defined, to provide them with the greatest possible flexibility in spending these funds, potential funds, no guarantee, but assuming there's a return out of these funds, but spending these as some kind of slush fund, to enable the government to spend as they see wish. That would be the only reason why you wouldn't define those key terms. What is acute housing? Ask anyone in the housing sector and there will be slightly different views on what that is, slightly different definitions. What are those? Stakeholders have also criticised the limit on the annual drawdowns, which again just highlights the lack of funding certainty, and there's no mechanism or performance criteria to assess the effectiveness of any grants that do potentially come out of this fund. So we've got here a cap on the amount in which the fund can distribute each year at $500 million. I mean, I think it's a very heroic number from the government, given, as I said, the $400 million that needs to be paid back each year before any money ever gets distributed, plus any investment-related fees that the government has to pay for the operations of the fund. But putting that to one side, you've got a situation here where a program is wholly reliant effectively on the fluctuations of the stock market or other financial products that the fund invests in. So in good years, there might be a feast, and in bad years there'll be a famine. Well, can I say very clearly to the government that these projects and projects that involve social and affordable housing are multi-year projects that require multi-year commitments and require certainty of funding. That's why the conventional position of the federal government has been, if we want to fund social and affordable housing, we'll do so through recurrent expenditure and decisions of government in programs. That's how you do it. Each and every year when we spend more than $1.3 billion on the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement that we pay through to states and territories through that agreement, that's not relying on the performance of the Australian Stock Exchange. No, that's a payment that's made from the Commonwealth each and every year under that agreement. Well, here we've got none of that certainty. So feast one year, famine another year. Do you know what that will mean, Mr Deputy Speaker? It will mean that projects don't happen. Because unless you can provide that multi-year certainty, the projects will not happen. That is a fundamental flaw of this government. Mr Deputy Speaker, we see also in this bill a remarkable attitude for the minister and ministers, both the housing ministers, social services minister, treasurer and others, a huge amount of latitude on how this money is spent, and the majority of it is earmarked, from what we can tell, earmarked to be paid through to states and territories directly. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is an absolute contrast to the approach of the former coalition government. And I was the Assistant Minister to the Treasurer when we established the National Housing Finance Investment Corporation, soon to be renamed Housing Australia. And in that fund, in that body, which is a landmark achievement of the coalition government, and some credit to the government for embracing Housing Australia and recognising that it is a remarkable achievement and landmark entity for the federal government that should be supported, and I give them credit for that. But in doing so, we put community housing providers at the centre of what we did. When we established, as it was then, NIFIC, soon to be Housing Australia, it operated two key activities: the Housing Infrastructure Facility, a $1 billion perpetual facility which financed infrastructure to unlock projects that contain social and affordable housing, and the Affordable Housing Bond Aggregator, a bond aggregator that had been asked for by the sector for years and took a coalition government to establish. And in both of those things, through the Housing Infrastructure Facility and through the bond aggregator, which I'll say a bit more about, we put community housing providers at the centre of its remit. Why? Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we did so because for every dollar provided to a community housing provider, you get better outcomes than historically if it's gone to a state or territory Treasury department. What we've seen from transfers from the Commonwealth to state and territory governments in recent years has been, for every extra dollar the Commonwealth puts in, there's a withdrawal of a dollar from the state and territory governments. Now, there's always exceptions to the rule here and there, but overall that has been the experience, which is why we put CHPs at the heart of what we did. We knew Labor didn't like that at the time because the command and control central planners in our great friends in the Labor Party came to the fore, but they resisted the temptation to trash community housing providers then. But they are trashing community housing providers now by basically sidelining them in this bill and with this fund. By channeling the potential proceeds of this fund to state and territory governments, bypassing the CHPs, is a huge abrogation of responsibility, because as a Commonwealth we put in huge resources through NIFIC and through the bond aggregator to help those CHPs leverage their balance sheets, help them develop the corporate governance they needed to really attract that extra capital, that private capital, which partnered with government money would see and has seen social and affordable housing projects throughout the country. Now we've gone back to the bad old days, where CHPs are sidelined. CHPs will have to get out the begging bowl and beg state and territory governments for a slice of the action. Now, some state and territory governments might in their infinite wisdom realise that CHPs do it a lot better and deliver a lot more with a lot less, but there's no certainty of that, and there's certainly no guarantee of that in this bill. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've got $10 billion of borrowed money, which is going to increase inflationary pressures in the economy and put even more pressure on mortgage interest rates. We've got the uncertainties of the fund, where there's no guarantee of what is going to be spat out of that fund each year. Some years it will inevitably go backwards. So for some years there'll be $0 that can be dispersed out of the fund, or the fund will go backwards and capital will be eaten into. We've got CHPs now going back to the bad old days where CHPs are being sidelined, are being completely ignored by this government and this fund, and that's why the opposition cannot support this bill. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, in talking about placing CHPs at the centre of what the former coalition government did successfully, here are some numbers as of the election that I think are relevant. NIFIC, soon to be renamed Housing Australia, a wonderful coalition achievement, delivered $2.9 billion of government-guaranteed loans to those housing providers, which supported 15,000 social and affordable dwellings and saved nearly $500 million of interest to those CHPs. So for those members in the House who are not familiar, CHPs who previously had to go out and raise their own finance privately at high interest rates, once we established NIFIC, were able to access it through the bond aggregator with a government guarantee, effectively slightly above government bond rate, which saved them $500 million in interest. And guess what that $500 million did? It supported or built 15,000 additional social and affordable housing dwellings. It unlocked nearly 7,000 affordable dwellings through the National Infrastructure Facility. And so more than 20,000, in fact nearly 22,000 social and affordable homes supported by the work of the government in a way that put community housing providers at the centre of our thinking, and now pulling that away and going back to the bad old days is a retrograde step back. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Coalition's record on housing is strong. In the former term of government, we supported directly, not in some sort of indirect way, we supported directly 300,000 people into a home. 300,000 people were directly supported into a home by the former Coalition government. Now, of those, there were more than 137,000 home builder projects, which was opposed by the opposition at the time. 137,000 home builder projects, which represented $120 billion of economic activity and kept the construction sector busy during the pandemic. And those 137,000 projects with huge numbers of first home buyers. We also had more than 60,000 people assisted into a home through one of our home guarantee schemes. The Home Guarantee Scheme program, which I put in place and established from the 1st of January 2020, has helped those, well, it's many more than 60,000 now, it's probably closer to 100,000, has helped those first home buyers get into the market by bringing down the deposit hurdle from 20%, which is what banks have been requiring, to a 5% deposit for first home buyers, and most recently the Family Home Guarantee, which only required a deposit of 2% for single parents, 85% of which are single mothers. So we've got the 137,000 home builder projects, the nearly now 100,000 first home buyers under the home guarantee schemes, and credit to the government for continuing with that, again, landmark coalition policy of the home guarantee schemes, and the First Home Super Saver scheme, which has helped more than 25,000 people fast-track their savings, fast-track their deposit through tax concessions within their superannuation. So more than 300,000 people supported into their own home through direct action and direct programs by this government. So the message by the then coalition government, so the message to this government is very clear. If you want to do something in a fair income about it, you can move the dial. If you want a policy where you can run around screaming from the rafters $10 billion, $10 billion that does nothing and that has no guaranteed returns and that's going to cost $400 million of interest and is going to move the most productive areas of the housing, social housing market, being community housing providers, to the side, that's not the way in which you get positive changes that so many Australians require. I mean, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've got a government, to be frank, whose housing policies are in tatters. Their whole housing agenda, thin though it was, a very thin agenda to start with, is in tatters. The Help to Buy scheme, which I suspect is a fairly vanilla shared equity style program, which we've seen in states and territories, where is it? Supposed to start on the 1st of January. Where is it? When you go to an election promising a start date and you don't meet it, that's a disgrace. Where is the Help to Buy program? Supposed to have started 6 weeks ago. Not only has it not started, we've got no idea when it's going to start. So we've got the Help to Buy program. Where's it gone? It's disappeared. We don't know where it is. I suspect now that we're shaming the government into it, they'll move overtime to try and get it moving. But where is the Help to Buy program? This future fund is, I think as has been highlighted here, a major problem for ordinary Australians because it has the real prospect of adding inflationary pressures into this economy and increasing mortgage interest rates even higher. It will cost $400 million of interest to Australian taxpayers every year just to have the fund sitting there, even if it loses money, as it would have done last financial year, without a dollar being spat out into any good projects. We've seen under this government first home buyer numbers drop month on month, every month, down further, and no action from the government to try and encourage first home buyers. The former coalition government took first home buyers to their highest levels in nearly 15 years. When we came to government, they were sitting around the 100,000 mark per year of first home buyers. In the last full financial year of the government, it reached nearly 180,000. But that was through effort, through policies and programs that worked. So we've seen first home buyer numbers drop. We've seen rents. The rent rises to the December 2022 quarter were the highest on record, 10.2%. So first home buyers down, rents up, a Help to Buy program that was promised on the 1st of January that 6 weeks later cannot be spoken of on the government benches. Do not mention the Help to Buy program. We don't know where it is. And now the Housing Australia Future Fund that will add to the inflationary pressures in the economy with no certainty of any returns ever being invested in housing, leaving the government's promise of 40,000 homes, social and affordable homes, in absolute tatters. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will absolutely not be supporting the Housing Australia Future Fund bill. But given this is a cognate debate, I will just reiterate my remarks at the beginning. We will support the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council bill. We're told that the government's stated objective is to ensure the Commonwealth plays a leadership role in increasing supply, and the Council would set targets for land supply in consultation with states and territories, and also, I quote, to collect and make public nationally consistent data on housing supply, demand and affordability. That we can support. And in the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill,
I thank
we will support everything but Schedule 4.
Honourable Member for his contribution. And before I give the call to the most honourable member for Gilmore, I'd just mention that at 1:30 we'll be suspending for member statements. The member for Gilmore has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's with great excitement and relief that I rise to speak on the introduction of the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023 and the bill to create the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council, because these bills will start the process for the largest boost to affordable and social housing we have seen in more than a decade. Make no mistake, the outcomes from these bills will ultimately fundamentally change people's lives for the better. Deputy Speaker, to say we have a housing crisis on the New South Wales South Coast is putting it mildly. We are no stranger to disasters, but the housing crisis on the New South Wales South Coast is our new disaster. Over many years, the previous coalition government did nothing to even begin to address this growing housing crisis. The housing crisis may have been once the silent crisis, but particularly impacting our most disadvantaged. But over many years of inaction of the previous government, it has now grown to epic proportions. As the federal member, myself and my office are inundated regularly with cries for help. It is heartbreaking to hear these stories of struggle from everyday people in our community. I help where I can, but it isn't easy when there is no stock, when prices are out of control and community housing is overwhelmed. Our local housing and homelessness providers are doing everything possible to support people, but the reality is there just isn't enough affordable and social housing. Our local councils have also stepped up, trying to do their bit to ease pressures. Our community organisations, churches, businesses, individuals, unions and more have also stepped up, that true South Coast spirit that I am always singing about. But what was lacking was leadership at the federal level. Everyone could blatantly see there needed to be a solution, but it just wasn't there under the previous coalition government. Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast, which encompasses the Kiama local government area in the north, the Shoalhaven and to Batemans Bay, Moruya and Churros Head areas in the Eurobodalla Shire, has had a hammering, particularly over the last 4 years. There's been drought, the Black Summer bushfires, multiple storms, floods, landslides, roads cut, COVID, and a variety of these disasters at the same time. It really has been the unthinkable, perfect, horrible storm, and difficult to comprehend the immense toll this has taken on people. But what has been left, without a doubt, is the housing disaster. If it wasn't bad enough that hundreds of people lost their homes and had damaged homes from the bushfires, so began the task of finding somewhere to live. This isn't so easy when you're living on the coast and there is great demand for holiday rentals. When people found temporary housing, there were heartbreaking stories of people, and with young children, having to move multiple times in a short space of time to move out because the house was to be rented out in the holiday time. With COVID, the South Coast was seen as a haven, as more holiday homeowners chose to relocate to the coast. Who could blame them? At the same time, property prices and rents were spiralling upwards, and many property owners took that opportunity to sell to realise the gain. Those two actions led to devastating consequences locally. One, it shrunk the private housing stock, so if you were, say, a pensioner that had rented and lived in the same property for 15 years, all of a sudden you had no home. And faced with soaring rents and just no homes available, it was the fastest way to become homeless. One day you had a home, the next you didn't. It didn't discriminate. It didn't matter if you were a pensioner, a family with young kids, have a disability, a frontline worker, or even with two incomes. And two, it shrunk the stock of social housing as more landlords sold properties. So our community housing providers had less homes available. So where do people go? Our homelessness providers have been facing this battle each and every day. It's really one vicious cycle. Everyone knows the problem. There just isn't enough affordable and social housing. Deputy Speaker, there are many local harrowing stories. As harrowing as they are, it is important that the House understands the gravity of the situation. Take the single mum of 4 from Warragee. She's a hairdresser who works part-time while she tries to take care of her kids and get by. She was ahead on her rent in a private community housing supported home. She'd paid the bond and was doing everything right, but the house was riddled with mould, an ongoing issue that she couldn't resolve and was making her 2-year-old child sick. She did what any mother would do. She put the health of her child first. She asked Southern Cross Community Housing for a transfer, but she can't get one. She's asked them for her bond back and for some of the rent that she has overpaid to help her financially, but she can't get that either. So she and her 4 kids have been forced to couch surf for the last year. Another example of the shambles of the Liberals and Nationals have left our community housing become. The New South Wales government has said, be sick or be homeless and don't expect us to give you your money back. This family has been on a priority housing list for a year, but there is no information on when they can expect a new home. I'd like to say this is a special case, an isolated incident, but I'm sorry to say it isn't. Deputy Speaker, the Moruya North Head campground is home to around 50 people with nowhere to go. The campground is their home. There is no alternative accommodation. While local homelessness support services, council and the community do all they can to provide support, provide access to networks and food and essential items, the fact that there is no alternative accommodation is one of the biggest blights on society I have seen. Council has continued to call on the New South Wales government to do something to help these people, but those calls are falling on deaf ears. The campground is not meant for people to live there. There is no permanent hot water, there are no enclosed showers, but with no other sources of temporary accommodation and nowhere else for these people to go, what choice is there? While this bill does not offer an immediate solution, it does start today to correct the immense wrongs and begin the long road back to fixing the huge supply issue there is and to build more affordable and social housing. Deputy Speaker, Salt Ministries and their wonderful volunteers have been providing community meals and outreach support for the homeless for years. But the demand for somewhere to live for so many people grew and grew. Salt opened Safe Shelter Shoalhaven without the help of government funds and has been operating locally for the last 5 years. In that time, they have provided a safe place to sleep for over 850 families and individuals. But without government support, the service has twice been on the verge of closure. I first raised this with the New South Wales Minister in October last year, and in December I
thank the honourable member for her contribution. The debate is interrupted in accordance with the Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I was just speaking to a constituent of mine from Narrawong in my electorate. He broke ribs, got a punctured lung and had to be taken by ambulance from Portland Hospital to Hamilton Hospital. And he had to be severely sedated along the way because of the condition of the Henty Highway in my electorate. The potholes, the disrepair of the road meant that the ambulance ride was sheer hell for this constituent. Now, I had to point out to him, sadly, that the Albanese government cut $40 million of funding from that road and from the Princess Highway. Now, we have heard, sadly, from the good reporting of the Warrnambool Standard that the government has no idea about what they're going to do to reinstate that money. As a matter of fact, they don't think that it's needed. They don't think that investment in that road is required. I have asked the Prime Minister and the Premier of Victoria to come down to my electorate and drive on our roads, see the state that they're in, see it firsthand, and then stand there and say that our roads don't need more funding.
I thank the honourable member. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you. As a member for Newcastle, I stand in solidarity with my community on opposing PEP 11. This issue has reared its ugly head again as a direct result of the former Prime Minister's utter disregard for proper governance. Our community's message has been loud, it's been clear and it's been consistent. PEP 11 is not welcome. It's not welcome in Sydney, it's not welcome on the Central Coast, and it's certainly not welcome in Newcastle. This is a project without friends. PEP 11 has never made sense from an economic, environmental or energy perspective. It puts at risk thousands of local jobs in tourism, hospitality, in recreational and commercial fishing. Coastal communities from Sydney to Newcastle have overwhelmingly voiced their opposition to PEP 11. I share my community's frustration and anger that this issue was so grossly mishandled by the previous government, and I say unequivocally to my community, due process will be followed. We know very well that we are in this mess because of the former Liberal Prime Minister's secret self-appointment to 5 ministries, including Energy and Resources. There are some that think we can throw due process out the window, but we know that just lands us back in courts. The Federal Court has today issued orders squashing the former Prime Minister's decision on PEP 11, saying his actions and words were legally indefensible.
I thank the honourable member, and I give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Alice Springs has featured a lot in the public debate over the past few weeks, and for good reason. People living in fear for their safety in their own homes, anti-social behaviour on the streets, and cars being stolen and driven dangerously. This is something that the people of Townsville have been enduring for nearly a decade, and it's a problem that the state Labor government continues to not address. The statistics don't lie. From 2020 to 2021, assaults have increased by 56% to 5,850. Break-ins have increased by 21% to 5,024. Stolen cars have increased by 32% to 1,557, and sexual assault has increased by 12% to 221. And these are only the ones that are reported. The police do a fantastic job, They continue to catch young offenders in Townsville only for them to be let out by the courts because of Queensland's weak youth justice laws. Just last month, a young offender with 19-page criminal history was given a sentence of just 3 months jail for breaking into a house and multiple car thefts, with a release date after serving just half of the sentence. Meanwhile, insurance claims for car theft with RACQ in Townsville have jumped 37% in a year. I once again call on the Queensland Labor government to toughen up the youth justice laws with much stronger measures than their weak tweaks that they announced
Thank you,
this year.
Member for Bruce.
Well said.
Member for Bruce, I gave you the call. Sorry.
I feel like the goldfish going around in the bowl, Deputy Speaker. Here we are again. Cambodian dictator Hun Sen up to his old tricks as a national election looms. Sunday night he closed down pretty much the only independent media outlet in the country, the Voice of Democracy. Their crime? Hun Sen was upset about an article that referred to his son. Now, I don't know whether VOD's article was accurate or not, but that's irrelevant. How can Cambodia even pretend to be a democracy when their Prime Minister shuts down a media outlet in just 24 hours? It's ridiculous and embarrassing for them. Real democracies don't shut down media outlets because a politician is upset. There's complaints mechanisms or courts. But this isn't about inaccurate media reporting. It's about Hun Sen shutting down criticism or opposition before July's elections. Things are set to get worse as he positions his special little boy, Hun Manet, to take over as Prime Minister. Cambodians are suffering under the same tactics Hun Sen used in 2018. He's threatening to ban the opposition Candlelight Party, just as he jailed opposition leader Kem Sokha and banned the then-opposition CNRP. Vice President Tak Seta is already in prison. Australian citizen Son Chai is harassed in the courts. Chim Sitar remains in prison. It seems, sadly, the elections in July will neither be free nor fair, and Australia must be careful not to lend credibility to sham elections.
Thank you. Member for Monash. Oh, Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is Valentine's Day, and so I hosted a Show Your Heart event in recognition of the confronting plight faced by Afghan women and children. I felt humbled today to work aside Rita Anwari, founder of the Australian Afghan Chamber of Commerce, Susan Hutchinson, director of Azadi Azan, Fatima, a young refugee, and Nilafar Ibrahimi, a former Afghan Member of Parliament. This event provided valuable insight for members of Parliament to hear about the stories of Afghan women and the increasing restrictions that are being imposed by the Taliban and the risk that they are facing. The story shared today provided important lessons on why our government must improve its response to Afghan people in need. In fact, our whole parliament must do this. Delays in the processing of humanitarian visas are leaving thousands of applicants in life-threatening situations. We need to think beyond one visa class. These are highly skilled women. They should be coming here under the skilled migrant stream. I'd like to thank the women who came, thank the MPs who came along today, and also acknowledge Rose Belcher from my office, who coordinated the whole event from Mayo, came here today, and thanks all who attended. We must change this.
Thank you. Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mantle Hospitality Group employs up to 700 workers across 15 pubs, clubs, cafes and restaurants. Mantle Group, though, as many of us learnt over the summer, have been avoiding paying its casual workers weekend and public holiday rates because of a zombie work choices agreement, originally signed in 1999. This deal was terminated by the Fair Work Commission in late 2022, but during the dispute, this employer moved all of its staff onto another workplace deal. 10 days after winning full penalty rates for the first time in 22 years, their workforce were handed termination notices and rehired under a new entity and a new enterprise agreement stuck in 2019 with who knows how many employees, meaning they did not get paid penalty rates on Australia Day. Just how many employers are there out there like Mantle Group, small or large? Just how many work choice zombie agreements are still in existence and being used today? Hundreds and hundreds. That is why this government has acted. This government is abolishing work choice zombie agreements and putting employers, the dodgy ones, on notice. People who work on a weekend and public holiday deserve penalty rates. They shouldn't have to fight so hard to get a basic entitlement. 22 years of not getting them is wrong. That is why we have acted, so no other worker has to go through this.
Yeah. Thank you. Member for Melbourne.
We are in a cost of living crisis, but instead of spending $250 billion on giving people real and immediate cost of living relief, like getting dental into Medicare or making childcare free, Labor is spending $250 billion on stage 3 tax cuts for politicians and billionaires. Make no mistake, the stage 3 tax cuts are the centrepiece of this upcoming budget. They are the black hole that sucks everything else in with its gravitational pull. I mentioned dental care. The average household is spending about $1,000 a year on dental treatment, and many people just can't afford to go, so they put off going at all. But instead of giving people cost of living relief by making it cheap or free to go to the dentist, Labor is giving $9,000 a year tax cuts to politicians and billionaires. The Treasurer is asking everyone else to find cuts to make way for any new spending measures. Well, the biggest cut is in the Treasurer's own portfolio of $250 billion that is being spent to drive a flat tax nightmare in this country. If Labor doesn't deliver real cost of living relief to people in this budget, by getting dental into Medicare, by making childcare free, by building affordable housing, it is because they are spending $250 billion giving the likes of Clive Palmer and Gina Rinehart and every politician a tax cut instead of spending that money to deliver real cost of living relief.
April, Labor promised that if elected to government, we would provide a new wellbeing hub for veterans and defence personnel in the Surf Coast and Geelong region. As with all of our election promises, the Albanese government is now delivering. Later this month, the Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel Minister Matt Keogh and I are holding an engagement session for local veterans to share their ideas on what they want their local hub to look like. My electorate of Corangamite has one of the highest number of veterans in Victoria, with around 2,000 veterans and family members, and around 3,500 veterans and family members in the Greater Geelong region. I envisage this local centre will be a family-friendly place, providing peer-to-peer support for veterans and their families, bringing together critical services under the one roof. Ours is one of the 10 new veterans hubs the Albanese government is rolling out across Australia. These hubs will act as one-stop shops for local veterans and could include health and mental health services, fitness, advocacy, employment and housing advice, social connection and wellbeing support. There has been an increased need for such support in our region as a result of the pandemic and long delays for services under the previous government. I'd encourage veterans to register with my office to attend the session and engage with the minister. We want to do our best to support our veterans. Hearing what they want is crucial to providing that support.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And over the weekend, the Park Ridge community marked the 50th anniversary of the Park Ridge Water Tower with the unveiling of a new Anzac mural, which now adorns the iconic structure along the Mount Lindesay Highway. The piece was entitled Reflection Under the Southern Stars and depicts an Anzac soldier and nurse who are both reflecting on their service to the country under our national flag. This location of the water tower has its own special place in our Anzac history, with Park Ridge being home to a couple of airfields during the Second World War. The airstrips ran along what is now Park Ridge Road and Chambers Flat Road, cutting through to Park Ridge Road. And whilst the developments are now occurring in that area, you can still see those airfields there, being quickly developed during the time in response to the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor and their entry into the Pacific Theatre. The stunning piece, the mural, was created by artists Lang Rayner and Paul Turnbull and taking 10 weeks to complete. It was a delight to see children joining in to help cutting the ribbon for the mural's opening. The unveiling was a terrific event which included performances from young local artists Nate and Jasmine from Assorted Grains, who entertained the crowd with a range of Australian songs. I was also honoured to speak on the day and joined by local councillor Jacob Jeremiah, and also Auntie Betty, one of our local Indigenous elders. Congratulations to everyone involved.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge two Public Service Medal recipients from Bean, Cathy O'Neill and Lisa Croak. Cathy O'Neill provided outstanding public and private hospital coordination, resulting in a structured territory-wide clinical response to COVID-19. She demonstrated incredible leadership through coordinating the clinical services for patients requiring testing, vaccination and hospitalisation, along with significant support for non-government providers in the aged care, disability care and health services sectors. This included responding to COVID-19 outbreaks in a range of high-risk settings within the ACT, including public housing, disability service providers, aged care facilities, private hospitals and the ACT's correctional facility. Deputy Speaker, Lisa Croak has made a significant contribution to public policy over the course of her career in the Commonwealth and ACT public service. She led the ACT government's engagement with the Commonwealth and other jurisdictions to ensure the ACT government continued to provide citizens with the highest levels of service. Her leadership ensured the ACT government was appraised of all issues related to COVID-19, not just the health response. Her collaborative and collegiate approach allowed emerging issues to be dealt with swiftly before significant community impacts were felt. Congratulations to Cathy and Lisa on these awards, and thank you for your service to the community.
Member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, last month I sought an urgent meeting with the Health Minister and the TGA. There has been no response to my request, so I'll ask my questions here. Last year, a Queensland GP obtained documents from the TGA under the FOI Act, number FOI 3727. These documents contain 9 assessments conducted by the TGA following reports of someone dying from the COVID-19 vaccine. The deceased people listed on these reports are aged 7, 9, 14, 19, 21, 21, 24, 46, 44. So I ask the Health Minister now, why has the TGA not acted with abundance of caution to alert the public that they were investigating these deaths, including the cardiac arrest of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old? Why did these reports not appear on the TGA's disclosure log? Does it have anything to do with the TGA's own response to the GP, that they, and I quote, contain sensitive personal information about deceased persons, and that the disclosure of the documents could undermine public confidence and reduce the willingness of the public to report adverse events to the TGA? Why has the TGA not responded to doctors who have raised these issues with you 6 months ago, including drawing your attention to those case reports? This information is extremely alarming and demands an immediate response from the TGA.
Member for Tangi.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When one retired, one hoped for their golden year to be in comfort, to be able to live peacefully, happily and safely. In my electorate of Tangi, we are so lucky to have numerous state-of-art, high-quality aged care facilities. Australian families need to have access to as much information as possible when choosing an aged care provider. I commend my friend Minister Wells for her great work in delivering the government's plan to fix aged care. One part of this plan is providing Australian transparency about the quality of aged care homes by giving each facility a star rating between 1 and 5 stars. There are only 2 aged care homes with 5-star rating in the whole of WA, and one of them is in Tangi. That 5-star facility is the Regent's Garden Four Seasons in Booragoon, who has delivered above and beyond in its regulatory and health care requirements. I wanted to congratulate all the workers at Regent's Garden Four Seasons in Booragoon on this wonderful achievement. You have done your residents and Tangi proud. Thank you.
Member for Casey.
In December, I had the honour of attending Upwey South Primary School to present a special award. Grade 6 student Lucy is the Victorian State winner of the Anzac Day Schools Award, a national award that recognises the work of school students and teachers who engage with veterans, and honour our wartime history. Lucy wrote a piece about the role of peacekeepers, focusing on how being a female peacekeeper has changed over the years to become inclusive. To inform her submission, Lucy interviewed Major Lindsay Freeman, who is part of the Australian Defence Force peace operations. They spoke when Major Freeman was deployed overseas as a peacekeeper with the United Nations. I'd like to share a key message of Lucy's winning submission, and I quote, "I would like all girls, now and into the future, to grow up knowing they can be whatever they want. There shouldn't be a difference between genders. Anyone can do anything." To top off the day, Lucy was also announced one of the school captains at the end of the awards ceremony. Well done, Lucy. Keep up the great work. And on a similar theme, Deputy Speaker, I would like to acknowledge in the gallery my friend Rita Anwari, who is part of the Women Empowerment and Leadership Group, and she's doing amazing work to support women in Afghanistan. It was great to hear her today, and I'll keep supporting her in the work she does to support women in Afghanistan. It's great to have you here, Rita. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge the tireless commitment of a local champion of sport in my electorate of Pearce, Yvette Thompson. Yvette has been a driving force of the Whanoo District's Netball Association since 1995, on the board since 1999. Her passion to grow the sport and develop its players is legendary in Pearce. The WDNA is now a modern complex with 57 floodlit outdoor playing courts and is one of the largest netball associations in Australia with 6,000 members and, I believe, the largest facility in the Southern Hemisphere. But it wasn't always that way. Yvette recalls the state of the sporting complex when she started in 1995 as bitumen courts that tore your skin off, a terrible limestone car park, goalposts in 2 sizes that had to be manually changed from juniors to seniors. One of the highlights for Yvette was meeting the then Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, who provided a $10 million grant for redevelopment works. After decades of service, including roles as President for 2 terms of 5 years, Vice President and Director of Umpiring and Development, Yvette leaves the WDNA board in very capable and committed hands. The association will celebrate its 50th anniversary next year, and I know how much Yvette is looking forward to and celebrating that momentous occasion. Fortunately, Yvette Thompson will not be lost to our beloved sport. This tremendous champion of netball is continuing as President of the West Coast Warriors. Thank you.
Member for Fisher.
As utility bills land on the desks of our small and family business owners, I know that families who own a business in Fisher are really feeling the pinch. Indeed, all families across the country are feeling the pinch of Labor's economic policies. Our small businesses are worried. They're worried about whether they can fulfil their orders. They're worried about how they retain their staff or stay open for as many days thanks to the skyrocketing of power costs, transport costs and material costs. Small and family businesses are concerned about the impact of Labor's union reforms on their team of casual and part-time workers. Small and family businesses are trying to make the most of their existing food or stock or inventory, with unstable supply chains meaning that they can't always rely on the availability in the weeks to come. It's a challenging time to be in small business, and perhaps more so in regional Australian communities like my electorate in Fisher. I'll continue to prosecute the case to this government, this Labor government, when it comes to their extreme industrial relations reforms, their red tape, their taxes, their energy so-called affordability and reliability and security. Small and family business owners know that the coalition is on their side. Aspirational Australians know that the opposition has their back and will continue to be their voice in this place.
Member for Reid.
E-commerce has exploded in the last couple of years, with 4 out of 5 Australian households shopping online. This is true in the suburb of Wentworth Point too, one of the fastest-growing suburbs in Sydney, in my electorate. With a current population of about 12,000 and a projected population of 20,000 within the next decade. Unfortunately, the postal service there has not kept up with the demands of the community. Residents are faced with enormous queues, long trips to neighbouring post offices that are not easily accessible by public transport, as well as increasing incidences of parcel theft. Hundreds of residents have contacted me about the challenges they face with their postal service. Here's an example of their feedback. On Wednesday, I had to travel to 3 different locations to collect my parcels, a time-consuming and frustrating process. Last year, I wrote to Australia Post advising them of these challenges and the need for a post office in the suburb. Their response? They believe Wentworth Point is being adequately serviced by post offices in other suburbs. I'm not satisfied with this response and will be pushing Australia Post to do better by their customers so that they get the service they deserve.
Member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, suicide continues to be the biggest killer of Australians aged between 14 and 25 years old. This week is End Youth Suicide Week. In 2021, 402 young Australian lives were lost to suicide. Each one of these deaths was preventable. These young people have been described as the missing middle, but they are not missing, they are in fact forgotten. I speak today about the excellent organisation Youth in Search, established in 1985, which is a peer-led youth trauma recovery group working to change our statistics around youth suicide in Australia. All Australians deserve the very best chance for a healthy, happy and rewarding life. Yet despite $11 billion invested by government, business and private funders each year, youth suicide rates are far too high and many young Australians are not receiving the support they need. Since its inception, Youth in Search has supported 32,000 at-risk youth. Its model of lived experience, peer workforce, is the key ingredient to both prevention and early intervention for youth suicide. Research tells us that a young person is much more likely to disclose their distress and suicide intent to a peer as opposed to a healthy professional, an adult professional. I commend the work of Youth in Search in saving lives and rebuilding lives, and I mention particularly Ben Shepherd, who passed away tragically in 2003. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Orientation Week is just around the corner for many young and a few not-so-young Queenslanders. O Week is such an exciting time for people just about to start their university and career journeys. O Week introduces people to university life, helps them find their way around campus, sorts out classes and can even help them sort out accommodation. But possibly one of the best things about O Week is the opportunities it opens to meet new people and have new experiences. Way back in the Middle Ages, 1983, I left the bush and took my first steps towards higher learning. On that first week I met 2 people who are still my best friends today, 40 years on. Hello, John and Aaron. So I say to all the eager or nervous new university students, pay attention to the people you first meet because you could be making lifelong friends. So whether you are straight out of high school, maybe from a small country town, heading to the big smoke for the first time, or a mature-age student, going back to uni, or perhaps changing careers and going to uni for the first time, make sure to say hello and start up conversations with some of the new people you meet, and look after each other. Don't be afraid to ask for help or to band together to try and find your way to the next event or even back to your car or the bus stop. It's better to be in a group of lost travellers than on your own. Cherish this time of life as you will go away with some memories and experiences that will live with you forever. Lastly, a shout-out to another parent who will be commencing uni life this month too. My eldest son, some 40 years after his father, will commence his uni studies. I wish him and everyone all the best and enjoy the learning experience and clean your room.
I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It comes as no surprise back in— I want to take everyone on a bit of a history lesson. In 2013, the then Treasurer, he sat in this place and he threatened General Motors Holden to close up shop. In my electorate of Spence, in 2014, the former Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, said that there will be a new horizon for the people of Spence. Jobs will be coming. 2017, Holden shut, but those jobs never came to fruition. I'm proud to stand here as part of an Albanese Labor government that is committing to a national reconstruction fund. And I urge those opposite— I'll take your interjections— that when it comes to supporting Australian jobs and Australian manufacturing, it's time to get on board.
Order. If members can take their seats. as quickly and as quietly as possible. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My questions to the Prime Minister. Respected independent economist Chris Richardson has said the RBA is sending up a distress signal to the government, warning it can't do the job of reducing inflation on its own. Under Labor, inflation is at a 33-year high. Interest rates have gone up 8 times in 8 meetings of the Reserve Bank. Every decision Labor has made has increased inflation and pushed interest rates higher than they need to be. Prime Minister, is this why interest rates are always higher under Labor?
The Treasurer will cease interjection or will be warned. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Last Friday, I was listening to RN, and the New South Wales Treasurer said this. The Treasurer in New South Wales has forecast inflation has peaked this year. There are significant headwinds being caused by the war in Ukraine, which is driving up the price of coal and gas, and that is feeding through to electricity prices. This is a global issue and all reserve banks are fighting inflation. Indeed, the Reserve Bank is fighting inflation, and they say that our action is actually assisting in doing that. That's why we returned 99% of the revenue gains were returned to the bottom line, making a positive difference.
Order. The member for Hume and the Treasurer will cease interjecting.
Those opposite seem to be shocked by the fact that during a recession that occurred under their watch, what central banks will do, not just in Australia but around the world, is to lower interest rates in order to stimulate demand in the economy. That's what occurs under their watch. But they seem oblivious to any of that. They seem oblivious to the fact that interest rates were higher.
Manager of Opposition Business.
When John Howard was in government and when the person who asked the question actually occupied a position as Assistant Treasurer. Now, I don't blame him personally for the fact that interest rates were higher when he was Assistant Treasurer than when they are now, but that is a fact, and perhaps it should be a cause for some self-reflection from the Leader of the Opposition.
Order. There's far too much noise in the chamber. Give the call to the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my questions to the Treasurer. How will the Albanese Labor government's plans for more affordable housing help address some of the broader challenges in our economy?
Give the call to the member to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Lawler. The best thing to come out of the 2013 election. Appreciate the question. Mr Speaker.
Order. The Treasurer. Order. Members on my left. The member for Riverina. The House will come to order immediately, and the Treasurer will not be distracted and get back to the question.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, we were elected to take on some of the big challenges facing our economy and facing our country. Inflation is the #1 economic challenge in 2023. It was in 2022, and that's why addressing inflation is the government's main focus. And through our 3-point plan to provide responsible cost of living relief by repairing our supply chains and showing appropriate spending restraint in a responsible budget, that is the best way to go about this hard task. Now, as the Reserve Bank said on Friday and the Prime Minister said a moment ago, we are taking some of the pressure off inflation through our 3-point plan to address the challenges in our economy. And the Reserve Bank made it clear that somewhere between 1/2 and 2/3 half and three-quarters of the inflation in our economy comes from the supply side. And a lot of that is global, but a lot of it as well is the consequence of a wasted decade, where those opposite left neglected for too long too many of our economic challenges. And Australians are now paying a very hefty price for their failures to manage the economy well over the course of the last decade. We see that in the energy market with the lack of investment in cleaner and cheaper, more reliable energy. We see that in the labour market with the lack of investment in skills and training. And we see it as well in the housing market. Not enough done over a decade to boost housing supply in our economy. They racked up $1 trillion in debt, Mr Speaker, and still did almost nothing about housing supply in our economy.
Order. There's far too much noise in the chamber. The member for Moreton is warned. When someone rises to a point of order, the House must come to order immediately. I hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, the question went to the challenges affecting Australia. It wasn't an invitation for the Treasurer to run through his normal fictitious list of excuses.
I'm going to ask the Treasurer to return to the question.
No worries, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, just like we've got a plan to fix the broken energy market and skills shortages, we've also got a plan to help address the housing affordability and supply challenges in our economy. We said we would tackle these challenges, and we are, because we know it's part of the broader inflation challenge in our economy. Now, the Housing Australia Future Fund, which will build more social and affordable homes under the oversight of the Housing Minister, will be a really important thing for us to do as a country. And the new National Housing Accord, an agreement with state and territory governments and local government and with the building industry and the super sector, will also build a substantial amount of new homes. Now, it beggars belief, Mr. Speaker, that after being such a big part of the problem for the best part of a decade, those opposite are now voting against the solutions. We are trying to clean up the mess that they left, and once again they're standing in the way. We have an economic plan to deal with this inflation challenge and to build more affordable homes in our country. It's all about relief and repair, and it's also about restraint in the budget. They just have a political strategy to get in the way of us cleaning up the mess that they left us.
I'll hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the Treasurer's description of one interest rate rise under the former government as a full-blown cost-of-living crisis. Since then, Labor have failed to deliver a plan to deal with rising inflation, and the cash rate has risen 8 times in 8 consecutive meetings of the RBA. If one rate rise was a crisis in May, how would the Prime Minister describe the 8 rate rises since? Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Order. I'll hear from the Prime Minister. He has the call.
Well, nobody wants to see interest rates go up, but it's a reality
The Leader of the Opposition
where there's inflation.
will cease interjecting. Order.
I think Australians understand that. There's a lot of pressure, upward pressure
Leader of the
on
Opposition.
interest rates at the moment. Well, it was his quote, not mine. That's what the Leader of the Opposition had to say. That's what the Leader of the Opposition had to say.
The member for Barker.
In May 2022. That's what the Leader of the Opposition had to say then. And the fact that you interjected so loudly and rejected that comment so strongly while I was quoting the Leader of the Opposition says a lot about the turmoil that is in your ranks today.
Order. Order. Members on my right. Members on my right will cease interjecting. Otherwise, a general warning will be issued and people will not be staying for question time. When the House comes to order, hear from the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. What are the consequences for Australians looking for a place to call home if the Housing Australia Future Fund is not established?
Give the call to the Minister for Small Business, the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I do want to thank the member for Hawke for his important question. He understands, like does most of the people on this side of the House, but unfortunately not everybody in the chamber, he understands that many Australians are facing challenges as they try to find a safe, affordable place to call home. We know that some Australians are making some very tough decisions, Mr Speaker.
The member for Deakin
because, of
is
course,
warned.
Australians are paying the price for the little action from the former government over almost a decade when it comes to housing affordability and housing supply. But of course our government, the Albanese Labor government, was elected with a plan to help tackle the housing challenges. We said we would establish a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, and we've introduced that legislation. This would be the single biggest investment by a federal government in more than a decade in social and affordable housing in this country. It will create a secure pipeline, Mr Speaker, of funding for social and affordable housing. It would be there in perpetuity, with returns being invested each and every year in social and affordable housing in this country. Mr Speaker, it's been called, I quote, a golden opportunity by the Urban Development Institute of Australia. And with the measure introduced today, this is when we introduced it last week, we are structurally equipped to act, said Power Housing Australia. This will provide certainty to the housing sector and particularly the community housing sector. And importantly, it will make a real difference to people's lives. And those opposite apparently also
The
know
minister will
this.
resume her seat. There is now a general warning. The Deputy of the Opposition is warned. When I'm speaking is not definitely the time not to interject. I don't know how many times I have to say that. Ministers should be heard in silence. This is not a free-for-all. If people continue, they simply and disrespect the standing orders, they won't be here. Give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, the member for Cowper over there wrote to me highlighting his concerns over, quote, housing affordability and availability. And the member for Lyne over there, who last year expressed to me concerns over the urgent need for housing for key workers. And of course the member for Farrer just this morning said, and I quote, I don't deny that there are housing pressures that Australians face. And they're all too happy to acknowledge the problem, Mr Speaker, but of course they don't want to support us when we are acting. They don't want to support us when it comes to delivering on our election commitment of a $10 billion fund. Indeed, the old coalition over there, they're saying no to building more homes for women and children fleeing family violence. They're saying no to older women at risk of homelessness. You're saying no to building homes for veterans who are at risk of homelessness. And you're saying no to building more homes for people in need right across the country. I think Australians today will be totally shocked to hear that those opposite are voting against these important investments in social and affordable housing for Australians that need it most.
I'll hear from the member for Curtin.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last week we found out that the Minister for Communications, who is responsible for regulating online gambling, accepted $19,000 in donations as well as repeated hospitality from large gambling companies. Prime Minister, you promised to bring integrity back to politics. When the minister makes decisions on gambling, how do we know if her decisions are based on what our communities need or what the gambling companies have paid for?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Curtin for her question and for her ongoing commitment to making sure that the political system that we all operate under is improved. And that's why my government is committed through our Minister for the Special Minister of State bring forward reforms to make sure that, along with our National Anti-Corruption Commission, a change to the way that donations can be made within the system, including real-time declarations, including lowering the threshold of donations as well in terms of declarations. I do note that the Minister for Communications has declared all donations in an appropriate way, and I know that the Minister answered a question on this last week. But I make this point about the Minister for Communications and how you know what a good job she is doing and why she has my absolute and total confidence is this. The minister is committed to delivering a national self-exclusion register. That's called BetStop. It will allow individuals to exclude themselves from all licensed interactive wagering services in just a single step. The minister is also implementing initiatives from the National Consumer Protection Framework, including the changed guidelines for messaging in advertisements. We're also progressing work around the classification of video games with gambling-like features, making a major difference there as well, with changes that currently aren't captured under the Interactive Gambling Act. In addition to that, we're working on a response to recommendations from the parliamentary inquiry on the use of credit cards in online gambling. The Minister for Communications is the person driving that work. That is obviously very important as well. We've also established an inquiry into online gambling, including the impacts of gambling advertising on children. So let me be very clear. The Minister for Communications' record when it comes to harm minimisation on gambling is exemplary. And that is why she has my total confidence going forward.
Give the call to the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How will the Housing Australia Future Fund help women and children experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence? What will delays to the fund mean for the implementation of the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, including the Albanese government's goal to end violence in one generation?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Jagga Jagga for that question. Of course, ending violence in one generation against women and children is not going to be easy, but we are absolutely, as a government, committed. And that's why I was so pleased last week to see my colleague, the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, introduce the landmark legislation to deliver the single biggest investment in affordable and social housing in more than a decade. Of course, this was an election commitment, and we, by introducing this legislation, are delivering. But critically, of course, it will deliver 4,000 homes for women and children impacted by family and domestic violence or older women at risk of homelessness. Returns also from the fund will be used for the government's commitment to provide over $100 million for crisis and transitional housing options for women who are impacted. Of course, family and domestic violence is one of the main reasons women and children leave their homes in Australia, and it is the leading cause of homelessness for children. Of course, in October last year, the Albanese government, together with states and territories, launched the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, which recognises the critical role that housing does play in ending gender-based violence. Of course, in October, the government's already taken action through delivering our announcement to deliver up to 720 safe places for women and children. But these houses allocated from the Housing Australia Future Fund are critical to complementing that investment, making sure that more options are available to more women. So therefore, it's incredibly disappointing that we've now learnt that those opposite are going to stand in the way of this investment. Of course, unaffordable, inadequate and insecure housing results in more than 7,000 women each year returning to violent homes because they have no place to live. It is confounding that those opposite will stand in the way of this important investment. Housing for women and children escaping violence should be above politics. It should be able to be put aside so that we can actually get on with the job. We must all be pulling in the same direction if we are going to achieve this. And I ask the opposition in a sincere way to reconsider their position on this. Reconsider this so that we can get on with the job of building affordable and safe houses in this country.
The member for O'Connor. Order. The Treasurer is not helping. I'll give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In 2006, the Prime Minister said the government has failed to keep a lid on inflation in Australia's economy, and as a consequence, interest rates have kept going up and up. After 8 consecutive rate rises on this government's watch, will the Prime Minister take responsibility for rates going up and up? Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
I give the call. Order. Members on my right. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
This year.
Order.
Well, I'm asked by the Shadow Treasurer in 2023 about a quote from 2006. And they say they're backward-looking. And they say they can't keep up with the times. I don't know where they get that from, Mr Speaker. I don't know where they get that from. But I'm sure that whoever faxed that quote to the Shadow Treasurer, I'll just accept that perhaps it's accurate, even though it wasn't detailed what was there. But we actually have a plan to take pressure off inflation. Therefore, that's the way you take pressure off interest rates. And we have a plan also so that monetary policy works with fiscal policy together in order to achieve an outcome. And that's why the Reserve Bank Governor last week was talking about the inflation as being at least half and perhaps even more, 2/3, because of supply chain restraints. And what are we doing about supply chain? As part of our three-period relief, repair, restraint,
has asked his question.
The relief is energy price relief that they voted against, cheaper medicines that they don't support, cheaper childcare that they don't support, fee-free TAFE that they don't support. The repair is about supply chains, and we have legislation for the National Reconstruction Fund so that we make more things here, and they're voting against that, as well as dealing with the skills crisis that we inherited. And the restraint was shown by us returning those revenue gains to the budget. That's our plan. Those opposite have no plans except saying no and getting quotes from 2006 faxed through to their offices. The truth is that what we need in 2023 is a forward-looking government, and that's what you have right here. A forward-looking government that's looking at the challenges that we inherited off
the member
the
for
former
Longman
government, the problems that they created. It's one thing to create problems, which you did. You left us with $1 trillion of debt, a massive skills shortage, no industry policy plans, manufacturing going backwards, but then you stand in the way of solutions as well. No wonder you won't ask the Treasurer a question.
Time has expired. Hear from the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs. What support is the Albanese Labor government providing to veterans who are suffering homelessness, and what are the obstacles to this support being provided?
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Solomon for this important question. And of course, the member for Solomon, as a veteran himself, is very committed to the cause of supporting our veterans, and I enjoy working closely with him in supporting the veterans in his community as around the country. And that's all part of how the Albanese government is committed to delivering a better future for our veterans and families. And of course, just as Australians across the country are confronted by difficulty accessing housing and cost of living pressure, that is absolutely affecting our veteran community as well. And that's why, as part of the budget last year, we expanded the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme with a $46.2 million investment to allow our serving personnel to get access to housing assistance sooner and remove the cap for those that have left service to be able to access this scheme to help them as well. Because we know we have an obligation to support our veterans. We have an obligation to those that have put on our uniform to serve Australia, put themselves in harm's way to make sure that they are looked after. And too many veterans across this country are experiencing homelessness. Yesterday, the Assistant Minister for Veterans Affairs launched a toolkit outlining factors contributing to veterans' homelessness, their service needs and the available referral pathways. There's also specific veterans' homelessness services that are sprouting up across the country. And so I say to veterans and families, if you do need support with your living situation or homelessness, please contact DVA on 1800 838 372 or Open Arms on 1800 011 046. But more does need to be done. And we're getting on with the job in places like Darwin and the member for Solomon's electorate with funding for the Scott Palmer Centre. But crucially, to be able to expand this service provision for our veterans is our $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, which will support veterans, it will support our First Nations communities, it will support victims of family and domestic violence. As part of that $10 billion fund commitment is a $30 million commitment to support veterans experiencing homelessness, to support veterans that are at risk of homelessness, and not just with housing itself, but with the wraparound services that our veterans need to support them in getting into secure housing. But what do we see when we're putting forward a package designed to support our veterans that we took to the last election, that was widely supported by community housing, by veterans organisations? What we get is those opposite are opposing it. There's no support from those opposite for our veterans getting into secure housing. We have a situation where housing for veterans, for some reason, is opposed by those opposite. So I say for those that are sitting opposite, think very carefully about the message that you are sending to Australians' veterans community when you are opposing a package to support them when they're experiencing homelessness.
Give the call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister explain to the House why Energy Australia is telling its consumers this week that the increase in electricity bills is due in part to, quote, some increases in government green schemes and market changes, unquote? Prime Minister, isn't Energy Australia right, and is this why your government constantly refuses to ever mention your election promise to cut electricity bills by $275? Why do Australians always pay more under Labor?
Give the call to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks. I thank the member for her question. And the Reserve Bank of Australia have said this in their statement on monetary policy of this month. They said this: wholesale electricity and gas prices declined in response to the announcement of the temporary price caps on domestic gas and thermal coal in the Energy Price Relief Plan.
Order. There is far too much noise in the chamber. The Prime Minister will be heard in silence. If there is further interjections, people will leave the chamber immediately. Prime Minister has the call.
So, futures markets now suggest that wholesale electricity and gas prices will be lower in 2023, that's now, and 2024 than previously expected. Over this year and next—
Order.
Not just them. Claire Savage told Senate estimates yesterday.
Order.
In December, the National Cabinet announced an agreement for significant interventions in the wholesale gas, coal and electricity markets. We've seen futures markets fall materially since that time, and we think that will mitigate. That's what they had to say. The New South Wales Premier, so maybe you can interject on him too. I'm a free market guy and also a practical guy. So the fact you say I'm a free market guy and I'm supporting it must say something. It's states and territories working with the Commonwealth Government. Everyone on National Cabinet is on a unity ticket. And Matt Keane, the New South Wales Treasurer, said this: we're not on the side of energy bosses. We're on the side of consumers and businesses.
Order.
That's what Matt Keane had to
Order.
say. That's what Matt Keane had to say in drawing a distinction between the two sides of this chamber. I say to the member who asked the question, you would have more credibility if you voted for energy price relief and hadn't have opposed the $1.5 billion that we will provide.
Order. Give the call to member Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. Why is it important to invest in manufacturing jobs, and are there any threats to this investment?
Yeah, good question.
Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Corangamite. Her state is a mighty contributor to manufacturing in this country, and there are at least or over 260,000 men and women in Victoria who owe their livelihoods to manufacturing. So it's a big deal. The government is delivering on our commitment to establish the National Reconstruction Fund. We took it to an election. We said we want to do it. We're going to do it, and that's what we're working on. It's a key plank in our effort to reduce this country's dependence on broken supply chains and help in our fight against inflation and to help reduce interest rates. And the government's chosen priority areas of the economy with a view to growing jobs, playing to our current and emerging industrial strengths and our strategic national priorities. Again, we said we'd deliver, and we are. Manufacturing is critical, absolutely critical to an economy's health, because few other capabilities generate so many well-paying jobs. And if you look at it, it's the 7th largest employer. It creates nearly 900,000 jobs, and those jobs contain within just over 90,000 manufacturing businesses. And it is important to note that in some places it makes a huge contribution in regional communities. But notably, in Queensland, half the jobs in manufacturing are in regional areas. Very important. Very important.
On my left.
So we want to be able to grow those capabilities, and we want the National Reconstruction Fund to build and have those jobs from research and design to production. We need coders, welders, designers, researchers, machinists, everyone in between. Everyone in between. And to make all this happen, we need expertise in key enabling capabilities. Now, the Liberals and Nationals, they say they're pro-manufacturing. They love wearing the high-vis, but really, it's the cosplay coalition. They love the dress-ups. They love the dress-ups. They love putting on the high-vis, never there to back them. Never, ever there to back them. You know, when manufacturers, I remember that moment when manufacturers who make up half of the domestic gas demand needed support, they chose multinational profits over manufacturers. That's the record. And when we are ready to invest in capabilities, some of which will be dependent upon as part of our strategic alliances, say, for example, quantum and critical technologies, they won't support the fund that will support the development of that technology, keep companies onshore and make sure we can contribute. They are never, ever there when they are needed. Love to pretend, love to put on the high-vis, not there to back manufacturing workers, and particularly in regional communities that depend on manufacturing, they will be scratching their heads working out why the Liberal and National parties won't be there.
Time has concluded. I give the call to the member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. A single mother with 6 children in Queensland has been hit with a $1,500 electricity bill, much of which is due to the mother's need to charge her NDIS-supported daughter's electric wheelchair. Given that a worker at the mother's electricity company privately told this struggling single mother that she will be paying her bill, and I quote, for the rest of her life, will the Prime Minister immediately apologise to this family for promising them a $275 annual cut to their power bill? Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Order. Order. Members on my left. Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Ford for his question. I do note that he was absent. He had leave when the vote happened in this parliament, which was $1.5 billion of assistance for people just like the constituent that he raised. And that is why the Queensland government, as well as the New South Wales government, as well as every state and territory government, as well as this national government, all signed up to energy price relief, $1.5 billion. But those opposite, of course, voted against that. They voted against price caps that are already having an impact on prices. The member for Hume, we know, hid the price rises before the election and then misled Australians about it, actually changed the rules so it wouldn't be declared. And of course, as well, we know we're more vulnerable to international price increases than we should be, because 4 gigawatts of capacity got taken out of the grid and only 1 gigawatt put in. We're more vulnerable because we had 22 energy policies announced, but not a single one delivered, and they left us with an energy grid that was built for the last century. Even Snowy Hydro, which is a positive initiative, they just forgot to plug it in at any time to the grid. Those opposite came up with all sorts of fantasies about a way forward, including, I well remember, in Queensland, the feasibility study that was happening for the Collinsville power plant. Collinsville. They gave the $4 million for the feasibility study, I wonder to who? To the proponent. To the proponent. Here's $4 million to see if your project stacks up.
Hold on, Angus. Hold on, Angus.
And they took that to an election. They told Queenslanders that it was going to make a difference.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The members on my right will cease interjecting so I can hear from the Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
It's on relevance, Mr Speaker. If the Prime Minister has no practical assistance to offer this single mother
resume
and her
your
family,
seat. It's borderline abuse of standing orders, Manager of Opposition Business. He won't be warned again if that happens. The Prime Minister is in order. The question was about electricity prices and energy. He's answering the question directly. Give him the call.
And price relief, and we had $1.5 billion of price relief that they voted against. They voted against because they had the Collinsville fantasy that they took to an election. They kept talking about throughout the entire last term, knowing that it was never going to happen. Knowing that it was never going to happen, a bit like the glow-in-the-dark nuclear fantasy they're on about now.
Give a call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting regional manufacturing, and what risks are there to this approach?
Give a call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you. Can I thank very much the member for Gilmore for her question. She lives in regional Australia just like me, and she knows what a great place it is to live and how important it is to actually stand up for regional manufacturing jobs. This government is delivering on our priorities, and we know how important the $15 billion regional and the National Reconstruction Fund is to our regions, because it will support regional manufacturing, and it will transform Australia's industry and create secure, well-paid jobs in regional manufacturing across all of our communities. We know that it will drive the transformation of Australian industry, and it revives our ability to make world-class products here, particularly in our regional communities. We expect that the investments in priority areas such as resources, in agriculture, not much ag in our cities, I'd have to say, defence and renewables will help and will have a strong regional impact. Growth in these sectors, we know, will help regional areas diversify our economies, but they will also help transform our workforces and provide opportunities for young people in our regions into the future. It'll drive economic development in our regions, boost our sovereign capability, and it diversifies the nation's economy and helps secure jobs in our regions. And I'll tell you what other people are saying about this fund. If you go to Townsville Enterprise has endorsed the fund's designs, and they have said it will provide an opportunity for those early-stage projects in emerging industries to gain access to funding and will encourage private investment in the region. Latrobe City Council provides their support for the fund, and it wants it to invest in projects that leverage the strength of the regions to provide a secure, long-term, meaningful jobs. This fund will also support our rail manufacturing plan.
The Minister will pause. The member for Herbert is continuing interjecting. You'll leave the chamber under 94A. The Minister in continuation.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker. Our rail manufacturing plan, a plan to build more trains here, more jobs in our regions like Maryborough and in Ballarat in my own hometown. We know that the fund will help transform that manufacturing to build more rail jobs. 4,000 jobs are already in rail, and we've seen good Labor state governments invest in it, and this is what this fund will help to do. The truth is, of those opposite, that when it comes to regional Australia and regional jobs, that they've buried their heads in the sand for the last decade, failed to support regional jobs. We know on this side of the House just how important regional manufacturing is for long-term jobs, and I cannot believe that a regional member of this place would be voting against this fund.
Give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Federal grants are integral to every electorate's community groups. Recent media reports that a staffer of the former member for Fowler had been given nearly $40,000 in 3 rounds of grants for an organisation based outside the electorate. Given the staffer did not disclose a conflict of interest to the selection committee, local community groups have now raised concerns. What steps will the government take to investigate the matter to restore integrity and transparency in the grants process?
The member Barker will leave the chamber under 94A. I've made it crystal clear that is not the time to interject when ministers are on their feet before they even start talking, including the Prime Minister. He has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, the minister responsible and the government have made it very clear that we are making changes to the way that grants are given. That is why, and those objected who were opposite who were objecting just before should indicate that when we announced our budget, which cut out a whole lot of the discretionary funds, they objected at that time. That's why we're putting integrity back into the system. I was talking just yesterday about walking past North Sydney Pool, walking Toto, the dog, and there you've got a regional pool, and it was justified. It was justified. It's right. You can see where it is. It's right next to the pylon in the Sydney Harbour Bridge, because maybe someone from the bush might have a swim in there once in a while. That sort of programs that they've engaged in is just extraordinary. And the former government did not have enough transparency in the way that they conducted these programs. We're making sure that we do going forward, and that's why, as well, you won't see from this government the sort of disgraceful rorting of bushfire funds that occurred from the National Party.
Give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry. Why is a strong manufacturing industry critical for Australia's national security? How is the Albanese Labor government supporting the defence industry, and why is this important after a decade of neglect?
Give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for International Development and Pacific.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Hunter, my neighbour and close friend.
Mr Speaker, we face the most challenging strategic environment since World War II, and a sovereign manufacturing industry is critical to our national security. The COVID pandemic, its impact on the supply chains and the war in Ukraine has again demonstrated the need for manufacturing sovereignty. We must be a country that makes things. We need to build our key defence capabilities here, and we must be able to sustain and upgrade our platforms. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is committed to supporting Aussie manufacturing, especially in the defence industry. And that's why we'll establish a new defence industry policy informed by the Defence Strategic Review and supported by the Australian Strategic Research Agency. This defence industry policy will be complemented by the National Reconstruction Fund that will support and help grow defence manufacturing. I'm proud that defence is one of the NRF priority areas under the Minister for Industry, and that's why I can't understand why the opposition is opposed to the NRF. The Coalition's opposition to the National Reconstruction Fund demonstrates they are opposed to Aussie manufacturing. It also demonstrates that they aren't serious about supporting defence industry and, through it, our national security. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about a decade of neglect. This neglect started with the very first decision the last government made about defence industry, and that was to send a $1 billion contract to Spain to build the very large Navy supply ships. Mr Speaker, they sent supply ships offshore. We built the air warfare destroyers here. They killed the car industry. We saved Bendigo through the Hawkeye mobility vehicle. They wanted to build submarines in Japan. We will build our nuclear-powered submarines in Adelaide. And, Mr Speaker, they had 12 defence and defence industry ministers. And this neglect was not just bad for defence industry, it led to 28 major defence projects running cumulatively 97 years late. And we also heard yesterday that they spent $114 million to place only 200 workers in naval shipbuilding jobs. 200 workers. That equates to over $500,000 per worker placement. The Coalition, through its opposition to the National Reconstruction Fund, is opposed to Aussie manufacturing and is weakening our defence industry, so critical to our national security. By contrast, the Albanese government is backing Aussie manufacturing, not just because it delivers high-skill, high-wage jobs, but because it's vital to our national defence. And I say to the opposition, if you really care about a sovereign defence industry, it's time to get behind the National Reconstruction Fund.
Put the call to the honourable member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industries. Can the minister nominate a single major defence vessel that Labor commissioned between the years 2007 and 2013?
I give the order. The members on my left and the Minister for Climate Change. The House, the Minister for Home Affairs will cease interjecting. I want to hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I'm just trying to find any part of that question that's part of the minister's current responsibility.
The order. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, it clearly goes to precisely the matters that the minister has just been talking about.
Exactly. Well, the difficulty with that is you didn't link it to his former answer that you just said. If that had happened, the question would have been in order. Look, I'm going to allow it. It's a very, very loose question, and the minister is entitled to answer that question any way he sees fit. And I give him order. I give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for that very generous question. It's rare to get a Dixon from the opposition.
Order, members on my left.
I got one last week, and I got another one today. So, Mr Speaker, I'm invited to contrast our performance on defence with those opposite, and I'll do that any day. Let's start with defence ministers. They had 12 defence and defence industry ministers, and what did that lead to? 28 major projects, 97 years cumulatively late. And let's go through some of my favourites. 97 years late. Let's go through some of my favourites.
The minister will resume his seat, and I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, it will come as no surprise to you that this is a point of order on relevance. The minister was asked a question which you allowed and ruled in order. The question couldn't have been clearer or tighter. It said, and I quote, "Can the minister nominate a single major defence vessel that Labor commissioned between the years of 2007 and 2013? I'll give him a hint, it's less than one.
Resume your seat. The member for Fairfax. The House will come to order. The minister is being relevant and he continues with his answer. Give him the call. Order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'm proud of the fact that construction of the air warfare destroyers began in 2009.
Order.
I'm proud of that. I'm proud that we had to intervene in that project to save jobs in Melbourne when they gave part of that contract to a tin pot company in North Queensland that had 2 employees. 2 employees. They tasked a company to build our air warfare destroyers that had 2 staff members, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to talk about defence any time. 28 major projects, 97 years late. And let's go through some of the highlights. $1.5 billion on battle lift aircraft that can't fly into battlefields. That's my favourite, Mr Deputy Speaker. Goldfish lasted longer than defence ministers under them. Goldfish lasted longer. Let's go through some of the other projects.
Order.
Helicopters where the door wasn't wide enough to fire a machine gun while soldiers came out. That's another good one, Mr Deputy Speaker. And if they want to go back further, the Sea Sprite helicopter, where those opposite spent $1.4 billion and delivered 0 helicopters. 0 helicopters, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order.
So we're proud to have delivered the air warfare destroyer. We're proud to be making record investments in defence. We're proud to have members in this government who actually want to be in this portfolio. By contrast, they had a defence minister who said he wouldn't trust the workers of Adelaide to build a canoe. He wouldn't trust the workers of Adelaide to build a canoe. And that's why they wanted to send the submarines off to Adelaide, off to Japan. That's why we're building the submarines in Adelaide. That's why they wanted to build the submarines in Japan. We're proud of our record. They were all press release, not about delivery at all. Unlike us, who will deliver for defence and will deliver for our nation.
Order. The House will come to order. Order. There is far too much noise. Question time will be heard in silence. Give the call to the member for Tangley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Why is a forward-looking defence strategy review important to ensure our nation's security is enhanced?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Tangney for his question, and this afternoon the Defence Minister and I will receive the Defence Strategic Review from, of course, the great Angus Houston, who has served Australia so well for such a long period of time. This is about preparing Australia for the challenging strategic circumstances that we face. We committed, and I announced well before the election, a Defence Force posture review, but we decided, of course, to elevate that to a full strategic review, looking at not just where our Defence Force assets were, but what our Defence Force assets are, so that we improve our capability. Because it's not, of course, just about how many dollars are spent, it's about whether those dollars are going towards creating capability improvements to defend our nation, as the minister has just pointed out. We want to make sure that our assets are fit for purpose and that they deliver the greatest return on investment. So I thank Angus Houston and Stephen Smith for the extraordinary work that they did, and I thank all of our, not just our Defence Forces, but those in the public who made submissions, but also I do thank the international partners who met with us as well and who engaged with the review, because it's quite clear that we need to do better. When we came to office, we inherited 18 major projects running a combined $6.5 billion over budget, 28 major projects running a combined 97 years late, a future frigates program that's $15 billion over budget and delayed into the next decade. Those opposite, of course, 6 defence ministers in 8 years. And the Shadow Minister said, yes, we squandered a lot of opportunity through the leadership changes. The former minister himself, the Leader of the Opposition, said last year, I wish that we could have acquired more capability within defence earlier. Well, that's precisely what we are doing, making sure that we're actually big on delivery, not just announcements. I do note the matter of public importance today that's usually looking forward, extraordinarily from the Shadow Defence Minister, the continuing consequences of the last Labor government's defence spending cuts. It's like the last decade just didn't happen.
Order. I give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Minister for Resources, 68% of emissions under the Safeguard mechanism come from corporations and their peak bodies that donated $896,000 to Labor's election campaign, including coal and gas companies. The proposed Safeguard mechanism changes won't stop new coal and gas and will allow fossil fuel companies to continue polluting through offsets. Minister, are you willing to make the climate crisis worse by approving new coal and gas projects for your corporate mates?
I'm just going to ask the member for Ryan to rephrase the end part of her question.
Yeah.
I'll ask her to repeat the question. I'll ask her to rephrase the end part of the question.
Are you willing to make the climate crisis worse by approving new coal and gas projects?
Thank you. Give the call to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I thank. Well, I don't actually really thank the member for a question. I think it's I think it's immature and beneath your position in this place. Certainly, the tone you adopted toward the end. Of course, as the Shadow Resources Minister, when I was in opposition, and also as now the Resources Minister, I do deal with the resources industry. Of course I would, and no one would expect any less. And I'm not the only one, and neither should I be. I imagine you might meet with the resources industry, and I encourage all crossbenchers and all members of Parliament to engage with the resources industry, because they're one of the biggest employers in this country, and they are the foundation of the prosperity of this country. Since we started extraction in this country, whether it be through gold or coal or nickel, and in more modern times iron ore and other commodities, more recently new developments in critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, developments in nickel hydroxide, which will be the underpinning of clean energy technologies that will take us to net zero emissions. All these industries, the industries that have been existent in this country since the 1880s, through extraction right through to today, will play a part in our economy for many years to come. And I think, quite frankly, everyone in this House should respect their role in our economy instead of placing slights on them like I think has just happened. The Safeguards mechanism is a part of this government's proactive response and active response to climate change in this country. All projects, and it's not just in the resources sector, there are other sectors that emit. They will be subject to it, and this government will make sure they are accountable for their emissions, so they lower them, whether it be through reducing their own emissions, changing their technology, adopting new technology, or through credible offsets in this country that we can have confidence in. And I acknowledge the report of Professor Ian Chubb, former Chief Scientist, and the work that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy is doing in regarding making sure that people, the community, the wider community, can have confidence in those offsets. Because the truth of the matter is for a number of years we will still need to use some fossil fuels to get us through this. We want to increase activity in renewables. We have a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050, but even as the International Energy Agency has acknowledged, we will need to keep using products such as gas to make sure we can process critical minerals, which will be required. You are shaking your head. I can see you shaking your head. And you seem to not believe me when I tell you that to process rare earths and critical minerals, which are the basis of all clean energy technology, you will need gas to process it. And they do, and gas companies do have to reach net zero emissions, and they will be held accountable by this government.
Order. I give the call to the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What are the continuing consequences for the Albanese government of the previous government's incompetent spending decisions in defence? Thank you.
Give the call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence. Order. Order. Members on my right, I would like to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, to take up the point that the Leader of the House made earlier, how are decisions of the previous government within the current minister's area of responsibility?
I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks,
Order.
Speaker. To the point of order, the question begins, what are the continuing consequences for the Albanese government? That's the answer to the question that the Manager of Opposition Business just asked.
The question is in order. The first part is correct. The first part of the question is the key. I'm going to ask the Minister to make his answer relevant, and I give him the call.
Can I thank the member for her question, and thank you, Mr Speaker, and let me explain. This afternoon, the government will be receiving the Defence Strategic Review from Sir Angus Houston and Professor Stephen Smith, which is the single most important re-evaluation of Australia's strategic posture in the last 35 years against a backdrop of the most complex strategic landscape that we have faced since the end of the Second World War. The review has met with 150 different experts across academia, think tanks, defence industry and the Defence Force itself. It's received more than 360 submissions from the general public, and I have no doubt that the report that the Prime Minister and I are about to receive will be one of the most important works in Australia's defence history, and the government will take some weeks to consider this review before we announce an unclassified version of it, along with our response to it. But none of this happens in a vacuum, because the decisions that this government now has to make come on the back of a lost decade from the former coalition government, the worst national security government in our country's history. Now, time and again, we watch those opposite making decisions based on politics rather than policy, such as their decision to down-select the attack-class submarine program to one tenderer before they even completed the design, just so they could do a single press conference in the lead-up to the 2016 election. That decision alone cost the Australian taxpayer billions of dollars. It was an epic failure from a government which, when it left office, had 28 different defence programs running a combined 97 years over time. But the decisions of those opposite aren't really a surprise, because they never took defence seriously. 7 different defence ministers in the course of 9 years, underpinned by another 18 defence ministers over the same period of time. It was for them a revolving door. They could not have treated defence with more contempt, because for those opposite, becoming a defence minister was simply receiving a trophy. Well, let me say this. The Defence Strategic Review ushers in a new era of defence policy in this country, one where our decisions are rooted in proper judgments which are based in the national interest, a national interest which has at its heart keeping Australians safe.
Give the call to the honourable member for McPherson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Last night it was revealed the Minister for Home Affairs received department advice highlighting the importance of temporary protection visas as deterrents that support Operation Sovereign Borders. Can the Prime Minister guarantee the dumping of TPVs won't provide an incentive for people smugglers, compromise our border protection and reopen our borders?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Put it out by text message. Thanks very much. I thank the member for her question. And she refers to last night, and I assume she's referring to Senate estimates, where Mike Pezzullo was asked the following question. Mr Pezzullo, I've just noticed the media reporting. Did the department advise against the changes to TPVs as announced today? Mike Pezzullo, no. No. In a word. Unequivocal no? No. The government, I can assure you, has listened to advice and put in place the appropriate mitigants. So the short answer about whether the government has acted contrary to advice, I would say no.
Give the call. The member for McPherson on a point of order.
No, I seek to table a document, Mr Speaker. I seek to table the relevant page of the incoming minister's brief.
We don't really need the brief.
That's not the procedure. Are you asking the Prime Minister to table, or are you tabling?
I'm seeking to table. I am seeking to table the relevant page of the incoming minister's brief, which makes it very clear what advice was given to the Minister for Home Affairs.
That wasn't relevant to the question, but I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
In terms of the procedure, leave can be sought to have tabled a document that the Minister or Prime Minister was referring to. The document that the Prime Minister referred to was a transcript from last night's proceedings, and so if that's sought to be tabled, well, then you're outside the standing orders.
There's not the time to table that document, so resume your seat. Okay, resume your seat. Order the Minister for Home Affairs. Can I have silence so I can hear from the member for Bean?
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. How is the Albanese Labor government making health care more affordable, and why is this a priority for the government?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Maybe I should swear myself in.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you very much. And I thank the member for his question, because he's such a relentless advocate for better and more affordable services in his community in the ACT. And he tells me very regularly, as do the other members of this territory, that it's never been harder to see a doctor than it is right now, and it's never been more expensive. And theirs is exactly the message that we're receiving across the country. And I think if members opposite were honest, they'd be saying their constituents were telling them that as a result of 9 years of cuts and neglect to Medicare, in particular the Medicare rebate freeze that went on for 6 long years, general practice is in the most parlous state that it has been in for 40 years. Where Australians have to pay gap fees, those gap fees have skyrocketed. More Australians than ever before are having to reach into their own pocket when they see a GP. For the first time— thank you. Just getting some fashion advice from the Leader of the Opposition to do my jacket up.
The Minister will continue.
Shows how desperate I am for fashion advice, Mr Speaker, that I reach into the bottom of the bucket and take some advice from the Leader of the Opposition. But take it I will. Take it I will, such is the generosity of spirit.
The Minister will,
such is the generosity
the
of
Minister
spirit.
will not take free advice. He will continue
He
with his answer.
seeks to distract me from his poor record, Mr Speaker, The man voted by Australia's doctors as the worst health minister in the Medicare era seeks to distract me with some pretty straightforward fashion advice, but I won't be distracted, because Australians know that if they're paying a gap for the first time in the history of Medicare, they're paying a gap that is actually higher than the Medicare rebate itself to see a GP. But
Order.
Mr. Speaker, protect me.
The minister will just get on with his answer, and the Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting and giving passionate advice. The Leader,
do the button
minister will
undo
continue.
the button. To see a specialist, Mr. Speaker, to see a specialist, gap fees have skyrocketed by more than 100%. And this didn't happen out of thin air. Australians remember that after promising Australians that there would be no cuts to health, this health minister, now the Leader of the Opposition, tried to introduce a tax on every single visit to the doctor by every single Australian, pensioners, concession card holders, a tax that would have wrecked the model of Medicare that had been such a cherished part of our social fabric. So I say to the member for Bean and to all members of this House, get behind the fact that this government has made strengthening Medicare the centrepiece of our health policy, because we know how strong Medicare can be.
Give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. According to the Australian Electoral Commission, just 33% of electorates outside of metropolitan Australia are held by the Labor Party. But under the government's improving mobile coverage round of the Mobile Black Spot program, 74% of locations are in Labor-held electorates. How many of these locations were chosen based on advice from the minister's department?
Order. I give the call to the Minister for Communications, the Minister for Regional Development, and the member Macquarie will cease interjecting. Order.
Thank you.
The
Thank you, Mr.
Leader
Speaker,
of the Opposition.
and I thank the member for his question. Improving access, especially to regional communications, is a top priority for the Albanese government. And
the member for
the
Casey will leave the
benefit
chamber
of the member, I will set out the different elements of our plan to do so. The government's election commitment of $40 million for the improving mobile coverage round of the Mobile Black Spot program is to address mobile connectivity concerns at 54 target locations around Australia. The locations were based on feedback from communities to local members, councils and mobile carriers, including reported coverage and capacity concerns, natural disaster risks, areas affected by bushfire and safety along transport routes. The important thing here, Mr. Speaker, is that these were election commitments. They were incorporated in Labor's pre-election costings. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we are delivering on our election commitments because we funded them in our budget. Now, Mr. Speaker,
This can't be on relevance. The minister is being directly relevant to the question, so it can't be a point of order on relevance. Otherwise, there will be consequences for abuse of the standing orders. I give the call to the member for Banks.
Mr. Speaker, the question very clearly asks—
What is the point of order?
It is relevant.
You may leave the chamber under 94A. No. The minister— Order. I'll hear from the manager.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with great respect, if you are to say to this side that we cannot raise a point of order on relevance, which is in the standing orders, the wording of this question is quite precise. Were the locations based on advice from the minister's department? The minister has not addressed that.
Order. Order. I'll deal with this. Yes, it is correct. Points of order can be taken on relevance. If a minister is answering directly about the question, it may not be the specific answer you want, that is not a time to simply get up and ask for a point of order on relevance. I warned the member about that. The minister is being relevant, and if that standing order is going to be abused, there will be consequences. I return the minister to the dispatch box to continue with her answer.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, it appears the member is confusing election commitments with other funding allocations that were made under the October budget. And now, Mr Speaker, we also have public consultation on the draft grant opportunity guidelines from the 14th of November to the 28th of November 2022, conducted by the department. And the feedback provided in the consultation process was used to prepare the final grant opportunity guidelines that were published on the 2nd of February. Now, let's be very clear, Mr Speaker. We also have, under our Better Connectivity Plan, $150 million over 2 streams. There is $100 million for place-based connectivity solutions and $50 million for mobile black spot solutions to deliver new mobile coverage to regional, rural and remote areas. So, Mr Speaker, it is very clear that under this program, which is an election commitment for which guidelines went out to the public to determine, for which we had
and the Leader of the Nationals.
For which we had, Mr Speaker, commitments to improve connectivity in areas which had elevated bushfire and flooding risk right across Australia, Mr Speaker. We had local communities contribute to these draft guidelines, and what I would say to those opposite is I would encourage them to work with their local communities on these rounds of black spots funding, for which the guidelines have been open for public consultation, Mr Speaker. But this government is delivering on its election commitments. This government urges those to do the best by their local community and participate in that process.
Has concluded. The Assistant Treasurer is warned. Give the call to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Government Services. What is the Royal Commission into Robodebt revealing about the previous government's awareness of faults in their scheme, and how has the government changed its approach?
Well done.
Give the call to the Minister for Government Services.
Thank the member for Newcastle for her question. The Robodebt illegal scheme was a shocking piece of public administration, and anyone who tries to say otherwise is in denial about the consequences. At the heart of the Royal Commission, you are running a protection racket.
The Minister will resume his seat. The Manager on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, I just want to refer you to the ruling that you gave last week, where you said my approach has been to allow evidence to the Commission which has been publicly reported, but what I am less comfortable with is putting a construction on the evidence or the drawing of conclusions about the conduct of individuals who are parties to the proceedings. The minister did this repeatedly yesterday. He's already started doing it again today, only 18 seconds in, and I would urge you to remind the minister of the ruling that you have appropriately made.
Thank you. Before the member for Lyons, I have made 6 rulings from the 7th of November till yesterday, and I'll remind the minister that any statements by the minister are constrained to those matters already raised in the public domain, and I'll remind him and all members statements made in reliance on the evidence provided should not appear to reach a concluded view. So I want to hear the answer to the question, but with that in mind, and I'll give him the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. A key witness has emerged in the Royal Commission to help explain how an unlawful scheme can run for 4.5 years without it being publicly identified as unlawful by ministers. This witness I refer to is Professor Terry Carney. He's an emeritus professor. He's taught thousands of law students from Sydney University to Monash University. He's served on the AAT and its predecessor bodies for 4 decades. Now, he's identified 210 cases that were decided by the AAT over 3 years, decided on questions of lawfulness. So 210 cases. All were in favour of the applicant, not the Commonwealth. He decided 5 of them himself. So he's reviewed the whole list, found 210. He ruled on 5 of them himself. He's gone to the heart of the explanation how an unlawful scheme run by ministers How did they not know about it? How was it see no evil, hear no evil, plausibly deniable? We didn't know. What he said is with 210 cases, when governments lose cases on the law, this goes for all governments of all persuasions across our time, when you lose a case on the law, you either choose to act on the decision or you choose to appeal it. But neither happened in 210 cases. They did nothing. Now, one case maybe slipped under the radar, 2 cases, 3 cases, but it does really strain the credibility that you can have 210 cases over 3 years. Nothing to see here,
Order.
Your Honour.
I'm going to ask the minister to return back to the question and not to give a concluded view while the Royal Commission is underway and give him the call.
It is a matter of fact that Professor Carney looked at 210 cases and the then government didn't do anything. Like, literally, did nothing. They didn't question the law that they were operating under.
The manager will resume his seat. The minister has one more chance. I want him to answer the question, which was about the Minister for Skills is on a warning. The question was about the Royal Commission revealing faults in the robo scheme and what has the government changed in that approach.
Yeah.
I'm reminding him for the final time not to give a concluded view, otherwise I will sit him down and I return him back to the question.
Well, I won't give a concluded view, certainly not. Just stating the facts. 210 cases, nothing happened. The problem is that we see this pattern in the evidence emerging. Oh, sorry, one thing happened. Professor Carney didn't get renewed in his position in 2017. So we've got a missing $1 million report, shelved. We've got the Masterton legal opinion, never revealed. On 140 occasions, Coalition Minister said, I don't recall. The evidence, you don't have to draw a concluded view yet, but we know where it's going.
Give the call to member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. Last week, The Australian reported on the millions of dollars flowing from industry super funds to unions, including over $3.5 million from super funds to the CFMEU, a union which donated $4.3 million to the Labor Party last year. Why did the Assistant Treasurer try to change the rules so such donations would no longer have to be publicly reported?
Give a call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I thank the member for his question. It is true, Deputy Speaker, that Labor stands behind superannuation. 30 years of history. It is making our economy stronger. It is making Australians wealthier in retirement. The average Australian woman today is retiring with $120,000 in superannuation. The average Australian male, $180,000 in superannuation. And in this July, superannuation contributions will go up by 0.5%. Every single one of those dollars and every single percent has been opposed by those opposite. We stand for superannuation. We believe that it should be performing well, and we believe that every single dollar that is contributed to a superannuation fund should be used for the purpose of advancing members' retirement income. Should be used for the purpose of advancing members' retirement income. Which is why, upon coming into government, we reviewed all of the transparency arrangements that we're applying to superannuation funds and the reporting arrangements. And when we did that review, we discovered there were big gaps. Yes, it is true that the members opposite and the previous government introduced new reporting arrangements. They were politically driven and ensured that members received misleading and ambiguous information. So we have reviewed these arrangements and put in place new reporting and new transparency arrangements. Number one, as a result of our legislation, as a result of the legislation introduced by myself,
the Assistant Treasurer will resume his seat.
Are you allowed to eat in the chamber, are you?
Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. Members on my right will cease interjecting. I'd like to hear from the member for Groom.
Speaker, this is a cover-up, not an answer. The question's very clear. Why did you
resume your
change
seat? Resume your seat. Resume your seat. No, just the minister will pause. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. I thought I'd made this crystal clear about the abuse of standing orders. You do not rise to your feet and start yelling anything you want. Order. The Minister for Education. That is an abuse of the standing orders. We've been down this road before. That is not acceptable behaviour. You'll leave the chamber under 94A. Order. The House will come to order. The Assistant Treasurer will continue with his answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Now, as a result of the new reforms that our government has put in place in transparency in superannuation, there will be a new requirement for superannuation funds to publish an annual report and have it filed with ASIC. It didn't occur under this mob over here. They said they stood for transparency. No requirement to file and produce an annual report. New legislative requirement. In addition to that, there will be an annual transparency report, including on the matters that have been raised by the member who has been ejected from the chamber, about donations, about payments to related parties, a single point of truth, so that not only is it available to fund members, it is available to the journalists, it is available to analysts and available to members of parliament to not only understand and look at the payments that have been made and the performance of every single fund that you're a member of, but every other fund in the registered superannuation system as well. And in addition to that, they will receive a notice of annual meeting. Now, under the proposition that the members opposite putting forward, you will not get one extra skerrick of transparency, not one extra skerrick of transparency, but loads of confusion.
Concluded. I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. How has the Albanese Labor government improved the administration and processing of visa and citizenship applications?
Give the call to the Minister for Citizenship, Immigration and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Bennelong for his question. I know that in representing his diverse community so well, these are issues of great importance to him. He's already been a terrific advocate on all of these questions. Now, he knows, and members on this side know, that when we came into government there were almost 1 million visas waiting to be processed, an enormous backlog for a country of our size, with huge consequences for our society and indeed for our economy. Today I'm pleased to let members know the number is now below 600,000. And working with my friend, the Minister for Home Affairs, we have sought to deliver the certainty that is so important for families, for businesses and, importantly, for prospective migrants, because we recognise that we are in a global fight for talents. And after the investment in the visa system that was secured through the Jobs and Skills Summit, at which some members were not represented, there are now an additional 485 staff supporting our visa system. These people, these hard-working people, have helped process now more than 4.7 million visa applications. This is only possible because of the investments the Albanese government has been making and, of course, due to the hard work of these workers. And their work has seen a real difference. Waiting times for visa categories like international students and skilled workers have now been slashed. I'm pleased to advise that international students looking to come and study at universities here now wait an average of 12 days. 12 days instead of months and months when we were sworn in as ministers. Applications for temporary skill shortages are now turned around in weeks instead of months under those opposite. And in critical areas of need, which the member for Chifley has been talking about so effectively so often, like IT and cyber security, the time to process a temporary skilled visa is down by 60%. And this government is filling skills shortages right across this country, in the cities and the regions, by delivering a regional visa program that is, get this, 3 times larger than that delivered by those opposite. 3 times larger. Now, we've also unlike those opposite, recognised the importance of citizenship. We are a nation built on citizenship. It is a common bond that unites all Australians, and too many Australians have waited too long under those opposite because of the previous government's long-term neglect of the immigration function of national government. On their watch, citizenship processing times tripled. But I'm pleased to announce that now, for the first time in over 5 years, there are less than 100,000 citizenship applications waiting to be processed. We are taking responsibility and getting on with the job, not talking about problems but solving them.
I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On that very positive note from the Immigration Minister, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Just before I call the Leader of the House, I just want to acknowledge in the gallery Youth in Search, which is a peer-led youth intervention organisation. Members there, a very warm welcome to you all. And I call the Leader of the House, who has indicated he's seeking the call.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
I have been, and it's
you
an
may
odd
proceed.
On the notice paper today, the Manager of Opposition Business has described the National Cultural Policy, which I personally announced, as only relatively modest new funding for the arts of around, and I quote, $60 billion a year over 4 years.
Order. Order.
I regret to inform the House that I have not been able to secure $60 billion a year over the next 4 years. I can now understand how the Leppington Triangle happened, and while I certainly hope to keep the position of Minister for the Arts, I'd be really happy to have him on ERC.
The member from which person is seeking the call, and I give her the call.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 105B, I wish to draw your attention to the questions in writing asked of the Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for Cyber Security, numbers 68, 65, 64, 63 and 61, and the Attorney-General number 62. I ask you, Mr Speaker, to write to the aforementioned ministers seeking reasons for the delay in answering these 6 questions. Thank you.
I shall write to the ministers responsible under the standing orders and call the Minister for Infrastructure, who's seeking the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I seek to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
I do, most grievously.
You may proceed.
In a similar vein to the member just previously, both the member for Mallee and the Shadow Minister for Infrastructure put out a press release recently claiming that I had cut $123 billion out of the Western Highway, which also runs through my electorate. It would be gold paved if we had spent $123 billion. We have done no such thing.
And we'll move to papers, and I call the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I've received a letter from the honourable member for Canning proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the continuing consequences of the last Labor government's defence spending cuts. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, it's been a rowdy question time, and it's a reminder of how quickly politics can change, because only last week the Deputy Prime Minister rose in this House and said that the first responsibility of government is to provide for the safety and security of its people. In a very solemn voice, he spoke of Australian sovereignty and the need to protect it, along with our unique and cherished way of life. We agreed, and we answered in a spirit of bipartisanship. We pledged to work with the government on the strategic challenges ahead, to build our strength and sovereignty, to show resolve in the face of authoritarian aggression and coercion, to deliver nuclear submarines as soon as possible, to act as a robust opposition in the Westminster tradition, and to hold the government to task and to account for their promises, the trust of the Australian people and our national security. We pledge to be tough, but always with the national interest as our guiding star, to make sure that we make Australia safer now and for the generations to come. That's our pledge as the coalition, and it's one we take seriously. Our words in this place matter, as do our actions, and we are rightly judged by both. Therefore, we cannot leave unanswered this government's cheap, hyper-partisan misrepresentation and distortion of our record. Today, unlike Labor, we seek not to settle scores, we seek simply to correct the record. Let us consider Labor's defence record over the past 2 decades. The truth is that when the Coalition won government in 2013, we inherited a big mess from the former Labor government. Chronic underinvestment, spending cuts and neglect had badly damaged capability and morale in the ADF. The Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government drove defence spending to 1.56% of GDP, the lowest since 1938, and that was after inheriting the strong economy the Howard government had built before them. It was a huge mess. And since taking office in 2013 and until leaving office late last year, the Coalition government increased defence spending in real terms by 55%. Truth matters, and the truth is that all of the investment into defence over the last decade was made by the Coalition. Growing ADF numbers, building new capabilities, restoring morale, giving our soldiers, sailors and airmen a new sense of mission and purpose, that was the Coalition. It was under our watch. The truth is that the hard analysis of our new strategic reality was undertaken by the Coalition. It was our burden and we stepped up. We did not resile from it. The 2020 Defence Strategic Update, which forecast the rise of authoritarian powers, the return of traditional warfare, the growth of subversive operations in the shadows. That was the hard-headed work of the Coalition, and we were on the right track. The proofs are there, including Russia's brutal war in Ukraine and China's increased aggression in the region and beyond. The truth is that we also took the hard decisions in responding to our darkened strategic reality. Sometimes the right commitment to investing in our national security means making tough decisions. We took the tough but necessary decision to cancel the French attack-class submarines and to acquire nuclear-powered submarines through AUKUS. It was necessary in the national interest. The tough but necessary decision to acquire Black Hawk and Apache helicopters was our call, and this was also necessary in the national interest. These calls mean that if our troops are once more deployed overseas into harm's way, they won't be relying on Allied airlift or air support under fire. Instead, they'll have Australian aircrew and helicopters watching their backs. These decisions, among many others, were taken by the Coalition, informed by the lived experience of veterans sitting on these benches and followed through by the Leader of the Opposition. We are proud of our record and we take exception to this government trashing it in the petty pursuit of short-term partisan applause. And we remain circumspect about the Albanese government's commitment to the task ahead, and we have good reason for this. In 2007, the Labor Party produced an election document entitled Labor's Plan for Defence. On page 7 we find these words, quote, "Labor is committed to maintaining defence spending, including a minimum annual 3% real growth until 2016, and is committed to ensuring that defence dollars are spent more effectively and efficiently." And we know how that campaign pledge finished up. On leaving office in 2013, defence spending under Labor had dropped to just 1.6% of GDP. They promised 3%, it went down to under 1.6%. The ADF had been fleeced and we had all become more vulnerable. We can't pretend this is ancient history, because it's not. In fact, two of the key contributors to this dangerous record have returned front and centre to the political stage. Stephen Smith, Defence Minister back then, was entrusted with co-leading the Defence Strategic Review and is now the UK High Commissioner. Dr Kevin Rudd, Prime Minister and Foreign Minister back then, is now Ambassador to the USA. They are now intimately involved with delivering our nuclear submarines and operationalising AUKUS. We hope they've learned from their past failures and neglect under their watch, and we will remain vigilant, watching carefully and reserving our judgment as the DSR and AUKUS announcements are made over the coming weeks and months. But perhaps more concerning even than this is the internal difference, the division within the Albanese government over the nature of the challenge we face. While reading the Treasurer's essay this summer, I enjoyed my fill of anecdotes from ancient Greek history about rivers. We all did. But I was actually left worried by the gaping hole the Treasurer left. He covered the three crises of the past well enough: the global financial crisis, the pandemic, of course, and the energy and inflation crisis we face now. But none of these are the big crisis, the one over the horizon, the one the Deputy Prime Minister has rightly called our greatest security anxiety. Only 2 years ago, Senator Wong criticised our side for deliberately encouraging anxiety. Now both she and the Deputy Prime Minister admit we need to be clear-eyed about national security, or we face the risk of avoiding a catastrophic failure of deterrence. Mr Speaker, while the Treasurer had 6,000 words, he couldn't find a dozen of substance to acknowledge the greatest threat this country has faced since the Second World War. I was proud, indeed we were all proud, to be part of a government that saw the crisis with clarity and responded with the creation of AUKUS and the plan to acquire the most lethal submarine in history. Australia needs nuclear submarines. They will make us strong and change the balance of power in the region in favour of those who seek peace. This is the promise of AUKUS. But these weapons depend on a highly powered economy, and we are yet to see a plan for developing the economic power we will need in the years ahead. AUKUS requires a nation-building approach. We need the submarines, but we also need the highly trained military and civilian personnel, workforce and industrial capacity. This is the most important capability demands. How will the Deputy Prime Minister, therefore, reshape the educational system to ensure that Australian students can prepare for the jobs that AUKUS will create? How is the Deputy Prime Minister streamlining our immigration system so that the AUKUS workforce can move seamlessly between Australia, the US and the UK? How is the Deputy Prime Minister going to ensure that the legislation that will cut across defence, energy, education and other portfolios is managed in a bipartisan and constructive way? Is he prepared to institutionalise the kind of bipartisan cooperation and collaboration Australia needs from this parliament so that AUKUS and its fruits will not just survive this government but the many governments hereafter? How is the Prime Minister going to sustain and grow our defence industry? What signal will he send to our partners that this parliament is serious about working on AUKUS and building the institutional support for it? We welcome answers to these questions. In the meantime, we suggest that the government gets on with the AUKUS mission and works constructively with the opposition. Look forward, as you'll find no inspiration in your past. And I turn to the comments made recently by the Defence Minister last year, who very clearly appreciates the task ahead of him. He said on the 10th of October 2022, he said, "Let me start by saying we accept responsibility. We accept the responsibility of government, and we do so going forward. No ifs, no buts, but all of that. It's not ultimately for departments to stand here and accept responsibility for government performance. It is ministers, that's right. It's the Deputy Prime Minister and his rather lacklustre industry minister in support. We are going to hold you to account. We're going to ensure the Australian people are secured, and we're going to make sure that this Albanese government is relentlessly mission-focused on delivering submarines that are capable of defending this generation and the generations of Australians to come."
And are we finished with the interjections from the opposition benches? Please, member for Riverina. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence and Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I firstly want to pay tribute to the men and women of the Australian Defence Force and let them know that every member of the Albanese government highly values and respects the role that they play in defending our nation. Speaker, Australia faces some of the most challenging strategic circumstances since World War II. The government takes that threat very seriously, and we're acting to ensure that the Australian Defence Force has the capability and the personnel to ensure the security and well-being of all Australians. That's what the Australian people expect of their government, and that is what the Albanese government is delivering. And that's why we've commissioned the Defence Strategic Review and the Nuclear Submarine Task Force to advise government about delivering the necessary defence capability to defend our nation as quickly as possible and in a fiscally responsible manner. And just as Labor supported the then government in opposition when they announced AUKUS, We hope that the opposition will support the Albanese government in making the necessary defence investments into the future to give the ADF the capability that it needs to defend Australia into the future. When it comes to national security and defence, the Australian people expect unity and cooperation from this parliament. And it's a shame that through this MPI the opposition appears more interested in politics than in that unity and cooperation on national security. They're well and truly stuck in the past if you have a look at the motion, Speaker. I mean, they're talking about something that happened close to 20 years ago, yet they want to forget what happened over the last decade under their watch. They're playing politics. They're playing politics, and the claims in the motion are simply untrue. They want to ignore the last decade of defence debacles under their government. Under the Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison governments, not only did we have 7 defence ministers in the 9 years they were in government, the result was 28 different defence projects running a cumulative total of 97 years over time. 97 years. It's the coalition's century of chaos, and it resulted in some of these projects reducing the capability of the Defence Force. And you don't have to believe me, Mr. Speaker, when I make these claims. Sorry, Madam Speaker, when I make these claims. We only need to look at what the opposition defence spokesperson said himself when he said on the 31st of October, and I quote, "Yes, we squandered a lot of opportunity through leadership changes. It created ministerial churn, which led to inertia institutionally, and I think it meant we delayed a lot of these decisions. Defence had too many ministers over a 9-year period. It's been a criticism, and I think it's a valid one." Well, you got that right, champion. For sure you got that right. But it was not just you. It was not just you.
I don't think I need to hear this point of order. I think I'm going to preempt that and say you need to address members by the correct titles.
I shall. It's not
and
just
the interjections likewise.
It's not just the shadow
that was
minister
you, member for Petrie, and I heard it. Sit down, please. Well, then, will you withdraw your comment, your interjection?
I didn't interject. I was standing for your point of order. I didn't interject at all, Deputy Speaker.
Well, I heard an interjection. If it wasn't you, it was one of your colleagues behind you. All right, no one's prepared to own up. You might as well tell us what you want at the dispatch box. What's your point of order? What is it?
Was that the assistant?
What is the point of order?
The point of order is that the assistant minister direct his comments through the chair, not to the shadow of the defence
minister.
Right,
sit down, please. Sit down, please.
To this, Speaker, when he said with Ralph Epstein on the 15th of August this year, I quote, "I wish that we could have acquired more capability within defence earlier." And he's right. He's right. These significant projects that the former government messed up have resulted in a number of projects running over budget and beyond time. The $44 billion Hunter-class frigate program, start of construction delayed by 4 years, and a $15 billion increase in expected costs. And they tried to hide that from the public. The C-27J Spartan battlefield airlifters, which were delivered 4.5 years behind schedule and are unable to fly into battlefields. The $3.7 billion offshore patrol vessel project, running 1 year behind schedule. The Evolved Cape-class patrol boats, also nearly a year late. Battlefield command system, 3 years behind schedule. Several defence satellite communications projects running 2 to 4 years behind schedule. And then, of course, we have the submarine debacle. 3 different prime ministers, 3 different submarine projects that only ended up in delaying Australia acquiring that important capability and left Australians vulnerable. 3 different prime ministers, 7 different defence ministers, chaos in defence acquisition under their time in government. And once again, Speaker, it will be up to Labor to clean up the mess left by the former government when it comes to defence acquisition. Just as the Hawke government set the strategic direction for a generation with the DIB review, So too will this Albanese government with the Defence Strategic Review. But we're not waiting for that capability to come into the future. We're acting to put in place measures to fix the mess that was put in place by the former government. We're establishing an independent projects and portfolio management office within Defence, monthly reports on projects of concern and projects of interest to the Minister for Defence and Defence Industry, formal processes of early warning criteria for placing projects on the concern list, fostering a culture in Defence of raising attention for emerging problems and encouraging enabling early responses, and providing trouble projects with extra resources and skills. They are the changes that the new government is making in defence acquisition to ensure that we avoid the mistakes and the debacles of the previous government that left Australia vulnerable when it comes to our defence forces. But it's not just about capability, Speaker. Importantly, Labor will invest in the members of the Australian Defence Force. Over the course of this government, we will grow the Australian Defence Force in the military, in the reserves and in the civilian workforce to ensure that we have the best trained, best equipped Defence Force in the world. And I want to pay tribute to those Australians that are currently in the United Kingdom that are training Ukrainian soldiers. If you ever want an affirmation of the skills and dedication and competence of the Australian Defence Force, look no further than the request made by the Ukrainian government to have the expertise that our soldiers have passed on to their brave soldiers that are going into battle, many of them civilians that have never had any defence training in the past, and we pay tribute to them. But it's not just about recruitment, Speaker. It's also about ensuring that members of the Defence Force are supported during their honourable careers serving our nation. And that's why recently this government improved the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme, improving the eligibility to provide more support for defence members and their families to ensure that they feel supported in their career in the Australian Defence Force. And not only the support of our service personnel during their active services, but when they leave the Australian Defence Force is equally as important as well. And one of the most disgraceful policy failures of the former government was the staff cuts and the staff cap that they introduced in the Department of Veterans Affairs that has led to a massive backlog of cases in DVA cases that has resulted, unfortunately, in mental health issues, in depression and, unfortunately, in some circumstances, in suicides, as identified by the Royal Commission into Defence Suicide. Well, this government, one of the first actions that we took was to remove that disgraceful and arbitrary cap that was put on the Defence Force on DVA, the people that were dealing with and actively processing claims to support members who've been injured in their service. We've removed that staff cap. We're employing an additional 500 staff to ensure that DVA has the resources it needs to support those who've actively served our nation and deserve the respect and the support of the Australian people. So we are not stuck in the past, as the opposition is with this motion. We are getting on with the job, and importantly, we are looking to the future. We are looking to ensure that the Australian Defence Force has the capability, is the best trained and best equipped, but also, more importantly, the best supported Defence Force in the world, and that the members of the ADF will have pride in the service of our nation.
Thank you. Member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on a very important issue, it gives me great pleasure to be able to rise. And we were talking about timeframes. I think I'll take the timeframes back just a little. We'll go back to the Peloponnesian Wars, 411 BC, the city's effect. And this is really important because as we see, there is always a concern that as the clash of two empires, as one is rising and one is falling, that inevitably it can bring about, through uncertainty, a move that has cataclysmic effects. Now, I don't think the United States is falling. I think that is a huge mistake that people would make, and I think it's a mistake that that has been made about the United States twice before, and twice before being before the First World War, or during the First World War, and prior to the Second World War. Yeah. What I do believe is it's incredibly important that we understand the uncertainties of our area. and I'd go to other dates, and especially the 1942, around about the 4th of March 1942 and the 7th of March 1942, in which the Japanese Imperial Command were making decisions about whether they would invade Australia. They came to the decision, and it came under the terminology Operation FS, that they weren't going to invade Australia, they were just going to choke us to death. They were going to starve us out. They were going to psychologically torment us, they were going to bombard us, and they were going to bring us into subjugation. And this was one of the reasons that this was delayed was by submarine interdiction, which was basically the destruction of supply lines that the Americans were able to deliver back to the Japanese. Why is this important? Because it drives Australian policy in such a way as to understand the preeminent platform that you need to secure Australia, which was submarines, nuclear submarines. And I'd like to commend the opposition at that stage for supporting that decision for Australia to go to nuclear submarines, because it's incredibly important. And Australia right now does not have the time to bicker or to go into an internecine debate, because the threat is before us right now. Right now. Right now. And yep, the right now. And it is really important that we understand that this sort of belittling by the government of the efforts that we both have of to try and make this nation as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, has to be taken into account. When we see the Minister for Defence, day on day, come to the dispatch box and his contribution to the defence of our nation is the belittlement of the combined task that we both have to make our nation as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, undermines and debases the purpose that should be part of his job. That now what we have to see, when we can see it before us, when Minister Wang Yi of China goes to Dili, goes to Port Moresby, goes to Kiribati, goes to the Solomons, has interviews, has conversations with the Cook Islands, wants to be in Fiji, and goes to the process that is exactly what the Imperial Japanese Army were going to do for the encirclement of Australia. For the encirclement of Australia. For the encirclement of Australia. Now, this is what is before us right now. And if you don't take it seriously, if you smirk and sneer with funny little grins at the back when the future of your nation is before you, then you don't understand exactly what the job is of the people who are on your front bench. You don't understand what the job is of the people on your front bench. So what we have to make sure is that the efforts to make Australia as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, are not just on your military platforms. You must have base load power. You must have the capacity to at least entertain a civil nuclear capacity with decisions and things like, if you're going to have nuclear submarines, you're going to have nuclear technicians. And if you're going to have nuclear technicians, you've got to consider things such as small modular reactors. You've got to be able to have the skill sets. But if you say, no, the world is going to change for me, the world's going to live to a different type of rules, I will live in splendid isolation from history and splendid isolation from the world, which is so apparent around me, then you put Australia in a confounded threat. You put Australia in a confounded threat for which no great speech at this dispatch box will ever get us out. So I commend this resolution and I commend you to the task that is before you.
Member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This
excuse me. Withdraw that comment now, please.
Not allowed.
I withdraw.
And I ask for interjections to cease over this side as well. Thank you, Member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is supposed to be a matter of public importance, and indeed it is. On that, I do agree with the opposition. However, what we've seen here today is a fractious display, and a display that does no greater disservice to not only, quite frankly, the good men and women who serve in our Defence Force, but indeed the safety and security of our nation. This is not a matter to quibble over. And I'm proud to say that I am part of a government, and within that government, a defence team that is working incredibly hard to make the serious and long-term decisions for our future and for our security. Now, today we've heard from the alternate Defence Minister harking back to years and speaking about defence in a way that does not serve our people. Now, I respect the opposition defence spokesperson's service to our country, and I will take the interjection that he did serve our country, and I thank him for that. And I've done that both privately and publicly. As members on our side of the House.
Patterson. Member for Petrie, you are a serial offender in this regard. I've asked members on this side to stop the interjections. I would like you to respect that ruling and also show some restraint. Thank you. Member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I think this goes right to the nub of this. This is about respect. Respect for the Defence Forces and respect for the Australian people, but essentially respect for the portfolio of defence in and of itself. And this is not about cheap political point scoring. It is above and beyond that. And a former Deputy Prime Minister stood and quoted Thucydides. Well, we can all read ancient history, and again, the opposition wants to take us back to when we were last making decisions about defence. We made those decisions in good faith, and we appropriated the funds to see the required capabilities come to fruition. Now, in the last 10 years, we have seen a government that has handed this portfolio around either like a prize or a punishment for someone. That in and of itself is a disgrace as well. It is not about the amount of money that a government spends on defence and defending our people. It is always about capability, whether that be material or personnel. We've got to have the best, most well-trained people to fulfil those incredibly difficult tasks that, let's face it, most of us here in this room would not be able to stomach. But they've also got to have, if I can use defence parlance, Gucci kit. Now, what I see from those opposite is a lot of spraying of cash but very little kit, and let me tell you, what these people brought to defence wasn't Gucci. It was inefficient, in some cases not even able to be used on the battlefront. So we have conducted a review under Minister Miles, who is truly being the adult in the defence world here, and he is seriously, under the guidance of someone like Angus Houston, who has served his country, Stephen Smith, who stood at that dispatch box as a Defence Minister. They are seriously reviewing our capacity to not only defend our nation but participate in the defence of a rules-based order, of a democratic process. We are fighting the good fight with our friends and allies across this world. Now, we will make mature decisions. We will appropriately spend good taxpayers' money. We won't waste it. And what we won't do is politic when the people of Australia are relying on us, not just for their safety but for their future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to bring to the House's attention this MPI today and the continuing consequences of the last Labor government's defence spending cuts. This is about facts, and the facts remain that the last Labor government cut the guts out of defence, and it affected our ability of our personnel to do their job. The Minister for Defence Industry said today in question time, the war in Ukraine has demonstrated we need sovereign capability, and by contrast, the Albanese government is backing manufacturing. The problem is that under this minister, defence industry is in paralysis. Small and medium enterprises right around this country that are in defence industry are receiving nothing. small decisions are not being made. There have been no program decisions made by this minister, by the Minister for Industry or Defence, since Labor came to power 10 months ago. The member opposite that I just quoted when he mentioned the war in Ukraine said that I quoted what he said, but the member opposite might understand as well that since the war in Ukraine has started, there have been over 1 million rounds of 155mm artillery rounds fired. 1 million rounds fired in Ukraine. So since the war in Ukraine has started, I asked the Australian government, how many orders have you placed for 155mm artillery shells? None. Zero. Not one order. Guess what? Under our government, we set up a factory in Queensland under the coalition government, set up as a partnership between Rheinmetall and Neuer that produced these, and this government hasn't even ordered one round, when over 1 million rounds have been fired in Ukraine. And the problem with that is we go right to the back of the queue, because countries right around the world, since the war in Ukraine started, a year now, have been starting to order. They understand. So if this government waits till after the DSR, they'll place their order. Oh yeah, we might deliver that in 3 years for you. So we have a failure here by this government, an absolute failure. They are in paralysis. They are in paralysis, and the small and medium enterprises in defence industry have received nothing from this government. They won't meet with them. They don't attend shows. Absolutely nothing. All talk. And the minister opposite comes into question time every day and acts like the question time clown. He actually tries to make jokes about somehow, you know, what did he say today? He said that the former coalition government was the worst national security government in our nation's history. This from the member for Corio, who between 2007 and 2013 was guilty of cutting defence spending to its lowest level since 1938, as was the member for Sydney, as was the member for Grainler, the current Prime Minister, as was the member for McEwen, and as was the member for the Kingsford Smith, the Assistant Minister, who's the only minister here today. The others couldn't be bothered to be here to listen. In fact, the member for Sydney's here. Yep, sorry, she's on duty. In fact, they are now saying capability is paramount ahead of domestic manufacturing. That's what they're now saying. Their own election policy of a future made in Australia, they're not just crab-walking away, Deputy Speaker, they're running away. They're running away. That's what the industry is telling me. They're absolutely running away. So they've been in government for nearly a year, and they've squandered the last year and left medium and small enterprise businesses waiting in the wings. The Prime Minister said today that they will receive the DSR and that Labor is big on commitment and not just announcements. But the reality is that they've committed to nothing. They're not big on commitment. They haven't ordered the artillery shells that obviously we will need. Labor, when last in government, as I said, cut it to the lowest levels since 1938. The Minister for Defence Industry today, when asked could he name one naval vessel commissioned between 2017 and 2013, couldn't name one because, as the Leader of the Opposition said, there wasn't one. The last time Labor was in government, the decision to cut defence spending was simply plain Russian roulette with our nation's safety and security. I got a whole book here on what the coalition did in government, and when this man is back as a defence minister one day, we'll have a competent defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we should be debating defence and strategic issues. Our nation faces the most serious and deteriorating strategic circumstances that we've faced since World War II. That's a fact. Universally agreed, I think. On the very day that the government is receiving the Defence Strategic Review from Sir Angus Houston and Stephen Smith, the very day, the opposition choose to bring this debate. We could be debating important strategic matters, the Force Posture Review, future pathway for nuclear submarines, exploring the policy issues. Now, I agree with those speakers opposite, not the last one, but the member for New England, part of what you said, part of what the Shadow Minister said. I agree. that these are serious issues. We should be seeking cross-party agreement. And as chair of the Defence Subcommittee, that's what we strive to do. Bipartisan reports, sensible briefings, sensible thinking. But they're speaking against their own motion, because the motion is new heights of bizarre, Deputy Speaker. When you listen to the words in the motion they brought, they say we shouldn't be politicking, and yet they bring a ridiculous motion that says we want to talk about the consequences of the last Labor government. Kevin Rudd, 16 years ago, he was elected. That's the debate they choose to bring today, on this very day, given the seriousness of these issues. It says everything about how hopeless they are that they want to talk about the last Labor government 15, 16 years ago. Now, I prefer a debate about strategic policy, but they chose this. This is what they choose to bring here, their choice. And why, you might ask, Deputy Speaker? Well, they are desperate to distract from their decade of dysfunction and dithering and delay on defence. Now, I'll quote the Shadow Minister, my favourite line from his 10 minutes of Churchillian-like application for the Leader of the Opposition's job one day, because he drifted from defence matters into the economy and the things which must underpin our prosperity. And I like the wing-cut collar. That's a nice touch, Shadow Minister. But he said, "Look forward, as you'll find no inspiration in your past." Well, never truer words were spoken in relation to the opposition's record on defence. They're hoping Australians will forget that they were the government for the last 10 years, a long decade, 9 years. 3 Prime Ministers, Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison, the ATM government, and wasn't it an ATM? The cash just whirred out. $1 trillion of Liberal debt and nothing much to show for it. Billions of dollars of compensation paid for submarines that we did not get. Another broken contract, 3 treasurers, 6 defence ministers. You've got to go to 2 hands for that. Haven't had time to total up the number of ministers that churned in and out of the portfolio over their decade in office. Chaos. But they cut promised defence investments. They failed to deliver projects on time. 28 projects, running a cumulative 97 years late. Year after year through the Audit Committee, which I've been on. It's like the goldfish, around in the bowl we go. Here we go again. Major projects report after major projects report. The cover-ups? It's all announcement, no delivery. I mean, they must have run out of Australian flags with the number of announcements they made, with hundreds of them behind them. Billions of dollars of new investment, none of which was delivered. Too little capability. That's the key point here. Battlefield airlifters, which can't fly to a battlefield. Patrol boats with substandard aluminium that has rust problems. Submarines. How'd the Japanese submarines go? Tony Abbott left, that stopped. How'd the French submarines go? Billions of dollars paid out when Malcolm Turnbull left. AUKUS, no submarines ordered. As a Defence Minister has said to this House, Deputy Speaker, you can't take a press release onto the battlefield. You can't hold up the budget papers and say, don't shoot, we haven't got any missiles yet, but they're coming in the forward estimates or somewhere thereafter. Yes, as a percentage of GDP, I'm someone, proud lefty, and I'm someone who says we are going to need to spend more on defence. The progressive side of politics must never cede national security to those opposite, given their dismal record. Australians called on a Labor government during the Second World War with John Curtin and Ben Chifley to save us at that time. But it's the quality of the spend that matters. It's not how big the spend is, it's what you do with it that counts, Deputy Speaker. And you deter from a position of strength. I mean, the Finance Department, let's be honest, they don't like defence because they go, you want to spend how many $1 billion on stuff you hope you'll never use? Well, that's the point. But if deterrence doesn't work, if the very worst happens, the absolute ultimate failure of politics, then the men and women of the ADF deserve the very best. And that's what we're committed to give them, in contrast to the record of those opposite. They bought this debate. It should be above politics, but they chose this.
Time. Give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I might have misheard the member for Wills, but he talked to the Shadow Minister for Defence and called out, walk the walk. If anybody has walked the walk in this place, it's this fellow behind me. It's this bloke behind me, a member of the SAS regiment, and no finer regiment than that. And we're going to hear in a minute from the member for Herbert, another fine soldier, somebody who has represented his country. And I acknowledge all members in this place, including the member for New England, who's been a reservist, for their service to our nation and in uniform. This is about the last Labor government's defence spending cuts. I was a member of this parliament when Labor cut the heart out of defence spending. And indeed, a production in late 2013 spelled out exactly what Labor did. Labor's defence policy, and in this particular publication, what Labor said and what it did were two completely different things. We've heard that Labor reduced its defence budget as a percentage of gross domestic product to its lowest level since 1938, during those 6 sorry years of chaos and dysfunction. Indeed, and we all know what happened in 1939. In Labor's 2009 Defence White Paper, for the first time an Australian government is committed to funding a defence white paper for the life of the white paper. That's what Labor said. What did Labor do? Well, it never adequately funded its own defence white paper in 2009. In May 2009, Federal Labor released the most comprehensive defence white paper ever produced by an Australian government. That's at least what they said they were going to do. What did they do? It was a disjointed and unfunded and unmitigated disaster. The government remained committed to a defence budget which ensures the ADF can meet the government's operational force, posture and preparedness requirements. That's what Labor said it was going to do. What did it actually do? It kept defence spending at historically low levels. Federal Labor has delivered a new secure funding model for defence, including a commitment to an average annual 3% real growth through to 2017-18. That's what Labor said it was going to do. After the 2012-13 budget, defence was left in an unsustainable mess, and we, as an incoming coalition government, had to fix it, like always. The government is also committed to making strategic risk-based decisions about Australia's long-term national security and defence needs. That's what Labor said it was going to do. Labor's 2013 Defence White Paper was a political document designed to whitewash over its appalling defence record in policy. The government remains committed to fiscal discipline and improving the sustainability of the budget. Again, that's what Labor said it was going to do, but what did Labor do? Spend at least $150,000 of taxpayers' hard-earned money to provide a backdrop for its 2013 Defence White Paper. No greater responsibility for government than the defence of Australia and Australia's interests. I agree. I agree with that statement that Labor said in its 2010 election document. But what did Labor do? Well, I could remember Prime Minister Gillard, as much respect as I have for her, but she did send her bodyguard to national security meetings, and that just simply wasn't good enough. Labor's defence policy through the White Paper, it confirmed the centrality of the alliance relationship with the US. What did Labor do? Well, its budget cuts earned a rebuke from respected US statesmen at the time. A Rudd Labor government will maintain a generous military superannuation system in recognition of the importance of the ADF and the immense responsibility placed on personnel in securing and defending Australia. Again, it's what Labor said it was going to do. What did Labor do? It never and will never fairly index military superannuation pensions. The Defence Capability Plan sets out Federal Labor's detailed planning for delivering Force 2030 through major projects and equipment acquisitions. It gives industry the guidance necessary for planning future investment and maximising involvement by Australian-based companies. That's what Labor said it was going to do. But what did it do? It failed to articulate and enact a clear defence industry policy, and it forced local companies to the wall. I think you get my drift. I was only up to number 11 of 30 defence failures. The 30 defence failures. I'll come back to those in a future speech. Be sure of that. But you understand, you can clearly understand how Labor did leave our defence unprepared, how its policies were not in the national security interests of our nation. And the first order of government is to protect its people. Labor, during the years of 2007 through to 2013, failed in that task, and rest assured, I ask the government to make sure they make amends this time.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And this MPI is just, I guess, another example about the shadow opposition we've got over there. And the Shadow Minister of Defence wants to talk about this but not refer to anything that's happened in the last decade. Now, we've just heard every single speech doesn't refer to anything that they actually achieved in defence, because they didn't. In fact, we do know that the pressure that they put on our relationship with one of our great allies, France, and the billions of dollars that was wasted on submarines never delivered, was something that we had to get into government and fix straight away. Now, the fact that none of them could talk about, I think I counted 132 times the member for Riverina said Labor, but never once said anything about what they did. 10 years, 7 ministers, God knows how many press releases. I mean, they think that you could defend this country on a pile of press releases. Because that's all they did. They talk about, oh, we're going to spend, we're gonna, but they never did. They never actually delivered anything. You know, and when you're relying on the member for Petrie as one of your intellects, you know you're in trouble. This guy couldn't deliver a pizza, let alone a submarine, let alone for the defence of our nation. But the consistent thing that we've seen is under that chaotic mess that we had for 9 years was defence was treated poorly. They like to wrap themselves in flags and say rah, 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 but what did they do? Remember, it was a Liberal minister who said that he wouldn't trust Australian workers to deliver a canoe. What a disgraceful thing to say. But that's what we got under this lot. 97 years we're going to have to wait for them to get to everything that they promised to do and never ever did. It's no wonder they want to go back and focus on things that happened 15, 16 years ago, because they know in their own hearts that they failed in defence for 9 years in government. All we saw was announcement after announcement after announcement after announcement, but never a delivery. You know, defence is an important, I think as the member for Bruce said, it's probably the most important thing we need to do. But what you don't hear from those opposite is how they want to actually build, how they want to go forward, how they want to increase things and how they can actually work together. Australians made it very clear at the last election they want a government focused on the future. We're in a time in history that is challenging, to say the least. But what we did do is come into government and find that we have holes in our capability that we've never had before. Issues we face travelling forward in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Talk about nuclear subs. We sort of, under there, made a deal with everyone on the planet. But never once did you actually invest in the workforce. In the rant by the member for New England talked about nuclear. Well, let's talk about nuclear. We have a shortfall of engineers, we have a shortfall of people doing it for these subs coming forward, because under the plan that you had in your government, it's 40 years we're going to have a hole in submarines, because all you did when you're in government, the LNP, was to create press releases and deliver nothing. Now, we've got issues where things that you've been involved in. We've seen 28 projects running late. 28. The last Labor government in 6 years, we listed 21 projects of concern. Now what did you do? 4 projects. Oh, part of the problem was MRA. Why don't you? And I mean, the member for Petrie likes to interject, because let's face it, you're really clueless. You've done nothing but fail. You sat there and say, we haven't ordered shells.
Excuse me, member for McEwen, please don't withdraw that comment. And I'm going to ask the member for Petrie for the second time in this debate to restrain from those interjections.
Nothing changes the fact that we've got those opposite sitting there talking about shells. It's just irrelevant. We're not in the Ukraine war, just by the way. That's Russia and Ukraine. But this is the inability for those opposite to actually stand up and take responsibility for the failure they made for 9 years. Never once have they come in here and said, let's work together and push and see how we can build for Australia's defence capabilities in the future. But the fact that the best they could come up with on a day that Defence Strategic Review is being delivered, to talk about our future of the nation, they want to run back to a long time ago. We've had 9 years that didn't disappear off the Australian calendar. It was 9 years of abject failure, abject waste of money that has left us with facing $1.2 trillion worth of debt, and you delivered nothing.
Time's expired. Member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If history has taught us anything, is that the last thing we should ever be doing is cutting spending to defence, especially as we face the most uncertain global strategic environment of our generation. And as a former infantry soldier, I've spent a lot of time with people on the ground, the ones who feel the effect of government decisions. We need a government that invests in its people. This government needs to ask the questions about capability and kit, from the people that use it every day. And you must remember that you're the party and you were the government that cut defence spending to its lowest levels since the 1930s. Under the last Labor government, defence spending as a percentage of GDP dropped to 1.56%. That compares to 2.09% in our last year of the previous government. And those figures correlate with what we see on the ground. I remember being in the army when Labor was in power. It wasn't hard to see the effects of the cuts of the spending. McBass, for example, which is body armour, you couldn't shoulder your rifle to get into the fight if you needed to because it was poor kit. It wasn't good. It was a failed bit of kit, and it was because people made decisions from not talking to the people that use them. You need to speak to the soldiers, the aviators, the sailors, the people that use the equipment every day, not listening to people that sit in here, not listening to people that maybe sit at the highest levels at Russell. You need to be speaking to the people that use it, the people that are at the tip of the spear when it comes to conflict. And that means investing in the right areas, at the right levels, at the right time. And that's not always easy, but it's our job as people who hold the positions that we do in this place. It's the job of the Deputy Prime Minister and his team of Defence Ministers to listen and to act. It's the job of us on this side of the House to do the same. And that's why it's important that we continue to implement and develop the AUKUS partnership and make the most of that huge and historic strengthening of our strategic posture. We're already seeing the Defence Strategic Review be used to disguise cuts to defence like we saw under the previous Labor government. The Deputy Prime Minister, the part-time Defence Minister, has flip-flopped on his position of announcements on major coalition initiatives in the portfolio. Take the acquisition of the Black Hawks from the US to replace the MH-90 helicopter. At first, it was said that the Black Hawk decision was under review, a part of the DSR, and no decision on it would be taken until the outcome of the review was announced. But then 145 days after he said that, and months before the DSR is to be finalised, he announced the acquisition going ahead. So what is it, Deputy Prime Minister? Are these decisions subject to the DSR or not? That's leaving aside the fact that the 5th Aviation Regiment now has had cuts to its capability. The Black Hawks won't be based in Townsville, leaving the replacement for the MH-90s that are there now to just be phased out. And then we have Land 400 Phase 3. That decision was meant to be made months ago. But again, the Deputy Prime Minister has said that is subject to review. Does it mean that we might not have an infantry fighting vehicle into the future? We don't know. There are units at Laverack Barracks in Townsville at the 3rd Battalion Royal Australian Regiment who are using APCs. They are World War II relics. They are in museums around the country and around the world. It's absolutely critical that this new Labor government does not continue along the path of its previous term. We are feeling the effects of those cuts, and as I've outlined, we're seeing the signs of the same approach being continued. We must invest in the people that keep us safe. We must invest in the people that do a job that many people don't want to do or haven't done. We have right now the 3rd Battalion with the infantry fighting vehicle. They are in APCs that they can't train properly in, they definitely can't fight in, and it doesn't manoeuvre like any of the Land 400 vehicles. The defence of our nation is of critical importance, and we cannot afford to cut costs with our national security. It is our approach that whilst members in the government have not liked things that have been said, we will work constructively and we will put our brave men and women first, because they're the ones who stand up every single day in support and defence of this nation.
Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, it's pure hypocrisy for the members opposite to be pointing a finger at the former Labor government on defence matters. After all, it was the former coalition government which had 6 defence ministers and 7 defence industry ministers over its time in office. And under former Prime Minister Morrison, there were 4 defence ministers in just 4 years. The result was chaotic and dysfunctional leadership with inadequate oversight and focus on the defence portfolio, leaving a significant procurement mess for the Albanese government to fix up. On coming to office last year, we inherited a defence mess. We had to move swiftly to rectify significant and systemic issues in the delivery of crucial defence capabilities left behind by the outgoing government. A series of major defence projects, with approved budgets totalling more than $69 billion, were facing significant scheduled delays and budget variations. Of these projects, at least 28 were a combined 97 years behind schedule. At least 18 projects were found to be running over budget, and at least $6.5 billion of variations from the approved budgets were identified. This underperformance on defence projects is due in no small part to the chaotic former coalition government. Let's have a look at some of the project fails left for the Albanese government to fix. The start of construction on the $44 billion Hunter-class frigate program was delayed by 4 years, with a $15 billion increase in expected costs hidden from the public by the coalition government. The $1.4 billion C-27J Spartan battlefield airlifters were delivered 4.5 years behind schedule and are unable to fly into battlefields. The $3.7 billion offshore patrol vessel project was 1 year behind schedule. The $356 million Evolved Cape-class patrol boat was running nearly a year late. The $970 million battlefield command system was 3 years behind schedule. Several defence satellite communications projects worth $906 million were running between 2 and 4 years behind schedule, and most recently the multi-role helicopter project from the MRH-90 Taipan, another project of concern because it's not fit for purpose. Need I remind you, it was the Howard government which decided to acquire the Taipan against the advice of Defence to acquire Black Hawks. That's a dazzling track record of the people opposite, yet they have the audacity to point the finger at Labor. In contrast, the Albanese government is fixing, strengthening and revitalising defence projects. We are doing that in line with 6 reforms announced by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence Industry last year. We're establishing an independent projects and portfolio management office within Defence. There will be monthly reports on projects of concern and projects of interest to the Minister for Defence and Minister for Defence Industry. And we're fostering a new culture in defence, raising attention to emerging problems and encouraging and enabling early response. And we're providing those troubled projects with extra resources and skills. These things should have been in place under the coalition, but they weren't. Now, under the guidance of our Defence Minister, things are changing for the better. Last month, we announced acquisition of 40 Black Hawk helicopters for the Australian Army to replace the current fleet of Taipan helicopters. And we are substantially increasing the ADF's guided weapons, explosive ordnance stocks, naval strike missiles and long-range surface-to-surface high-mobility rocket systems. Several projects that we are putting in place. Speaker, the Albanese government is committed to ensuring Defence can deliver the capabilities ADF personnel need when they need them. In doing so, we build our defence capabilities at home, upskilling our workforce, improving the defence of Australia and, most importantly, protecting our people and our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. And the discussion has now concluded, and I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security and present the committee's report entitled Report by Statement Review of the 2022 Relisting of 4 organisations as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Member for Wannon, perhaps?
Yes.
Member for Wannon, is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Excellent. Member for Wills.
Thank you, Speaker. In presenting this report by statement from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for the review, it is for the review of regulations relisting 4 organisations as terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code Act 1995. These organisations are as follows: Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, AQAP; Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, AQIS; Islamic State in Libya, IS Libya; and Islamic State Sinai Province, IS Sinai. Under the Criminal Code, regulations may be made specifying an organisation as a terrorist organisation for a 3-year period. Organisations can be relisted provided the minister is satisfied on reasonable grounds that the organisation continues to directly or indirectly engage in terrorism or advocate the doing of a terrorist act. AQAP was first listed as a terrorist organisation by the Australian Government on 26 November 2010, while AQIS, IS Libya and IS Sinai were first listed on the 29th of November 2016. All have been relisted consistently since, and the regulations under consideration in this review relisted the 4 organisations as terrorist organisations for a further 3 years from November 2022. The regulations were tabled in Parliament on the 28th and 29th of November last year, 2022. The committee's review examined the Attorney-General's decision to relist these organisations. Section 12.1a of the Criminal Code provides that the committee may review a regulation which lists or relists an organisation as a terrorist organisation and report its comments and recommendations to each House of the Parliament before the end of the 15-sitting-day disallowance period. This report serves this purpose and is being presented within the required period. In determining whether the regulations relisting the 4 organisations should be supported, the committee reviewed the Attorney-General's explanatory statement and statement of reasons for relisting the organisations and other publicly available information. The committee also invited public submissions on the listings. One submission regarding IS Sinai was received. The committee noted the following information about the 4 organisations. Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula is a Yemen-based religiously motivated violent extremist group which, since its establishment in 2009, has undertaken numerous terrorist and criminal activities. Formed through a merger of Saudi Arabian and Yemeni branches of Al-Qaeda, it is a recognised affiliate of Al-Qaeda. It has undertaken or attempted to conduct attacks within Yemen, Saudi Arabia and the United States. Since it was relisted in 2019, AQAP has claimed responsibility for multiple attacks, has conducted bombings, kidnappings and assassinations against Yemeni and foreign government interests in an effort to destabilise the Yemeni state. AQAP has advocated for the undertaking of terrorist attacks within Yemen and internationally, including praising attacks against Australia's allies. Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent is also an Al-Qaeda-affiliated, religiously motivated violent extremist organisation which seeks to advance Al-Qaeda's objectives in South Asia. AQIS currently recruits from Muslim communities across South Asia, with its leadership based in Afghanistan and Pakistan. While Australian interests have not been attacked by AQIS, in 2014 an Australian Navy vessel was specifically mentioned in the planning of an attack, although targeting of the vessel was ultimately abandoned in favour of so-called easier targets. Since AQIS was last relisted in November 2019, Pakistani authorities have regularly disrupted plots with members arrested in possession of large numbers of weapons. AQIS was also involved in fighting the former Afghan government alongside the Afghan Taliban. Islamic State Libya is a religiously motivated violent extremist organisation and an officially recognised Islamic State affiliate. It has undertaken terrorist attacks and kidnappings against police and military personnel in North Africa, resulting in multiple deaths. Since its relisting in 2019, IS Libya has undertaken multiple attacks, including bombing of a police checkpoint and attacks on Libyan National Army soldiers. IS Libya has advocated for attacks on the US and its allies. And finally, Islamic State Sinai is a religiously motivated violent extremist group located in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula and is officially recognised by Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL. Since its last relisting in 2019, IS Sinai has undertaken multiple attacks, including against the Egyptian government, detonation of a gas pipeline and killing civilians and Egyptian soldiers through use of explosive devices. All 4 organisations seek to revive or re-establish a caliphate within the territories they operate in, and seek to do so through militant jihadist ideology and fomentation of sectarian violence. All 4 organisations have expressed sentiments against Australian allies and interests. Deputy Speaker, the Australian government's assessment is that AQAP, AQIS, IS Libya and IS Sinai continue to be directly or indirectly engaged in preparing, planning, assisting or fostering the undertaking of terrorist acts involving threats to human life and serious damage to property. Based on the evidence provided, the committee is satisfied with the relisting process and considers it has been appropriately followed for all four organisations. The committee therefore supports the relisting of AQAP, AQIS, IS Libya and IS Sinai under Division 102 of the Criminal Code in order to protect Australians and Australia's interests, and finds no reason to disallow these regulations. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge the work of the Deputy Chair, who is also present in this relisting process. I commend this report to the Parliament.
Thank you. Being no other members seeking the call on this statement, I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023 and the Treasury Law Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 Bill 2023. I now call the member for Gilmore in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I first raised this with the New South Wales Minister in October last year, and in December I stood with local Labor candidates Caitlin McInerney and Liza Butler to announce that the Minns government would support Safe Shelter Shoalhaven with a $250,000 to keep their doors open. But after months of the government knowing the dire situation the shelter was in, the Liberals waited until the 11th hour, the day the shelter was to close, before stepping in with a short reprieve until June, just far enough to get it out of an election cycle. Salt does more than just run this shelter. The Salt store delivers free food, clothing and furniture to more than 1,100 families weekly. Realising what a gap the New South Wales government had left in emergency and temporary housing, Salt began actively seeking out private rentals and managing them to provide housing for the homeless. Their Salt-assisted housing program has over 35 long-term homes which they sublet to people in need. They want to do more, but they need more support, because on their own they simply cannot provide enough support for our homeless. Such is the demand and the lack of affordable housing. Deputy Speaker, the housing crisis affects everyone. The worker shortage on the South Coast is dire, but one of the main issues is that even if people want to move here to take up work, they most often cannot find housing. I have heard story after story of people not taking up jobs because of this. I have heard the extraordinary lengths employers will go to secure housing for prospective staff members to entice them to move to the coast for work. We have many exciting projects happening on the coast, many road and community infrastructure projects, a new hospital at Moruya, an upgraded Shoalhaven Hospital at Nowra. But with the hospitals, where will the hundreds and hundreds of additional frontline workers live? As the federal member for Gilmore, I have been raising the dire housing situation on the South Coast for years. First with the then Shadow Minister for Housing and Homelessness, Jason Clare, and the now Minister for Housing, Julie Collins. There have been many visits to the South Coast to meet with homelessness providers. You only have to visit to get an understanding of the immense problem. I tried the former ministers as well, but no surprises that nothing came from it. That's why, in the lead-up to the 2022 federal election, I was delighted and relieved to see Labor's commitments around affordable and social housing. And today, a proud member of the Albanese Labor government, I am so happy to be speaking on these bills, because I know that these bills, in time, will lead to intergenerational reform, change lives and create a better future for everyone. But today also has a bitter taste, because apparently it wasn't enough that the former Liberal National Government took no action to address our housing crisis. Apparently it wasn't enough that at a state level the Liberals and Nationals have left community housing and homelessness services in shambles with funding cuts and neglect. No, today the Liberals and Nationals have decided they want to inflict even more damage, and worst of all, with the help of the Greens Party. They are fighting against the millions of people this bill will help.
People like the young mum in Warragee and the dozens of others contacting my office every week, or the 50 people in Maruya living in a campground with nowhere else to go. They are fighting against people fleeing domestic violence, our veterans, First Nations people, so many people around the country who need a home. It is absolutely appalling, and every member of the Liberals, the Nationals and the Greens should be ashamed, because clearly Labor is the only party who is willing to do every single thing we can to address the housing crisis with the biggest investments we have ever seen. Deputy Speaker, the Housing Australia Future Bill 2023 will establish the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, with annual disbursements used to fund social and affordable housing and other acute housing needs. It will provide a source of funding to support and increase social and affordable housing, as well as fund other acute housing needs for remote Indigenous communities, women, children and veterans. The Housing Council Bill establishes the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council as an independent statutory advisory body. The Council will inform the Commonwealth's approach to housing policy by delivering independent advice to the government on housing supply and affordability. I am particularly pleased that the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council will play a leadership role in bringing all levels of government together to work through the myriad of issues and to get that boost in affordable and social housing happening where it's needed most. The amendment bill facilitates the transition of the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation to Housing Australia, extends the Commonwealth Guarantee of Housing Australia's liabilities and expands its activities to manage delivery of social and affordable housing under the Housing Australia Future Fund. Extending the Commonwealth Guarantee recognises the importance of the Affordable Housing Bond Aggregator and Housing Australia's role in continuing to offer community housing providers low-cost and longer-term finance. Deputy Speaker, so many local organisations, our councils, community housing, our homeless provider network, homelessness task force, have good solutions, but it needs leadership from the federal government. For the first time, the National Housing Affordability and Supply Council will be the vehicle for that leadership to drive home policy and reforms to assist the biggest boost in affordable and social housing. I would like to sincerely thank every person that has contacted me with their own housing story. The strength they showed just to ask for help has given me strength to battle on with this enormous change so that it might help the thousands of local people that need help. To everyone working and volunteering in the affordable and social housing space and supporting our homeless, you are the brave ones too. You have never given up despite atrocious circumstances. The Albanese government will never stop trying to do what is right for you. I will never stop trying to do what is right for you. And while we can't undo the last 9 years, we can make the next 9 years better. It's going to be a long road, but these bills are a sensible and much-needed step in the right direction. I say today to all those members of the opposition and the Greens, don't get in the way of the people of the South Coast getting the affordable homes they deserve. Do the right thing and support these bills, because our community cannot afford to wait any longer because of your political games. I commend the bills to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm a bit worried after listening to the previous speaker and listening to the minister introduce these that the government is offering these bills as a solution to a problem that it doesn't quite fully understand. The assumption is that there is a market failure in home building, but the failure doesn't sit with the market, it sits with government. If there's one thing that the Australian economy knows how to do, it's how to build homes. Home construction is not an emerging or declining industry, and we have been world leaders at this for a very long time. We have millions of Australians who want to buy homes or want to rent homes. We have thousands operating in the property sector keen to build homes. We have ample capital that wants to be invested, yet we find ourselves in the midst of an ongoing affordability and rental crisis in most parts of the country. What we really need is for governments to get out of the way of home building rather than interfere further in the market. These bills have been wrapped up in many empty platitudes about this being the beginning of a golden era for Australian home building. But behind the rhetoric, these bills essentially do three things. It will create an Housing Australia Future Fund. It renames NIFIC to Housing Australia, making some modest changes to the operations of that agency. and it formally establishes a National Housing Supply and Affordability Council. So the Coalition has in principle concerns with the establishment of funds such as the Housing Australia Future Fund due to the increased debt burden on the Commonwealth. The Housing Australia Future Fund will be an additional $10 billion in borrowing, requiring hundreds of millions in interest repayments each year. With the 10-year government bond rate at approximately 3.6% and rising, the $10 billion drawdown will cost the Commonwealth approximately $360 million per annum in interest on the debt. The IMF has already warned the government that the proliferation of these sort of funds is something that should be avoided. At latest count, this means $45 billion in off-budget spending from the Labor government, a staggering amount of money, and all this has inflationary pressure and will have an impact on the cost of living for Australian households. The Shadow Minister made an important point this morning that had the fund been established in the last financial year, the Commonwealth would have lost approximately $370 million in addition to the approximate $400 million in interest on borrowing. This total loss of approximately $770 million would mean that not $1 would be available for social and affordable housing projects under this scheme if the conditions of the last 12 months are repeated over the next 12 months. Labor's plan to build 30,000 homes over 5 years is less per year than the Coalition delivered in social and affordable housing through the National Finance and Investment Corporation. The stark reality of the government's policy is that we could easily get to the end of this term of government and have none of these 30,000 homes delivered. In contrast, it is important to remember that the policies introduced by the former coalition government have supported more than 300,000 Australians into home ownership. Subclause 41(1) provides the Housing Minister, Treasurer and Finance Minister, or the responsible ministers as referred to in the bill, the power to provide the Future Fund Board with written directions regarding the performance of its investment functions and the exercise of its powers. Direction under subclause 41(1) is not subject to disallowance or subject to sunsetting. The Housing Australia Future Fund investment mandate may comprise of multiple directions issued at different times. Given that the investment mandate is yet to be released, it's hard to scrutinise the fund's capability to actually deliver the government's election commitments. Without an investment mandate, this legislation is effectively just an empty shell, with all aspects of the operations of the fund likely to be contained in the investment mandate, which has not been released publicly yet. It's also customary for the investment mandate to undergo a public consultation process, which of course has not occurred to date. So with this in mind, the Coalition will not be supporting the Housing Australia Future Fund bill, and of course many stakeholders have outlined concerns with that bill, including the limited capacity for conferring grants under the Housing Australia Future Fund and failure to define key terms. I've worked in the property sector and I know that a lot of this key terms that are used in different legislation regulations really does make or break it. We haven't got a definition yet on what is social housing, what is affordable housing, and what is going to be the definition used for acute housing. There's also, of course, the limitations in the annual drawdown, which has been highlighted by some stakeholders. And there's no mechanism or performance criteria to assess the effectiveness of the grants, and no guarantee that grants started under the Housing Australia Future Fund will continue, and importantly, the small number of social and affordable homes that the fund will actually provide. An aspect of the government's approach that I find odd is the intense focus on just one element of the housing continuum. I'm going to attempt a metaphor here or an analogy, so bear with me while I torture this for a bit. Consider Australia's housing market like a swimming pool. There's the shallow end. This is where people often start out or perhaps need to remain if they need assistance. And then there's the deep end, where you'll find those who can confidently move around without support. When the supply of housing is meeting demand, it's like a pool is full of water. Everyone's comfortable, no matter in which part of the pool they are swimming. And whether they are a new home buyer, a renter or a social housing tenant, or even someone who finds themselves in need of emergency accommodation. But when the market gets tight, when the water level starts going down, the natural way the market works means that those in the shallow end, those needing rental assistance, those receiving government support, are the ones who'll be first to feel the pain. Conversely, when the pool gets filled, the water goes up from the deepest point. It seems to me a pretty odd approach for the federal government to be targeting a very limited element of the whole market and neglecting the bigger picture and the bigger problems. Saying that the government will focus on well-located, social and affordable homes, even go so far as to identifying the professions and the genders of people who they want in these properties, is as mad as saying you're going to put a litre of water into the pool to take care of the particular needs of one section of the shallow end. You may fill the pool up from the shallow end or the deep end, and as long as it is adequately filled, it doesn't matter. Just focus on filling it up as quickly and efficiently as possible. What I'm trying to say is the affordability and access issues are all issues of supply. If you want an example of how surface-level the Albanese government's approach to our nation's housing shortage is, you only have to look at the cover of their National Housing Accord, which boasts a stock image of Wynyard Central Apartments, one of the most sought-after addresses in Auckland's Viaduct Harbour. Overseas luxury apartments seem to me a strange choice to adorn the Australian government's affordability manifesto, but is emblematic of their approach, how their approach is more about style than substance. Pretty pictures and pretty words, but no real solutions to the core problem. The much-heralded new accord sets a target to build 1 million new homes from 24 to 29. This is not exactly a stretch target, given that it is par performance for the pre-pandemic home construction. The National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation, the entity that one of these bills seeks to rebrand and will be relied upon for advice by the government moving forward, is expecting that 1.7 million new households will be formed in Australia over this period. So we've got the Labor government saying that they will create the settings for 1 million new homes, but the experts are saying, excuse me, Minister, we will actually need 1.7 million just to stay even. The Labor government's goals are unambitious and dangerously so. Even if they are met, housing in Australia will be significantly less affordable at the end of this decade than it is today. I'll turn my comments now to the National Housing Supply Council. These bills provide for the establishment of the National Housing Supply Council as a statutory body. The explanatory memorandum has estimated that this will come at a cost of $4.4 million per annum over the forward estimates, each year over the forward estimates. But given how much external help this government will clearly needs to understand this area of public policy, I welcome this move. But I do warn the government not to fill this council with union reps, academics or former Labor members. I note that the Treasurer's new Investor Roundtable, which is informing policy in this space, contains 5 current or former Labor ministers. On this body, we need people from industry, people who understand the planning and tax obstacles that prevent the market from meeting demand. The Coalition will be supporting the Treasury Law's Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 bill, but will seek an amendment to remove Schedule 4 from this bill. As I've outlined, we're opposing the Housing Australia Future Fund bill. The bills will also rename NIFIC to Housing Australia. This rebranding exercise is estimated to cost $500,000, but I'm sure it will cost a lot more than that when all told. And this is largely a vanity exercise, I feel, trying to recast NIFIC as a Labor initiative, but it is important to reflect on the short history of NIFIC and all that it's achieved to date. NIFIC was established by the former coalition government to operate 2 key activities: the National Housing Infrastructure Facility and an affordable housing bond aggregator, providing cheaper and longer-term finance to registered community housing providers. NIFIC has been a landmark coalition achievement, and since its creation it has delivered $2.9 billion of low-cost loans to community housing providers to support 15,000 social and affordable dwellings, saving $470 million in interest payments to be reinvested in more affordable housing. It's unlocked 6,900 social, affordable and market dwellings through the Coalition's $1 billion infrastructure facility to make housing supply more responsive to demand. It's important to remember that investor interest has never been an obstacle to housing supply in Australia. Supply is currently not being constrained by a lack of capital, but by a lack of land. Our states and territories control most of the policy levers which currently restrict supply, and the Albanese government's approach to housing only makes fleeting reference to any focus to streamline planning systems, not to mention the removal of inefficient property taxes. The minister has celebrated the re-establishment of regular meetings of the Housing and Homelessness Ministerial Council. I'm sure there will be many good things discussed between these ministers, who are primarily responsible in their jurisdictions for building regulations and public housing stock. However, where we really need ministerial collaboration and discussion to boost housing supply is between state planning ministers and treasurers. Without Commonwealth-led reform in the areas of planning and property taxes, we will never get housing supply in this country to a point where it meets demand. And this is where I would encourage the government to invest their time and taxpayers' money. Of course, far from being a $10 million investment in social housing, as we've heard in question time today and from the earlier speakers, it's certainly not a $10 billion investment in social housing. This is a structure to invest the potential returns of borrowed money. As the Shadow Minister pointed out, there's no guarantee on that return. In fact, the Future Fund lost money last year, so we have no way of telling how much this investment will be or how many homes it will create, but we do know it will be no time soon and it will be nowhere near enough. I'll finish by the point I try to convey to the minister whenever she reaches the dispatch box in question time. More government is never going to be the answer to housing affordability. The government's new approach to housing has so far established 2 new strategy documents, 2 new government bodies, 4 new funds and amended financial facilities. The Commonwealth has a role to play here, but it certainly isn't this. We need governments to get out of the way and let the Australian construction industry do exactly what it does best, building homes for Australian families. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the member opposite got one thing right in that speech, and that is the situation the country faces today is a failure of government, and most particularly a failure of 9 years of failed Liberal government. I rise proudly in support of the Housing Australia Future Fund bill, which will get more Australian families in safe and secure housing. This is a keystone policy of the Australian government that will provide a comprehensive suite of measures to get more social and affordable houses built. It is by far the biggest single investment in housing in more than a decade. This bill provides an ambitious housing and reform agenda to ensure more Australians have a safe and affordable place to call home. With the passage of this bill, the Albanese government is ensuring the next stage of our broader housing reform agenda. This Labor government has already achieved great things in such a small time in government. We have reached a landmark national housing accord, which provides a shared ambition with the state and territory governments of all political colours to build 1 million well-located homes over 5 years from 2024. We've provided $350 million in additional Commonwealth funding to deliver 10,000 affordable homes over 5 years from 2024, matched by the state with another 10,000 homes. We've widened the remit of the National Housing and Homelessness Plan to set short, medium and long-term goals to improve housing outcomes across Australia. We've implemented the Regional First Home Buyers Guarantee, which has already helped more than 1,600 Australians into a home, including some in my own electorate. And we've provided the Help to Buy program, which will reduce the cost of buying a home and help people get into a home sooner. Deputy Speaker, this government understands that safe, secure and affordable housing is core business for government. It is central to ensuring security and dignity for Australians. We have made a very good start as a government in tackling the housing crisis that affects so many Australians, but there is so much work to do. Currently across Australia, too many people are struggling to achieve secure and affordable housing. With growing rents and an investor-centric housing market, homelessness is something too many Australians are facing or experiencing. We all know there is a severe housing crisis affecting our country, but knowing it's not enough, you've got to do something about it, and that's what we're doing on this side of the House. We have heard of the pressures in Sydney, where ramshackle buildings are selling in the millions, and our young people are unable to compete in an investor-rich market. Closer to home, in Hobart and the outer suburbs of Hobart, a deep rental crisis is causing more homelessness than has ever been experienced before in Tasmania, which was once known for its affordability. It is not unusual for Tasmanian applicants to line the street at house inspections in a vain attempt to break into the market or find somewhere to live. More broadly, even in our regions we are experiencing housing stress. Rents in rural towns of my own electorate, such as Fingal, are going through the roof, and many are struggling with the cost of living pressures that are imposed alongside these rents. In seaside towns such as Bicheno, the prevalence of short-stay accommodation, which the state Liberal government has shamefully failed to appropriately regulate, means locals cannot find housing and businesses are struggling to recruit workers because people coming into the town are unable to find somewhere to live. So if those opposite aren't convinced by the social equity arguments, be convinced by the economic arguments. Housing and homelessness is affecting business. Business is crying out for action, and we are providing it. Housing, Deputy Speaker, is one of the issues that constituents seek my assistance with the most. It is testament to the grave failures of 9 years of failed Liberal state government, because the Liberals talk a big game, but they simply do not do the hard work. The Tasmanian Housing Minister, Mr Guy Barnett, bragged last year that the Liberals would build 1,169 homes in 2022-23. They delivered 142. In the middle of a housing crisis, the state Liberal government spent $7 million less on housing in 2021-22 than the previous year. That illustrates the state Liberals' commitment to housing, and it reflects the lack of commitment shown by those opposite when they occupied the government benches. The personal stories, Deputy Speaker, can be tough to hear, like David from Bridgewater, who has been trying to find secure, suitable, affordable housing so he can resume visitation with his children. Like Bree from Herdsman's Cove, a full-time carer for her mother. Their private rental is not only unsuitable for disability needs, but increasingly unaffordable with higher rent. Bree has been on the social housing waiting list for a disability-modified property for 4 years. There's a constituent in the north of my electorate, who I won't name, Deputy Speaker, who is currently living with her former partner in circumstances that can only be described as volatile, and who has been on the housing waiting list since October 2021. This is a person who feels she has no option but to remain in a potentially dangerous living situation or simply risk homelessness and be on the streets. That's what she has to weigh up. She has no other option available to her. What a terrible choice for any person to have to make. This situation should not be happening in Australia in 2023, and this Labor government is determined to repair the damage of 9 years of failed Liberal government and neglect. Deputy Speaker, it takes a broad intergovernmental approach to deal with the housing crisis that is affecting so many thousands of Australians. With this bill, the Australian government is taking bold steps to uphold our end of the bargain and take serious action on social and affordable housing across the country. This bill is an ambitious but achievable housing legislation package that provides a comprehensive suite of measures to build more social and affordable homes in Australia. It enables one of the most significant investments from the Australian government in a generation, and it is a raft of legislation that we should be proud to vote in support of, and we are. It will vastly improve Australia's housing stock and the lives of everyday Australians. This legislation implements the Australian government's commitments too, establish a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund to provide a stream of funding to ensure there is a pipeline of new social and affordable housing for Australians in need, transform the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation into Housing Australia as the national home for key housing programs and expand its activities, and will establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice to government on ways to increase housing supply and affordability. But, Deputy Speaker, this bill goes further than being just about bricks and mortar and a bricks and mortar fund. It tackles real issues that are being faced by everyday Australians. It supports the quiet Australians who need us most, including First Nations Australians, those affected by and seeking to escape family and domestic violence, and our veterans. Under this bill, $200 million will be provided over 5 years for the improvement of housing in Indigenous communities. This is a crucial act as we continue to seek to close the gap between our First Nations peoples and improve health and social outcomes in remote Indigenous communities. $100 million is being earmarked for housing options for women and children impacted by family and domestic violence and older women at risk of homelessness. Too many women in this country feel they cannot escape family and domestic violence due to the uncertainty they have in finding safe and secure, affordable housing. And I gave that personal anecdote from just before. Women should never have to decide whether to remain in a domestic violence situation with their kids or risk homelessness in escaping it. This government is working hard, Deputy Speaker, through the leadership, I must say, the fantastic leadership of the Housing and Homelessness Minister, the member for Franklin, to ensure that this is not the case. We are working hard to ensure safe and secure housing for women who do need to escape family and domestic violence. Deputy Speaker, we know that the population group most affected by homelessness in modern Australia are older women. Far too often they are left with nothing following a divorce or breakdown of the relationship. They are all too often pushed into homelessness as a result, completely blindsided often by the circumstances they find themselves in. This must change, and under the Housing Australia Future Fund, it will change. Deputy Speaker, this fund will also take care of our veterans. $30 million will be provided under this fund by the Australian Government to build housing and fund specialist services for veterans experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. I note the opposition, the person at the dispatch box, the member for Herbert, is a veteran himself, and I thank him for his service. And he would know all too well, through his work with the veteran community, the pressures that veterans find themselves in. I know you're a part of a coalition, member for Herbert. Do what you can to get your people over the line on this. This is supporting veterans. People who served our country and fought to protect it should not be left behind. This government takes veterans' affairs seriously, and we are taking bold steps to address and prevent veteran homelessness. As I've said before, this bill is more than just about bricks and mortar. It's about building safe and secure, affordable housing for those who need it most, with services and assistance that will actively prevent homelessness and the risk of homelessness. I will be proudly voting in support of this legislation, and I call on those in the coalition, opposition, the Greens and the broader crossbench to vote in support of this legislation. Failure to do so is a massive step backwards for housing security in this country. Stop the politicking. Stop the attempts to delay its implementation. We've waited 9 years. We can't waste another day. I refuse to be the person who votes against housing security in remote Indigenous communities in outback Australia. I refuse to be the person who votes against a mother escaping family violence from achieving safe and secure housing. I refuse to vote against an older woman at risk of homelessness finding secure housing to restart her life in safety. I refuse to vote against a veteran who has served this country with pride from fighting safe and secure housing at home and the support services that they need. I refuse to vote against this bill, which provides so much opportunity and hope for the future of housing affordability and security in this country. I will be supporting this bill, and I hope everyone in this place will too. Deputy Speaker, from the outset, this government pledged that we would not waste a day in delivering an agenda which would get more people into safe and secure affordable homes. With this bill, we are staying true to our promise. For perhaps the first time in Australian history, we have a Prime Minister and a Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness who have personal lived experience of social housing. The Prime Minister and Member for Franklin spent their early foundational years in affordable housing. My own parents lived in a council flat during my own infancy. We understand the importance of affordable housing because we have lived experience of it. I say to those opposite and to those on the crossbench, do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Right now across this country, thousands of people need the support this legislation will provide. With the passage of this bill, the mother seeking to escape family violence with her children will be able to do so, and she won't be left to fend for herself on the streets. With the passage of this bill, the veteran who served this country with pride will be given the dignity and respect they deserve, with access to safe and affordable housing. With the passage of this bill, young people will, for the first time in such a long time, have access to the property market that they simply have never had before and perhaps have thought is forever outside of their reach. They will be able to achieve the increasingly elusive Australian dream of home ownership. I commend this bill to the House and I call on all members' support for its passage. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Late last year, I visited a school in Goldstein to speak to the students. After the event, one of the children in Year 5 approached me to ask about inflation and when I thought it would stop rising. My mum and dad are really worried, she said. They're fighting, and I'm worried we might lose our house. In general, Goldstein is a well-off community, but not everyone is comfortable. And this exchange illustrates how the cost and supply of housing, coupled with cost of living issues, cuts across demographics. Young, low-income and single people, especially older women, struggle to enter the market. Those who are in the market are often saddled with enormous mortgages and the impact of rising interest rates, as we're seeing now. Unfortunately, many who bought into an inflated market are now struggling with ever-increasing rates. Young families and couples, even with both adults working, particularly in suburbs in Goldstein like Bentley, McKinnon, Hyatt, Cheltenham and Hampton East, with median house prices of between $1.2 and $1.8 million, are forced to resort to crystal ball gazing now, while the Reserve Bank issues opaque guidance and its governor briefs investment bankers behind closed doors rather than providing clarity to the public. While this may fly in the face of perception of Goldstein, housing stress is high, with very low social housing stock. In the city of Glen Eira, for example, more than 42% of households are paying high mortgage repayments and almost 47% are paying what's defined as high rental payments. More than a third of renting households are paying more than 30% of their income on rent. Renters, an increasingly large portion of the Australian population, largely can't access the kinds of decades-long leases available in Europe that provide stability of accommodation. Instead, they're forced into bidding wars for often below-par housing. In some of the wealthier precincts in my electorate, there are older women separated from their long-time partners who have a house but don't have the income to maintain it. In one such precinct, a 4-bedroom house recently came up for rent. It couldn't be heated properly, there was significant water damage, and it had not been repaired between tenants. For all that, 50 family groups were so desperate to get a roof over their heads that they all turned up to make applications. In addition, few of our older rented homes are fit for purpose, and there are few incentives for landlords to make the improvements that would do much to help us to get to net zero. Landlords get tax relief if a stove, for example, breaks down and they replace it, but nothing if they seek to improve the quality of the appliances or the energy efficiency of the rental property they own. This is a hole in our tax laws, which have become, I must say, a general no-go zone in the discussion about housing policy. So, As you will have gathered, I see this government's initiative on housing as a start, but not a full solution. The policy provides for 30,000 social and affordable homes in 5 years, plus another 10,000 affordable and well-located homes delivered between the federal government, the states, local government and institutional investors via a housing accord. Yet we need to build 36,000 houses per year until 2036 just to catch up with demand. This puts the 6,000 social and affordable homes proposed per year, and we also have to find the land, people and materials to build them, into perspective. The government's budget also has each home costing just over $68,000. Lack of housing, both social and affordable, is a particular problem for one very big cohort: women. Older women are at greater increasing risk of homelessness than any other group. According to a 2020 report by the Housing for the Aged Action Group and Social Ventures Australia, the number of older women at risk of finding themselves without a home was 405,000. According to the Mercy Foundation, women over 55 are at great risk of financial and housing insecurity due to systemic and compounding factors like lack of superannuation, working part-time or casually throughout their lives, taking time out of the workforce to care for family, bearing the brunt of the gender pay gap, an increasingly unaffordable private rental market and age discrimination. The proposed Housing and Future Fund specifies 4,000 homes for women and children fleeing domestic violence and older women on low incomes at risk of homelessness. This is welcome, but it's inadequate. Just 1% of the women identified by the Mercy Foundation as being at risk. Labor went to the election promising to fund the HAF off budget to the tune of $10 billion. The government estimates that the fund will generate an annual surplus of $500 million to spend. This is subject to the vagaries of the investment market. According to authoritative advice to my office, there's the risk that the amount of money available to the fund is far less than the land value required, the build costs and debt required versus the income yield and capital growth of the fund. In short, whether the fund is underfunded remains a reasonable question that also raises a second one. Will the government guarantee the fund if there's a shortfall? There's also the key question of governance. What does the government's claim of independence for the new council really mean? Strong oversight and clear guidelines for any grants paid are critical for the integrity of the fund and public confidence in it. We don't want this to be at risk of another colour-coded spreadsheet exercise. The questions for the government and the minister are many. There are many bodies involved, and experience tells us that opens the way to blame and responsibility shifting. What will be the lines of accountability to deliver the number of homes proposed? Why does the National Housing and Homelessness Plan not sit with one of the new bodies being created under this package? Will the fund capital be sufficient to fund delivery? And is it to be a permanent capital base? And what happens after the first 5 years of the fund's operation? We need more detail. My office has had discussions with the Minister's office on these matters, and I'm grateful for that engagement. I would argue, though, that these questions and potential gaps in this legislative package need to be addressed before it passes both houses. The legislation appears to provide for many owners and stakeholders, which makes it even more important that the funding decisions, approvals and independent advice by the Council is genuinely independent, and that reporting requirements to the Parliament are regular, timely and transparent. Unusually, to my eye, the legislation proposes that a member of Treasury sits on the Independent Council. Treasury has the personnel and the funding to brief the Council, yet the Council doesn't have its own internal resources, which means it runs the risk of being dependent on lopsided advice from a conflicted source. The Council needs its own source of advice, I would argue, the ability, staffing and funding to commission its own independent research, data and analysis. This is not just a problem in this instance. It's a problem for other independent boards appointed by the government to provide supposedly independent advice, the Reserve Bank Board being one example. At a minimum, I've argued to the Minister's office that we need the following: that the forthcoming 10-year National Housing and Homelessness Plan have inbuilt regular review requirements with reference to this legislative package and its interim impact every 2 years, that the Minister report to Parliament at the above intervals and table the outstanding shortfall of social and affordable rental housing, that the discretion of the Minister be limited in relation to disbursements from the fund and that there are clear guidelines for grants paid, and that the fund be maintained at the end of 5 years at a minimum. I do understand that the government's trying to future-proof the fund so that it exists in perpetuity, and that this is a difficult task given the scale of the problem. It's also important. It's also important that all housing that's built or upgraded via the fund must meet best practice levels on energy efficiency with a 7-star rating, not just that housing built under the Accord. The government has climate change and addressing the housing crisis at the top of its agenda. Whatever the complexities of dealing with state governments and community housing organisations about delivery of this plan, the issue of energy efficiency should not be ignored. Too many of our homes are already not fit for purpose. Renters and owners on lower incomes either cannot or do not have the resources to upgrade their homes or rental accommodation. And then, as we're seeing now, their energy bills bite into their household budgets even more than they should. We'll also be making it even harder to get to the target of 43% by 2030, let alone net zero. Further, I argue that the body tasked with providing independent advice is genuinely given this responsibility and enshrined with the powers to do so, that the need for a national regulatory system is addressed. Why is this responsibility of one of these bodies not being set up to achieve this? Is it not important, as we're saying we're taking housing seriously as a national issue, that there's also a regulatory system to deliver it? And to ensure that state and local government are incentivised to match new social and affordable housing targets and facilitated to partner with institutional investors. Lastly, these bills need a specific gender lens and a gender impact statement with specific reference to affirmative action for women. The Housing Affordability Fund must address the compounding disadvantage for women urgently. Overall, Deputy Speaker, it's a great aspiration to tackle the housing crisis. I will support this package in light of that, because something has to give. But I ask the government to take on board these remarks, gathered and synthesised from experts and key stakeholders, because the genuine feedback is that this package is full of holes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Corangamite is magnificent in its natural beauty, but beneath the surface there are housing challenges. Challenges made worse by 9 years of gross inaction by the former coalition government. Business owners across the Surf Coast and the Bellarine Peninsula tell me that a lack of available houses is making it harder to attract workers. And then there is the growing number of single mums with children and women in their 50s living in their cars, moving from house to house and relying on the generosity of friends and family to put a roof over their heads. Jenny is one such single mum who shared her very challenging story with me. She was couch surfing with her children, relying on friends for help and sporadically living in her car. We supported Jenny to find a safe place to live. But everybody deserves a roof over their head, a place to call home. And that's why this bill is so important. The Albanese government recognises the urgent need for a comprehensive housing plan for the nation, and we recognise we must act now. Unlike the coalition, Labor went to the last election with an ambitious housing reform agenda to ensure more Australians have a safe and affordable place to call home. We said we won't waste a day in delivering that agenda, which is why we are legislating to implement a number of our housing commitments in this bill, the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023. The package is a comprehensive suite of measures which will enable one of the most significant Australian government investments in housing in a generation. We will establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice to government on ways to increase housing supply and affordability. Unlike the Coalition, which abolished the former National Housing Supply Council, we value the data and advice provided by that council as a crucial planning tool. And it must be said, Deputy Speaker, the abolition of the National Housing Supply Council by the Coalition has significantly contributed to the crisis in housing affordability and availability across our nation, and therefore to the hardship being experienced by so many Australians. It was short-sighted decision-making by a visionless government. Reliable, trusted data didn't exist. Booms and busts have snuck up unseen, making house prices difficult to predict. Too many Australians are being hit by growing rents. Too many Australians are struggling to buy a home. Too many Australians are facing or experiencing homelessness, largely due to the former government's ineptitude to recognise and act on significant housing issues. In my own electorate of Corangamite, the G21 alliance of 5 local municipal councils, business and organisations across the region say the need for social housing is acute. G21 believes there are at least 880 homeless people in the Geelong region and more than 5,000 people experiencing severe rental stress. Last October, the Geelong Advertiser reported rental affordability in the region was at a record low, with just 1 in every 12 homes on the local rental market considered affordable. In the City of Geelong, just 8.7% of rentals were considered affordable. That was dramatically down from 24.5% in 2012 and 76.7% in 2002. Late last year, the Community Housing Industry Association said the Surf Coast Shire, taking in areas in my electorate like Torquay and Anglesea, was experiencing huge rises in homelessness, rapidly increasing rents, with rental vacancy rates lower than 1.8%. The severe shortage of accessible homes and a spike in homelessness is forcing regional councils to set aside land for future social housing. This is a worthy approach that includes public housing and homes managed by non-profit groups for people on low incomes. Similar challenges exist across the Golden Plains Shire within my electorate. In fact, each municipality in my electorate is developing their own plans to counter these challenges. Our housing plan will be pivotal in helping councils, states and territories meet the current housing challenges. We will establish the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund to provide a stream of funding, ensuring there is a future pipeline of new social and affordable housing for Australians in need. And we'll transform the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation into Housing Australia as a national home for key housing programs. And we will expand its activities. These commitments are part of the government's broader housing reform agenda, which is already progressing. We've reached a landmark National Housing Accord, a shared ambition to build 1 million well-located homes over the next 5 years from 2024. We've committed $350 million in additional Commonwealth funding to deliver 10,000 affordable homes over 5 years from 2024, matched by the states with another 10,000 homes. And we're widening the remit on the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, making up to $575 million immediately available to invest in social and affordable housing. And we're developing a national housing and homelessness plan to set short, medium and long-term goals to improving household outcomes across Australia. And we're implementing the regional first home buyer guarantee, which has already helped more than 1,600 Australians into home ownership. Deputy Speaker, I will now address the specifics of the 3 bills before the House. The Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023 establishes the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund as a source of funding for social and affordable houses and acute housing needs. The government will credit the fund with $10 billion after establishment. It is to be invested by the Future Fund Board of Guardians to produce returns to fund social and affordable housing and acute housing needs. The proceeds from the fund will also help deliver the government's commitment to build 30,000 new social and affordable homes. Importantly, the fund will also help address acute housing needs by providing $200 million over 5 years for the improvement of housing in Indigenous communities. Significantly, there will also be $100 million for housing options for women and children impacted by family and domestic violence, and the growing number of older women at risk of homelessness. And there will be $30 million to build housing and fund specialist services for veterans experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of homelessness. The government, through Housing Australia, will work with community housing providers, state and territory governments and other providers to improve housing outcomes in Australia. In addition to establishing the Housing Australia Future Fund, the government has expanded the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to make $575 million immediately available to fund social and affordable housing. The immediate availability of funding is important, as the shortage of housing inherited from the Coalition is with us now, impacting people right now. Deputy Speaker, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023 will establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council as an independent statutory advisory body. Establishing the Council will help the Commonwealth play a leadership role in tackling the housing challenges facing Australia. Labor committed to establish the Council as a part of the housing agenda it took to the federal election, recognising the importance of access to safe, secure and affordable housing for Australians. The Council will provide a centre of expertise to bolster the evidence base for ways to improve housing supply and affordability. In addition to providing independent expert advice to government, the Council will research and report on matters relating to housing supply and affordability. Deputy Speaker, the Treasury Law's Housing Measures Amendment Bill 2023, renamed the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation to Housing Australia, and it will increase its responsibilities in line with the government's election commitment. The functions of Housing Australia are changing to better reflect its role, including responsibility for helping to deliver the government's commitment on social and affordable housing. Housing Australia will continue the activities of the previous National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation. That includes the operation of the Affordable Housing Bond aggregator, capacity building for community housing providers, administering the government's Home Guarantee Scheme and the $1 billion National Housing Infrastructure Facility. Housing Australia will continue to operate as a corporate Commonwealth entity governed by an independent board and reporting to the Minister for Housing. A further schedule to the amendment bill streamlines the relevant functions of Housing Australia. It also establishes an annual review mechanism for the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, allowing the government to regularly review its performance. Another schedule to the amendment bill extends the legislated Commonwealth guarantee. That underpins the bonds issued by the previous National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation to provide low-cost finance for community housing providers, applying to contracts until the 30th of June 2028. Deputy Speaker, the housing availability and affordability shambles inherited from the Coalition desperately needs fixing. It will not happen overnight, but we recognise it must be done. These bills go a long way to achieving our aim. The Albanese government reforms are much needed and urgent. They deserve our attention and the support of this parliament. They will help our most vulnerable, single mothers like Jenny and her children, who deserve to have a place to call home. There is nothing more important, and so this bill deserves support from those opposite. And for a speedy passage through this parliament, I commend the bills to the House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Corangamite. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to discuss the three bills to be debated together: the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill, the National Housing Supply Affordability Council Bill, and the Treasury Laws Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 Bill, all of 2023. Now, the Coalition will be supporting the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill and the Housing Measure No. 1 Bill with amendment. And the Coalition is also supporting the accompanying Treasury Laws Amendment once Schedule 4 is removed. Yesterday in question time, the minister said that there was a decade of little action from the Coalition. And now I'd like to spend some time to correct that statement from the minister. During the Coalition's last 3 years in government, our housing policies supported more than 300,000 Australians with the purchase of a home. The Coalition supported more than 21,000 social and affordable homes through the establishment of the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation, which, due to this legislation, is soon to be renamed Housing Australia. Imitation genuinely is the greatest form of flattery. In particular, under the Coalition, first home buyers reached their highest levels for nearly 15 years, with the number of first home buyers rising from approximately 100,000 when we came to office to nearly 180,000 in our last full financial year in government. Now, the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation was established to operate a $1 billion perpetual facility for financing critical housing-related infrastructure to speed up the supply of new housing through the provision of loans and grants and the making of investments, and as an affordable housing bond aggregator, providing cheaper and long-term finance to registered community housing providers. NHFIC has been a landmark Coalition achievement, and since its creation has delivered $2.9 billion of low-cost loans to community housing providers to support 15,000 social and affordable dwellings, saving $470 million in interest payments to be reinvested in more affordable housing. And I had the opportunity, as the member for Casey, to visit a house that had been built through one of these loans and through community housing. It was amazing to talk to the recipients and the organisation and understand the impact that that fund had had. And that's built and that's there today, and people are living in those houses because of the former Coalition government. So it's quite rich when the minister stands at the dispatch box and insults all those Australians that are in community housing because the Coalition delivered. It also unlocked 69,000 social, affordable and market dwellings through the Coalition's $1 billion infrastructure facility to make housing supply more responsive to demand. It supported more than 60,000 first-home buyers and single-parent families into home ownership through the home guarantee schemes, with a deposit of as little as 5% or 2% respectively. Of these guarantees, more than half of the 60,000 guarantees issued were taken up by women, well above the market average. And 1 in 5 guarantees issued went to essential workers, almost 35% of which were nurses and 34% were teachers. And 85% of family home guarantees were used by single mums. The corporation protected the residential construction industry with more than 137,000 home builder applications, generating $120 billion of economic activity. And we established the First Home Super Saver scheme, helping 27,600 first-home buyers accelerate their deposit savings through super. I would definitely not call that insignificant, Deputy Speaker, and after spending time, as I said, with those that are benefiting from those schemes, there are people behind these numbers. Now, Deputy Speaker, this government will argue and has argued that this Housing Australia Future Fund will fund and facilitate the building and supply of social and affordable housing, as well as support acute housing needs for Indigenous communities, vulnerable women, children and veterans. The government says it will include 20,000 social housing properties and 10,000 affordable homes for frontline workers over the first 5 years. And when the Prime Minister delivered his budget reply speech in 2021, he announced the fund with the annual investment return to build social and affordable housing and create thousands of jobs. Now, it sounds impressive, and they are worthy goals that I have no doubt all in this House support. However, unfortunately, this bill, Deputy Speaker, follows in the tradition of so many government bills. It follows their very standard formula. Now, it's a four-step process. So step one of this formula, it starts with an impressive-sounding name, the Housing Australia Future Fund. Very impressive. Sounds very impressive. Step two, we're going to commit a lot of money. We're going to make it over a long time horizon, so every time we mention that number it sounds very impressive. In this case, $10 billion over 10 years. However, they exclude that the HAFF will be capitalised with $10 billion of additional Commonwealth government borrowing. So step three of this important four-step process for this government, and this is a really crucial one for the Treasurer. You've got to place the fund in off-budget spending, because that allows them to continue the facade of responsible economic management. And step four of this important process, ensure significant lack of detail in the bill so the government is not held to account while rushing this bill through Parliament. I'll now go through these four steps just in a little bit more detail. As we said, step one, impressive sounding name, Housing Australia Future Fund, sounds good. The government has simply renamed the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation. I'm assuming it's something that they've polled to make sure that it's polls better for them. I do wonder how much time and money was wasted coming up with that irrelevant change. But we've got our impressive name, so we've got to commit a lot of money. $10 billion sounds very impressive. Over 10 years, not so much. Step three, we're moving on to step three. The government has already committed to tens of billions of dollars of extra borrowing in off-budget spending, and that's going to have a direct impact on inflation. I'll get to that in a minute. But the other thing is, for all this off-budget spending, the money needs to be borrowed and it needs to be repaid, and that's going to impact and it's going to be felt across the economy. And let's remember, this government made these promises a couple of years ago when there was no interest rates, but we're borrowing money now. So with a 10-year government bond rate approaching 4%, let's hope they lock them in before interest rates keep going up under this government, the $10 billion borrowing cost will cost the Commonwealth approximately $400 million per annum in interest, servicing the costs of the debt. So this government is going to spend $400 million a year before they even spend $1 on social housing. Also, they can stand up and talk about $10 billion and we're doing action. $400 million a year in interest repayments before they spend $1 on actually achieving an outcome. And that's not to talk about how this increased borrowing will add to inflationary pressure in the economy, leading to even higher interest rates. And the fund provides no certainty for disbursements from the fund because it's going to be wholly reliant on the financial performance of the fund's investments in equities and other financial products. So the equivalent for those at home, it's like taking out a $20,000 loan, a personal loan of $20,000. You'd be paying a lot more than 4%, I can guarantee that. You're then going to gamble that on the stock market and hope that it's going to go up, and the money that you make on that is going to cover your interest repayments. Now, I'm not a financial advisor, Deputy Speaker, and I'm not going to give anyone financial advice, but personally, I would not be gambling on the stock market going up and taking a loan out to do that, and it's staggering that this government is. And as an example, if the fund had been established in the last financial year, the Commonwealth would have lost approximately $370 million in addition to the approximately $400 million in interest on the borrowings. So in last year, we've got a total loss of approximately $770 million before we've even spent $1 on these worthy initiatives. Also, the Prime Minister and others can stand up and talk about their $10 billion, because it's not about delivering outcomes, it's about the politics of it. And the mechanism that dictates how the proceeds of the fund are distributed contain very little oversight. And we've already seen just today and yesterday with the Minister of Communications the inequity between regional funding in Labor seats compared to the 74%. So there's one thing we all know, there definitely needs to be oversight, because what they said during the campaign and what they say and what they do are completely different things. In addition to all these issues with this off-budget spending, Deputy Speaker, the fund is also risks driving inflation higher. And it's not just myself and others that say it. The Australian Financial Review last week reported that the International Monetary Fund and economists said, and I quote, "Strong aggregate demand and the tight labour market warrant continued focus on fiscal constraints in the near term." And the IMF also earned, here's the kicker, implementation of below-the-line activity through newly created investment vehicles like the National Reconstruction Fund and the Housing Australia Future Fund should be phased appropriately, and more broadly, a proliferation of such vehicles should be avoided. Now, the Treasurer and the Prime Minister love to quote the IMF in this House. They have not quoted that in this House yet, so it's very easy to selectively quote from the IMF. Real leaders, real economic managers would take the advice of the IMF and understand. And I'm not sure with the Treasurer and the Prime Minister probably doesn't know the economic implications of it, because he doesn't know the cash rate or the unemployment rate. So I'll take it that he's just not aware of the implications. But Dr Chalmers should know, given he's the Treasurer, although he's a doctor of political science, Deputy Speaker. So again, we're at a risk that he knows the politics well. He knows the politics well of this four-step plan, but he doesn't actually know the economics. And if he doesn't know its incompetence, and if he does know the inflationary impacts of off-budget spending, and he's committed to $45 billion, it's because he's abandoning the Australian people for his own political gain. Stakeholders have also criticised the limit on annual drawdowns, the lack of funding certainty with no performance criteria to assess the effectiveness of the grants. The bill prescribes a 5-year review timeframe. That's wholly inadequate, given the uncertainty I've just outlined around the funding model. Stakeholders have requested a much shorter period, but again, we know this government talks about transparency, but nothing in their actions actually show it. And this is a crucial question, because by designating this fund as off-budget spending, the government are committing to a return on investment for this capital. And the reality is that this is smoke and mirrors from this government. We're on to step 4, ensuring a significant lack of detail in the bill so they're not held to account. The investment mandate has yet to be released, restricting further scrutiny and key information on the fund's capability to deliver the government's election commitments. Without an investment mandate, this legislation is essentially a shell, with all key aspects to the operations of the fund likely to be contained in the investment mandate, which has not been made public. And on that basis alone, the Coalition would not support this bill. And there is a failure to define key terms in this bill, such as what is the definition of social housing, what is the definition of affordable housing, and what is the definition of acute housing. Deputy Speaker, the lack of detail in this bill flies a red flag, and taxpayer money is too important and hard-earned to waste $1, especially at a time of high inflation. And we've heard, and I've been listening to the contributions of those from the other side, and I'm sure the member for Robertson will add his contribution as well, and they've all spoken really well about the importance of social housing and the impact social housing has in our communities. And I commend them at that, and I'm on a unity ticket with them on the importance of social housing, and I will support legislation that gets the most vulnerable into the housing that they need. I will always support that. but I will not support, Deputy Speaker, legislation that does not deliver, does not hold this government to account, drives up inflation and makes the lives of everyday Australians—
Order. I thank the honourable member for Casey. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I must say thank you to the member for Casey over there. I didn't realise that I got tickets to stand-up comedy today, because he must have been joking when he said that the coalition delivered in the housing space. I was physically chuckling in my seat when that line was said. So, look, what I'm going to do now is just describe to you a scene, as I have before in this parliament, in the emergency department, about people who are trying to get into housing or who are homeless. I'm talking about multiple shifts, day after day, night after night, where people are coming in not because they need medication, not because they need a medical illness treated, but they're fleeing family and domestic violence. They're unable to get into emergency accommodation. They're unable to get into housing at all. And that is right across the spectrum of our community, but in particular those at-risk groups that the member for Casey actually listed for me, so that's fantastic that he is aware of that. I'm talking about women over the age of 50, the fastest growing group of women who are becoming homeless in this country. I'm talking about the men and women of our armed services who have put their life on the line to defend this country. Veterans in our community aren't able to get into emergency accommodation. They aren't able to get into housing. That is a disgrace. That is an absolute disgrace. Or talking about our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. You know, as a Wiradjuri man, that's heartbreaking for me. In the land of the dark and young people on the Central Coast, people that can't get into housing in this country is a disgrace. So not only is it shameful that the opposition and other members of this parliament aren't supporting housing legislation that's only going to benefit this nation, it's disappointing. It's disappointing because the Housing Australia Future Fund is one of the biggest investments made in housing in this country in history. And that is something that needs to be supported. That is absolutely something that needs to be supported. My friend, the member for Swan, knows how important housing is in our communities, from Perth all the way across to the New South Wales Central Coast, east to west, north to south, regional, rural, cities to the country, inland and the coast. It is absolutely vital that the men and women and children of this country have access to social and affordable housing, and that they have access to a safe place to call home for the night. And that's what our government understands. That's what the Albanese Labor government understands, that safe and affordable housing is central, it is core, it is critical to the security and is critical to the dignity of Australians. But too many of our fellow citizens are being hit by growing rents. Too many are struggling to buy a home, and as we have heard, too many are facing and too many are experiencing homelessness. And that's why we have this agenda. That's why we have this agenda that the Australian public voted for in 2022, so that the focus and so that we put money into things like housing, because we need to. People's lives depend on it. And we said that we wouldn't waste a day in delivering this agenda. And that's what we're doing right now. That's what members here, the member for Bruce, the member for Swan, that's what they're talking about today. Housing is important for our communities. The housing legislation package, the Housing Australia Future Fund, as has been spoken, is a comprehensive suite of measures to build more social and affordable homes. To build more social and affordable homes, like those people that I was talking about who end up in the emergency department at night, in particular women over the age of 50, veterans in our community, Indigenous people. So important. And it enables the most significant Australian government investment in housing in a generation. This legislation implements the government's commitments to establish the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, to provide a stream of funding to ensure that there is a pipeline for new social and new affordable housing for Australians in need. It's going to transform NIFIC the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation into Housing Australia, a must-needed change as the national home for key housing programs and to make sure we expand activities into those at-risk areas. And establishing the National Housing and Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice to government, independent being the key word there, advice to government on ways that we can increase housing supply and that we can increase housing affordability, because we all know in this place that we need more independence and transparency, particularly when it comes to government policy. And these commitments are part of our government, the Albanese Labor government's broader agenda when it comes to housing, particularly reforming the space. Just recently, we reached a landmark national housing accord, a shared ambition to build 1 million well-located homes over 5 years from 2024. We widened the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, made up to $575 million immediately available to invest in social and affordable housing. We developed a national housing and homelessness plan to set short, medium and long-term goals to improve housing outcomes across Australia. We implemented the regional first home buyer guarantee, which has already helped more than 1,600 people into home ownership, and the Help to Buy program, which will reduce the cost of buying a home and help people to buy a house sooner. The Housing Australia Future Fund Bill of 2023 establishes that $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, as I said earlier, as a source of funding for the social and affordable housing and acute housing needs. Acute housing needs being exceedingly important, and the government will credit the fund with $10 billion after establishment to be invested in the future Board of Guardians to produce returns to fund the social and affordable housing and acute housing needs. It will also help address acute housing needs by providing $200 million over 5 years for the improvement of housing in Indigenous communities, one of those at-risk groups that I was telling you about who come into the emergency department seeking shelter. I'm talking $100 million for housing options for women and children impacted by domestic violence. In my experience, in my clinical experience, I have seen people less than 1 month of age who have been impacted by family and domestic violence, and they've been unable to get into a house that night. And the only place they can go is the hospital, because it's the only place with the lights on. There's no place for them to go. And I'd also say there's an additional $30 million to build housing and fund specialist services for veterans experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of homelessness. They've put their body on the line, they've risked their lives for our nation, and we need to make sure that we're providing for them when they come home and here in our communities. The government, including through Housing Australia, will work with community housing providers, will work with state and territory governments and other providers to improve housing outcomes in Australia. And in addition to establishing the Housing Australia Future Fund to provide a funding source for social and affordable homes and those acute housing needs, the government has also expanded the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to make $575 million immediately available to fund the social and affordable housing. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know that I continue to tell the House about my experiences in the emergency department, but it is one of the reasons that I'm here. I spoke about it at length to this parliament during my maiden speech, and I continue to speak about it in many pieces of legislation, including this one on housing, because it is important. The emergency department has become a social hub, not an acute medical facility. People are coming in because they're fleeing family and domestic violence. They can't afford their medications. They can't get in to see a GP. They can't get a safe place, a roof over their head and a safe place to call home overnight. And it's particularly true of those at-risk communities. Women over the age of 50, the fastest-growing group of homelessness in the country. It's the veterans in our community. It's the Indigenous people in our community. But if we don't make this investment now, if we don't invest in housing, if we don't invest in homelessness, the situation is only going to deteriorate. People in this country are only going to be worse off. And that's not what being in government is about. Being in government, being on this side of the chamber, being in this House, every member here, being here is supporting our communities, it's supporting our electorates, it's supporting the country. It's making sure that we're making good financial and economic decisions like the construction of social and affordable housing. It's making sure that we're putting good social policy forward like the Housing Australia Future Fund, which will provide the social and affordable housing that is so desperately needed in this country. People are crying out for housing. And now we finally have the opportunity, all of you here, we all have the opportunity to make it right. We have the opportunity to invest in an area in need, and we have an opportunity to make sure that men, women and children right across the country have a safe place to call home. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Robertson. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge the member for Robertson's contribution just now. There is no argument. Of course, we need to improve prospects for people who so desperately need social and affordable housing, and indeed the numbers of people who are experiencing homelessness is a concern, I think, for every member of this parliament. There's no doubt about that. The Housing Australia Future Fund Bill, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill and the Treasury Laws Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 Bill together, the housing legislative package, are some of the most significant housing reforms we've seen in the last decade. The Housing Australia Future Fund Bill will create a $10 billion funding stream to support and increase social and affordable housing and other acute housing needs for the groups in our society who need it most: Indigenous Australians, women and children experiencing domestic and family violence, older women with low incomes who are at risk of homelessness, and, of course, many of our veterans. The National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill sets up an advisory body for the government to ensure they make well-informed, sensible decisions on how this money is spent. It aims to research the conditions that impact housing affordability and supply by working with all levels of government, including, and importantly, local councils, to find out where housing is needed the most and the barriers to getting it. The Treasury Laws Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 Bill will expand the remit of the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation to deliver the government's social and affordable housing programs. And as we've heard today, with some mirth, but nevertheless, it will be renamed Housing Australia. It's easier to say, that's for sure. I support these bills, Mr Deputy Speaker. They are the start of much-needed housing reform in this country, an area that has been neglected for far too long and is reaching crisis levels across the country and indeed in my electorate of Indi. We are currently experiencing, in my patch, an unprecedented level of housing demand, something that I have not seen in the long time that I've lived in the area. From big towns like Wodonga and Wangaratta to small towns like Corryong in the north and Alexandra in the south, people are constantly talking to me about the housing crisis. Before the pandemic, people on low incomes struggled, actually, to find social and affordable housing in my community. But once the pandemic hit, that increased. And one of the reasons was that after the pandemic hit, there was an influx of people moving to the regions from the cities. And why wouldn't you? We have so much to offer, magnificent natural environment, welcoming communities, and we are ripe for opportunity. But what housing stock was available was snapped up. Demand rapidly outstripped supply of new homes, and obtaining rental in my electorate is like winning the lottery. For years in rural and regional Australia, we've said, build it and they will come. Well, they've come and no one's built it. Unfortunately, population increases also mean that house prices and rental payments in regional Victoria have increased significantly. Some towns in Indi have recently seen house prices increase by 34%. A rental report released by Domain this year found that in the last 12 months, 3 of the top 5 local government areas with the highest rent increases in Victoria are in my electorate, in Indi, in the local government areas of Strathbogie, Indico and Alpine. You can't get it cheap place to put a roof over your head in regional Victoria anymore, certainly not in Indi. The lack of affordable housing has massive flow-on impacts, particularly for our workforce. Whenever I speak to a business owner, they tell me they're unable to fill job vacancies because people cannot find anywhere to live in a town. And the thing about regional Australia, of course, is that you can't just look in the next suburb. You need to look in the next town, and the next town is not 5 minutes away. Towns like Beechworth and Bright are struggling to find hospitality workers because there's no housing available. Essential workers in the areas of health can't find a place to live. If 10% of workplace positions can't be filled due to housing shortages, this flows on to a $200 million economic loss to our region. The pressure on the housing market means the social housing needs have skyrocketed. The previous balance of low incomes, low housing costs has been depleted by an overall increase in housing costs. Affordable and social housing needs are no longer a large or capital city concern. It's quickly become a crisis in regional and rural areas. Across Australia, including in the regions, these reforms will see much-needed affordable rental housing for the most vulnerable groups. We've heard today, older women are the fastest-growing group of people at risk of homelessness in Australia, and they've come to me in my office to tell me so. In 2020, 405,000 women aged 45 years and over were estimated to be at risk of homelessness, and I can't recall a time where we've seen this. For Victorians who are facing violence, are already homeless or need to move for health reasons, the wait time for housing has just blown out. In Indi, there are 1,600 people on the wait list for social housing, including 782 on the priority list. The total number on the wait list has gone up 65% since 2014, and the priority list has more than doubled. And around 300 people who leave the Australian Defence Force each year experience homelessness, 3 times the rate of the Australian general population. I think that's extraordinary. And the Wangaratta RSL recently contacted me about the targeted need for housing for veterans, and again, they were shocked by the need. Veterans, women and children fleeing domestic violence and older women at risk of homelessness deserve a stable, safe home. And I'm pleased that this bill is specifically investing to address this. Now, this is a good bill, but it could be better. And I will move amendments to ensure the specific needs of regional, rural and remote Australia are explicitly considered under these bills. And I'll do this because we've seen that if you don't explicitly target rural and regional and remote Australia, they can miss out. The previous government promised to spend $1 billion to help us unlock housing supply. And unfortunately, less than 25% of that money was actually spent. And none of it came to my electorate last financial year. There was no dedicated, explicit consideration to the dire housing needs in regional Australia, and that's unacceptable. And this government has an opportunity to make this explicit, and I call on them to do so, and I've worked with the minister on this to make sure that she considers this. It's extremely important. I don't want to see rural areas forgotten, and my amendments will ensure that they are not, by adding that an object of the Housing Australia Future Fund bill is to provide a funding mechanism for the acute housing needs of Australians living in regional areas. And any reviews of the Act must also consider the extent to which the fund is meeting housing needs in regional Australia. So then we know that the funds are actually going there, or whether they're not. We need to see that. We need that transparency. My amendments will also ensure that at least one member of the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council has demonstrated and relevant experience and expertise in housing needs in regional, rural or remote Australia. And under my amendments, one of the Council's functions will be to advise the Minister on issues of housing supply and affordability, specifically in the regions. Mr Deputy Speaker, these aren't outrageous amendments. They're not controversial at all, I don't think. They're very simple, and they should not be held back by a lack of consideration. In fact, I call on my colleagues across the House to back me in on this, particularly those members from rural, regional and remote Australia. Because when this government proudly talks about building 30,000 social and affordable homes within 5 years, the housing needs of regional areas absolutely must not be forgotten. So I really urge you all, back me in on this one. This government has the ambitious goal of building tens of thousands of new homes. They've told us this, we've heard it from many speeches today. And I struggle, though, to see how they're going to fulfil this election promise if they do not specifically invest in critical enabling infrastructure. Critical infrastructure, like a functioning sewerage system. Now, that doesn't sound very glamorous, but it's absolutely essential if you want to create new housing. And right now, in Wangaratta, you can't build any more houses because the main sewer line is at capacity. And it's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars to upgrade that infrastructure, and that's money that a regional council doesn't just have lying around. I've spoken about this before, and I'm going to keep at it. Benalla has a similar problem. It needs $10 million worth of drainage works in the west and northwest of the towns. Otherwise, they simply can't build more homes, whether they're affordable social housing or any home. So this must sit squarely on the government's agenda, and this is an issue, I'm sure, across many other regional electorates. So my amendments will again add that as an object of the Housing Australia Future Fund bill, to fund critical enabling infrastructure for social and affordable housing in regional Australia. And it will clarify that any references to increasing social and affordable housing includes funding the critical enabling infrastructure to fully realising this goal. So again, I say to the government, please do this. This will make a real difference. My amendments will also clarify that local governments can receive grants under the Housing Australia Future Fund. Local governments, often partnering with community housing providers, are the key enablers of the critical infrastructure communities need. And those things not only are things like sewage, but they're also parks, sporting grounds, lighting, drainage, as I've said. These are the things that actually create a neighbourhood. So I'll also move amendments to the National Housing and Supply Affordability Council to ensure that one of the Council's research functions is to monitor how critical enabling infrastructure is impacting housing supply and affordability. Because if we closely monitor this, whether this enormous $10 billion fund is delivering critical infrastructure, we will know if it's also building the thousands of homes that it says it will, and particularly in the regions. For a long time, we have prioritised giving Australians the opportunity of home ownership, yet we need to value rental homes just as much as home ownership. Home ownership is not in everyone's reach. We need to create safe, comfortable, affordable, long-term rental houses, and to date we haven't done that. A July 2022 report found that the North East Victorian region experienced the second highest rent increase in the entire state of Victoria, with rents increasing by an average of 10%. And this is despite average wages for workers in the retail, healthcare and social assistance sectors only increasing by 2.3% over those 3 years. So this shows that tenants in North East Victoria are at the mercy of the toxic combination of rising rents and stagnating wages. In Indi, we know that the problem with housing affordability is not just rising prices, though it's supply as well, and there are simply not enough houses to rent. I met with constituents in the town of Wodonga, the biggest town in my electorate, who submitted over 170 rental applications before finding a place. And this is why I'm moving amendments which clarify that when the bill refers to affordable housing, it means affordable rental housing. I want to make sure this is up front and centre, absolutely clear, no mistake. The amendment is supported by the not-for-profit group Beyond Housing, who are extraordinary, and I thank them for all the work they do in providing people in Indi with a pathway to a home. Mr Deputy Speaker, if my amendments pass, they will ensure the specific housing needs of regional Australia are considered. It will ensure enabling infrastructure for housing in regional Australia are specifically considered. But I think we can actually even do more. We need to think a bit differently, and we need to think contextually. We need to think about rural and regional Australia and what we need there to open up housing stock. And I mean housing stock that's at all levels, not just social and affordable housing. We need something creative. We don't want to create suburbia in regional towns, but we need medium-density housing. We need social housing. We need clever housing. And I've put a proposal to government to set up a dedicated regional housing infrastructure investment fund. This would be a $2 billion fund to unlock private investment in new houses by building the basic infrastructure needed for new developments, including social infrastructure like community centres. And the fund would also provide local government assistance to fast-track planning approvals. They're held back by that as well. So my proposal, I think, is a simple one. It's a clear one. It puts rural and regional Australia right there where it needs to be, explicitly in this housing policy. We all know how great it is to live out there in the regions. That's why we stay, and that's why people are coming. And the last thing I want is our young families moving out of the electorate because they don't have the means to build in our communities. The last thing I want is our local hospitals, our local schools, our local childcare centres, our local tradies having to say, I'm sorry, there's nowhere for you to live, and those people who want to come and take these jobs moving somewhere else. Addressing the housing crisis in regional Australia is the first step to addressing that challenge, the challenge of workforce. This bill is a great start, but we can do better. I urge the government to take up my amendments and work with me to develop these funds.
Thank the honourable member for Indi. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. These bills are an important part, key planks, if you like, of implementing the government's election commitments in relation to housing. But the context is important. There's no point pretending otherwise. There's a housing crisis right across the country, and the housing crisis is a human crisis. There are untold thousands of Australians struggling to get a place to live, whether that's renting, buying or even emergency accommodation for over 100,000 Australians. This is affecting people of all ages in every part of the country, and I do acknowledge what the member for Indi has said rightly around regional Australia. In particular, First Nations communities, women fleeing domestic and family violence, and one of the fastest growing groups of homeless people, older women in this country, often with no superannuation, maybe with broken down relationships with little time in the workforce. Now, the government inherited this mess, a decade of delay and dithering. The previous government didn't even have, when I was elected 6 and a bit years ago, they didn't even have a Minister for Housing. That's how seriously the previous government, the Liberals, took housing. They didn't even have a Commonwealth Minister for Housing. They did invent one then, like a little kind of a bauble. Look, we've got a Minister for Housing. But it was a member for Deakin, not who I perhaps would have chosen for a pretty bauble, but there you go. But didn't do anything useful. In nearly 5 years, there was no meeting of the housing ministers. It's one of the kind of jobs of a Commonwealth Housing Minister, get all the states and territories together, because the levers sit with both the states and the territories in the Commonwealth. But worse than doing nothing was on the rare occasion that the previous government decided to try doing something on housing, they actually made the problem worse. Scheme after scheme, nice-sounding scheme after scheme, all had fancy names, home builder, what have you. They all were about putting more cash into people's pockets, which pushed up the cost of housing. Home builder, as we know, was largely a sort of an expensive renovation scheme, randomly enriching people who were already planning to do renovations, bathroom renovations. Oh, I'll have some better quality taps. It wasn't a serious housing program, just pushed up the cost of housing. Now, the government didn't make this mess, but we recognise and accept responsibility to intervene and grapple with it. But as I said, this is a federation. We have the Commonwealth and states and territories, and it is fundamentally impossible to make any serious impact on the housing market, whether that's growing supply, making housing more affordable, if you don't work together. Because the hard reality in our constitution is that it's state governments and, under them, local governments that have many of the levers in relation to supply, planning and building approvals, zoning in particular, bringing new supply on. They have a responsibility to manage the social and public housing stock and indeed to fund that. And the Commonwealth have many of the demand levers, including obviously migration over time, taxation arrangements and so on. So that's just the facts of life. You can't deal with this stuff unless you get the states and territories together. And I commend the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, member for Franklin, on her work now in actually adult government is back. We actually get everyone around the table and start dealing with problems. Now, this stuff I know is lost on the Liberals. I occasionally talk about my gold medal for policy stupidity, and the Assistant Treasurer there at the table would know, I think, the winner of that is the super for housing idea. It was pioneered by the former member for Goldstein. What happened to him? He's kind of no longer here, is he? He was running around with this ridiculous idea. We didn't think anyone could seriously adopt. Even Matthias Cormann, Josh Frydenberg, they all said, no, this is a dumb idea, to let people raid their superannuation to buy houses. Because if you understand supply and demand, you know what that'd do. You put more cash in people's pockets, it pushes up the cost of housing. So this is the system, this is the reality we've inherited. Neanderthal-like policies, which the Leader of the Opposition recommitted to last year at his budget reply speech, their policy to make housing more affordable is to make it more expensive. If you're going to do an auction, you're bidding against people, and you've got your superannuation in the pocket, what's going to happen? You're just going to push up the cost of the bidding. So you may as well just give your superannuation to the guy selling the house. That's the reality. But these bills before us are a key election commitment. The Supply Council, in essence, that's a role that the Commonwealth can take, if you like, the convening power of the Commonwealth, to get the states and territories together and to hold that mirror up to reflect in an honest, balanced way what's happening with supply. Now, we did have efforts on supply under the former Labor government, but of course Tony Abbott got elected and abolished them all. So this time, I think sensibly, we're reinstituting this as a statutory authority to make it a lot harder should, woe betide the country if the Liberals get elected again, but one day it'll be harder for them to actually wind this back. It needs to be entrenched permanently, and this bill would do that. In a former life, many years ago, I looked after, as a public servant in Victoria, Metropolitan Planning Deputy Speaker. I was in charge of the long-term plan for Melbourne, including land supply, and we instituted then a program which is still going called the Urban Development Program, where every year the government publishes accurate, evidence-based, independent, impartial forecasts about land supply in each of the major growth markets and the established councils, and we also look at competition in those markets. There's no point having lots of land zoned if you've got 2 or 3 developers who are price-fixing effectively by holding back the lots. Hence, often there needs to be a role, I know this will be shocking to those opposite, for a government public land developer to come in and buy some land and bust up the cartels, get it on the market to get prices down. But all of these things sit with the states and territories, hence the National Housing Supply Council is a critical Commonwealth intervention to hold that mirror back at the states. But then there's the Housing Australia Future Fund, to deliver more social and affordable housing. $10 billion investment in the fund to deliver 30,000 new social and affordable houses over 5 years. Now, this is capital investment to create a revenue stream, again, foreign concepts for those, and indeed the Greens political party, I'll get to them in a moment. This is a capital investment to create a revenue stream, which means it's sustainable. So every year there will be money flowing in. Instead of what we've seen for too long, lumpy investments, programs that come and go, we need to make this an ordinary part of the business of government to slowly but steadily increase the supply of affordable housing. Now, that's what the bill does. It's desperately needed. There's hundreds of thousands of people on social and affordable and public housing waiting lists across the country. They are crying out for action, and the government has a mandate for this. It was a key election promise of the government, and this bill is implementing that promise that people voted for. But there is a threat, Deputy Speaker, to getting this done. The Liberals and the Greens appear to be teaming up in this unholy alliance to stop the creation of more social and affordable housing that is desperately needed right across the country. Now, we understand from the coalition, the no-alition, as many have been calling them, that they would instinctively oppose progress. They've never supported social and affordable housing. They funded nothing in their last wasted decade in government for social and affordable housing. See a good idea, you can guarantee they'd oppose it. But I'm stunned by the Greens, yet again teaming up with the Liberals to block progress. And I want to record my dismay, frankly the idiocy of the Greens political party on this issue. It looks they're set to oppose the bill, they say. The Greens are set to oppose social and affordable housing. But how do we know their position, you may well ask? Well, it's not because they've told the government. The minister's had 3 meetings at least, sitting down, talking through the bill, inviting them to contribute, inviting thoughts and feedback. But no, they came up with a set of amendments and dumped them, leaked them to the media. That's how serious they are about impacting government policy, about making a difference. Now, for any Australian who thinks the Greens political party is some kind of constructive force, that we should vote Green because it might push the Labor government to be more progressive, consider the facts and have a serious look. It's the archetypal case study on how pointless and ineffectual and juvenile they are. The Greens are saying they don't want a $10 billion fund, and they don't actually want $500 million a year in a sustainable way for affordable housing. They want grants. $5 billion a year, 10 times. Well, that sounds nice, except 2 big problems. It's inflationary in the current environment. Can you seriously think of anything more irresponsible than throwing petrol on a fire? Throwing $5 billion a year out into the housing market, just make up a number, that's what they do. It's all fake money in their imaginary government and their fantasy budget here in the Greens political party. Frankly, that's what it is. They're never accountable for it, they just say stuff. But it would be highly inflationary and push up the cost of housing. It's impossible numbers in the current construction environment. I mean, anyone trying to find a builder at the moment would know that. The more cash that governments splurge on infrastructure, goodness me, $5 billion a year from the Commonwealth, would further push up the cost of housing. The Greens are calling for rent caps. Well, small problem, Greens party. The Commonwealth has no power, but that doesn't stop them. It's all about a headline. You know, the whole point of parliament for the Greens political party seems to be to move ridiculous motions, call for things which the federal government has no power on, purely for stunts and memes on social media. That is the point. At least once a week we get a silly motion so they can force the government and the opposition to vote together and create this fiction of the old parties and that we're somehow all the same. It's a business model. I've been here for 6 years. Week after week, that's what happens. It's a stunt. But I was interested to read in The Australian on the weekend. It said the Greens and Coalition are working together to scuttle the $10 billion fund and the flagship housing policy. Classic Greens behaviour. They don't come here to build, to wreck, to build and influence. They come to wreck. Now, the member for Griffith, their housing spokesperson, said on Twitter on the weekend, he took to Twitter and there was this rambling statement full of, frankly, misinformation and scaremongering. He said, a $10 billion fund represents a cut. Well, that's just ridiculous and untrue, given the former government invested nothing. How on earth could it represent a cut? Then he said, well, the fund is a $10 billion gamble on the stock market. That's also nonsense. It's been carefully designed with the Guardians of the Future Fund, drawing on design of the Medical Research Fund, the Future Drought Fund and so on, to smooth out the variations in returns so that there's a steady flow of money over the next few years to construct 30,000 new social and affordable housing dwellings. But the hypocrisy, Deputy Speaker, is unbelievable. One of my favourite moments in question time is when the Greens housing spokesperson gets up and asks the Prime Minister some sanctimonious question full of sort of nonsense about affordable housing, and they rightly get a whack. Because I was a mayor of a council 22 years ago. I know how hard it is. The community battles, and Diley, you're a member for Fowler, you've done this, how hard it is to get residents on board for social and affordable housing. But I'll stand by my record over the Greens political party any day, because whenever on their councils anyone complains, they vote no. At every opportunity, their deeds do not match their words. They vote against affordable housing, just as they're threatening to do in the parliament here in Australia. If you really care about housing, you actually have to vote yes. When I was a mayor of a council, I was criticised by the local Greens, actually, because we had 450 houses that the council owned. And we took a tough decision to vest those houses in a trust and set up an affordable housing association to leverage the balance sheet and attract funding. You know, adult council government then. The Greens, of course, oppose it, just as they oppose any sensible reform now that might actually make a difference if it upsets their ability to get some silly meme up on social media. Now, just 2 months ago, you know, if we're going on the theme of hypocrisy, the member for Melbourne, Dr Band, the leader of the Greens, sent a heartfelt message to supporters asking them to think about housing and homeless and those struggling to pay the rent over Christmas. And right in the middle, I've got a copy here, Deputy Speaker, right in the middle of this lovely email the Greens political party sent to their supporters, he said, if you really care about the homeless at this difficult time of year, maybe you'd like to make a donation to the Greens party by clicking the orange button, a big orange button. Well, we're not here to use this as a fundraising opportunity. Labor members don't see the parliament as an opportunity for stunts and memes. I've noticed that not one member of the Greens party in the House has actually joined a parliamentary committee. Not one of them. They're not here to do any serious policy work. They don't try and influence their colleagues. None of them have ever knocked on my door to talk about an issue. The point of parliament for the Greens is stunts and memes like this is one big never-ending episode of student politics. And I say to them, stop the opposition, stop the stunts, don't scuttle the legislation in the Senate. Vote for the Housing Australia, the fund, 30,000 new dwellings. The consequences for people right across Australia would be horrendous. They're fighting against the millions of people this bill will help, people fleeing domestic violence, people who fought for our country, veterans, First Nations Australians who live in remote communities, people right across the country in the cities and the regions who need a home.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank the Minister for allowing me to contribute to shaping the bill by raising some important issues. I want to acknowledge the Minister is taking long-term steps to secure social housing now and for the future. As someone who has grown up in public housing, I understand the importance of a safety net and support the work that community housing providers do to ensure people have a roof over their heads. While this legislation is not perfect, and let's face it, no bill is, it's definitely a good start to building more social and affordable housing for all Australians. Therefore, I'm moving amendments to the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2020-23 circulated in my name. My electorate of Fowler has the 6th highest rate of families in public and social housing across Australia and the 4th worst rental affordability in the country. In Fowler, 46% of our rental households have rental repayments that are 30% more than their household income. There's little room to negotiate with rental vacancy rates in Sydney at 1.3%. In Sydney South West, the vacancy rate is at 1% as of January 2023. The Reserve Bank has just made its 9th interest rate rise in a row, causing more financial stress and pressure for our middle-income earnings Australians. With these tough economic times, it's a very possible reality that many of my residents who own homes may be forced to default on them, and with such a low vacancy rate may find themselves with nowhere to go. As many of us in this House know, the cost of living crisis is hitting the hip pockets of many Australians right now, especially in electorates like Fowler, where our median income is 20% less than the national average. How can people afford to save for a deposit while they pay rent, when they're struggling to simply put food on the table, pay for petrol while looking after their kids and elderly parents? My second point refers to a 2021 report by NIFIC, which states that 45,000 social and affordable homes are required each year to tackle the current housing crisis. Now, similar views are shared by the community housing providers I have consulted with regarding the lack of housing supply. St George Community Housing, based in Bonnerick, has suggested the $500 million fund would fall short to make 30,000 homes, let alone the projected 45,000 homes required for both social and affordable housing. Hume Housing, in their joint submission with Power Housing Australia, also states that 30,000 homes could have a capital construction cost of approximately $10.5 billion alone. This does not include upkeep, maintenance and providing other much-needed services to these communities. They have also provided data outlining the wait times for homes in their Fairfield and Liverpool branches are all at capacity, and people are having to wait 10 years plus to secure a home. Hume Housing is currently housing over 12,000 people in Liverpool and Fairfield. Their support networks are integral to getting the homeless off the streets, providing as much support as possible to the vulnerables. such that of Jessica, a young person whose life spiralled out of control due to drug addiction. But with the support of Hume Housing, she's now reformed and is helping others with the issues she once struggled with. This includes being a shoulder to lean on, helping people fill out their paperwork, and reaching out to those in need through her social media channels. Addiction doesn't discriminate. Jessica says, it's not only about having a home, but also about having solid support around you to keep you going and focused on the future. Another provider I spoke with, Evolve Housing, operates out of Parramatta and manages 2,000 homes across Western Sydney. They have told us that their priority waiting list takes 5 to 10 years, while the general waiting list is 10 years or more as well. St George Community Housing, another community housing provider in my electorate of Fowler, provides essential services to nearly 1,500 residents in Bonnerick New Leaf, which includes fun fairs, movie nights and family outings, but also helps residents upskill with their development programs. This includes IT and computer literacy classes, which they're proud to say has led to 2 of the class of 10 people gain part-time work so far. These examples go to show that the CHPs are working hard to provide tenants with a roof over their heads, as well as ensuring residents are not only housed, but their overall well-being is looked after. But they're having to deal with the lack of social and affordable housing. The supply is simply not enough. While Housing Australia Future Fund has set out its mandate to build these homes, more needs to be done to ensure the longevity of the scheme and to safeguard community programs that CHPs offer, so tenants ultimately benefit. My third point that I hope the government will address is the skills and supply chain shortages that are plaguing most, if not all, industries. According to the ABS, input costs to house building have grown by 14.2% in the 12 months to December 2022. In pre-pandemic times, the average build time for a detached dwelling was roughly 9 months. In many locations across the country, build times have ballooned out to 24 months. It's all well and good to commit to building 30,000 homes, but this is not achievable if we don't have the workforce or the materials to do so. I support skilled migration to fill the immediate gaps, but I urge the government to also look towards increasing apprenticeships and training positions to upskill our local residents to join the construction sector as well. While the rest of the country faces all-time low unemployment rates, the story in Fowler is very different. We have an unemployment rate of 10%, nearly 3 times the national average. And here I want to commend the work of St George Community Housing in also introducing pathways to employment, therefore bringing down the unemployment rate in our area. It was through the work at St George Community Housing that I learned the story of Wiradjuri juryman Arthur and his 2 sons, Arthur Jr. and Thomas. Arthur spent a large portion of his life in and out of jail and abusing drugs, but made the decision to get clean after Arthur Jr. and Thomas' mother was in the last stage of cancer. It took him years to get clean, gain custody of his kids and to move into Bonnerick New Leaf. But with the support of St George, both boys, now teenagers, are working part-time, with Arthur Jr. pursuing courses in construction and hospitality. The very proud father says the courses are building their confidence. They are not hanging around the streets and with their friends, but are doing something for themselves and getting skills that they wouldn't have been able to do to get otherwise. This is one example of how CHPs can inspire their residents to contribute to the trades and construction sector and also tackle the workforce issue. So it's clear that while construction of housing is important, community engagement is pivotal to tenants' well-being and provides them with opportunities to grow their skill sets so they may be able to become self-sufficient through employment. I hope that the government and the minister are genuine and authentic in their wanting to jumpstart the manufacturing and construction sectors, which is proposing under the National Reconstruction Fund, especially supporting the small and medium enterprises in places like South-West Sydney, to enable them to create local jobs, local products, so that we no longer be reliant on other countries for what we can create ourselves. My fourth point refers to the National Rental Affordability Scheme, but it's an overall issue that we need to address in the HAAF's investment mandate. We must ensure that we encourage investments from both private entities and community housing providers. Hume Housing and St George Community Housing have also echoed the need for co-investment into social and affordable housing. And we talk about co-investment, and when we talk about co-investment, the National Rental Affordability Scheme comes to mind. Started in 2008 in light of the global financial crisis, it's incredibly unfortunate that the NRAS is beginning to wrap up during another cost of living crisis. Evolve Housing raised concerns about the end of the scheme, citing that the 436 private properties they manage under NRAS has now reduced to 360 as of February 2023. They have assured us that the 300 or so properties they developed under the scheme will still remain subsidised. They said, and I quote, "Even with the stars aligned, and we miraculously get these 30,000 properties in the next 5 years, the net impact will be close to zero without the NRAS." But as the scheme draws to a close, thousands of people are living in affordable homes will be set out on the street with some of the lowest rental vacancy rates in the last 10 years. This will therefore put more pressure on community housing providers to develop more houses, but this isn't possible to be done overnight. Now, I do acknowledge that many private developers took advantage of this scheme, building cheaper and smaller homes while receiving the same subsidies. However, if there was regulation that ensured proportional funding depending on the size of the build, as well as the location of the build, this would not be so easily taken advantage of. While rising interest rates and inflation, I understand why the mum and dad investors would be pulling out of this scheme early. After all, it's untenable to continue subsidising rent if they are hemorrhaging money. The government should look to safeguarding the current tenancies by incentivising altruistic private investors to stay on the scheme, but with the above regulations. And there's a lot to be learned from NRAS. I sincerely hope the government takes on the lessons on board when forming the investment mandate for the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill. My last point is to safeguard tenant rights and to call for the federal government to work with the state governments to create a national tenants' right policy. This would ensure that private developments meet minimum standards and renters can be in habitable conditions, boosting their health and well-being. At the moment, many of the renters in Fowler could go without proper heating in the cooler months or air conditioning in the hotter months. Last year in southwest Sydney, 6 people were hospitalised from carbon monoxide poisoning after using a charcoal barbecue to heat up their homes. How is this acceptable standard of living in this day and age? Tenants also fear they could face eviction on a whim, and this is particularly concerning given that 42% of my electorate of Fowler rent rather than own their own home, nearly 10% more than the national average. It would be devastating to see more people get evicted into a scarce rental market with some of the lowest rental vacancies in the last decade. In sum, I want to make it clear that I agree with CHPs who have raised concerns that the funding is inadequate and that 30,000 homes may not be enough. But we must start somewhere, and having some social, affordable housing is, I suppose, better than none. I support the Minister in her efforts to take these measured steps to ensure we are helping the most needy and vulnerable. Community housing can change lives, as it has changed mine and my family. Jessica, whose life was transformed by community housing, reminds us why we must get this right when she said, "Having a safe place to go to is the most important thing in life." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The member for North Sydney. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Fowler has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Makin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker,
the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023 and Treasury Laws Amendment Housing Measures No. 1 Bill 2023 is some of the most important legislation that will come before this House this year. And I'll go into why that is so in the course of my speech. But for anyone listening, just to summarise what those three bills are about, this set of bills establishes a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund to deliver more social and affordable housing. It establishes the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent expert advice to government on housing, and it makes Housing Australia the home of Australian government housing programs, and Housing Australia effectively takes over from the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation. The Deputy Speaker, last week the Property Council of Australia launched their paper, A Stark Reality, here at Parliament House. Their paper, which is more than just a paper, it's actually a book of some 50-odd pages, goes through the issues relating to why we have effectively a housing crisis in this country today. It's an important document, and a document which also outlines a number of key statistics. And I just want to go through some of those statistics and then come back to the substance of this legislation. Firstly, the Australian population by the year 2060 is now projected to be 39 million people. It's expected to, in fact, be something like 30 million by 2033. Of all the cities surveyed around the world, Sydney is now the second least affordable city for housing in the world, and that was some 92 cities that were surveyed. In Australia, 5 Australian capital cities, those being Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth and Adelaide, sat inside the worst 20 for affordability, and all Australian major city markets ranked as severely unaffordable. It goes on to say, home ownership rates in Australia have fallen from around 71% in 1994-95 to 67% in 2019-20. Importantly, the proportion of people who own their own homes but now have a mortgage has increased from 29% in 1994-95 to 36.8% in 2019-20. It's also expected that by over the next 7 or 8 years, there will be a housing shortfall of around 160,000 homes in this country. And we also saw that only last year the national rental vacancy rate was down to as low as 1%. Effectively, there was no vacancy rate, because I'm sure that 1% there was good reasons why those houses were not simply available. The other point that is important to note with respect to that report is that we have in Australia today 418,000 social housing properties. Of those, 274,500 are provided by state and territory housing authorities. Now, the importance here is that those numbers have hardly moved over the last 2 or 3 decades, when the population of Australia has increased significantly. So as the population has been going up, the number of social houses has remained pretty stagnant. And even worse, and this is a personal observation, over the last decade or so of the last coalition government, we saw absolutely no commitment, no policy initiatives towards addressing what was a problem 10 years ago and should have been picked up by the government. It is for that reason that right now we have the situation that we do, the reason of neglect over a 10-year period. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, this legislation in fact talks about what the Albanese Labor government is going to do to try and rectify those problems. And I will come back to some specific comments bit further on in my speech. But I just want to make some general points about the urgency of why we need a national housing plan and we need this legislation to go through Parliament. Homelessness has been a real concern in this Parliament for governments ever since I've come into this Parliament. I can well recall one of the first issues that we were trying to address was the issue of homelessness, with over 100,000 people estimated at the time of being homeless. And that was 15 years ago. And I can recall the $6 billion fund that the Rudd government at the time brought in to try and overcome some of that. Homelessness causes major social welfare problems, and it actually adds to the social costs of government through health services and the like that have to be picked up further down the track. We then have housing affordability, which, if people cannot afford their homes, then quite frankly, it is one of the worst things that can happen for them, because housing is not only probably the biggest individual investment that any family will make, but housing creates stability within families and within communities. And so a stable roof over a person's head, whether it's a rental roof or a home that they own, creates absolute stability, and which in turn goes to the health effects and so on, which again are picked up by governments if housing is not available. And that's not to mention the personal stress and grief that it causes families when they find themselves homeless, or when they find themselves in a situation where they may become homeless. And can I say, with respect to that, in the last 12 months alone, I've had more people come to my office seeking assistance for housing matters than I'd ever had in the previous years. Again, that just confirms the urgency of this matter. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many contributing factors to why we're in the position we're in, and I said that the decade of neglect by the previous government I think is something that they will live to regret. But quite frankly, the other issue, and again an issue that I hold the previous government responsible for, was stagnant wages, where people's wages didn't go up, people couldn't afford to buy their homes, and in fact some of them couldn't afford to rent either. And so stagnant wages is a problem which, again, this government understands, the Albanese government understands, and is doing something about. The lack of government investment in public housing, as I said earlier, has been, if anything, diminishing over the years rather than increasing. And then we have responsibility for housing shared across all three levels of government, federal, state and local government. And so it's not easy to pinpoint who's responsible for the problem, and so each level of government obviously passes the buck onto the other level. And with respect to that, can I say I applaud the Albanese government's initiative of creating a housing accord whereby all three levels of government are expected now to work together to try and overcome that very problem. But we also have a very cumbersome planning process across all jurisdictions, and I've heard speakers from other states talking about that very issue, and I've got my own experience from local government about how difficult the planning process can be for home builders and developers. And we need to streamline that and do more to make that just that little bit easier. We then have, and again I think the Property Council of Australia highlights this point very well, we have a plethora of obligations, particularly by state and local governments, on anyone who wants to build a house. And we can go through from all of the levies and taxes through to the open space contributions and all sorts of other rates and taxes that have to be paid, not to mention the skills shortages that were mentioned by the previous speaker. And you combine all those factors and you can understand why we have a housing shortage. And I might say, with respect to skills shortages, one of the other critical issues that we face right now in this country is that we have a shortage of certain key materials. Again, all issues that didn't just happen overnight, but happened gradually under the watch of the previous government, who did nothing about them. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the last few minutes of my comments on this legislation, I say this. This is a $10 billion proposal that will go a long way to overcoming many of the problems I just spoke about. It may not fix all of them, but it will go a long way to addressing them. And it is disappointing to hear that members opposite are likely to oppose this legislation. It is not only difficult to understand why, but quite frankly, if the program or the projects that will come from this legislation are followed through with, it will go a long way to also rebuilding our economy, creating jobs, creating skills and ensuring that as a nation we're actually in a much better place in years to come. And I will close perhaps with by quoting some comments made by the Minister for Housing in her speech on the 8th of February at the launch of the Australian Property Council's paper, A Stark Reality. And I can't say it better than what she did, so I'm going to quote directly from her speech. And she said, under the Albanese government, the initiatives will include agreeing to commission, and this is where I quote, agreeing to commission the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to review barriers to institutional investment, finance and innovation in housing, expanding and broadening the home guarantee scheme, including delivering our regional first home buyer guarantee 3 months ahead of schedule, which has already helped more than 1,700 Australians into home ownership. Broadening the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to allow it to support new social and affordable housing, in addition to financing critical housing infrastructure such as roads, electricity and gas. Establishing the Housing Policy Partnership, which comes under the Priority Reform 1 of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. Announcing the development of the National Housing and Homelessness Plan, and importantly, establishing the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund to support 30,000 new social and affordable dwellings in the first 5 years of the fund's operation. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's a comprehensive package of measures that the Albanese government is bringing to this parliament to try and overcome the critical issue of housing shortages in this country and ensuring that people have a future ahead of them where they will have a roof over their head. Again, I implore members opposite to support this initiative. It may not do everything they want, but it goes a long way to addressing the housing crisis that we currently face, and I commend this legislation to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I rise to speak to the bills before the House, the reality is the Australian housing market is in crisis, and Australians from all walks of life are facing cost of living crunch. In my own seat of North Sydney, over 50% of those with a mortgage report that they are under financial stress. And with interest rates only set to increase in the coming weeks, that stress is only going to grow. At the same time, the 1 in 2 people who rent in my community are also under increasing stress and what many would say is unsustainable pressure. Properties are hard to come by, with the national rental vacancy rates as low, at a record low, of 0.9%, while nationally the cost of rent has increased by 8.2%. And capital cities like Sydney are even worse off, with the average rent increasing by 10.2% in just the last 12 months. Unit rents have increased 2% over the quarter to $500 a week, a rate of growth which is double the previous quarter. Indeed, as it currently stands, the average weekly rent in my electorate of North Sydney is actually $561, which is more than 10% higher than the state average. In this context, then, the social and affordable housing crisis is one that knows no geographic boundaries. Essential workers, families, older women and the most vulnerable in our community need appropriate housing right across our country. And it is for this reason that robust debate regarding this Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023 is something we must all commit to in this place. A recent independent review conducted by the Australian Government found that an investment of around $290 billion would be required over the next 2 decades to meet the shortfall in housing options. Devastatingly, well over 100,000 Australians are homeless on any given night. And while we are fortunate to have a number of social housing operators and facilities in North Sydney, these are not nearly enough, and pressure always remains on those that do exist to potentially be repurposed as the land value is so high. Homelessness is ultimately the result of systemic issues, including the lack of safe and affordable housing in Australia, and it is an issue that none of us in this place can turn our back on. The North Sydney community consistently raises issues of housing affordability and rental stress with me, with many concern not only for the current residents and the current generation, but importantly for future generations. Housing affordability is one of our society's most pressing issues, but let's be clear. This is not a problem that we can solve simply by throwing money at it. Housing affordability is a complex problem that has been building for decades. And just like climate change, if we're going to make moves forward in this, it requires a transparent, non-political, evidence-based process to develop long-term sustainable solutions. The Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023 creates a $10 billion fund, the Housing Australia Future Fund, which it is proposed will provide a sustainable and ongoing funding stream in perpetuity to build the social and affordable homes Australians need. The objective of the fund is to build 20,000 social and 10,000 affordable homes over the next 5 years, with the fund expected to also provide $200 million for the repair, maintenance and improvements of remote Indigenous housing, $100 million for crisis and domestic violence defence forces, Veterans Affairs housing, and $100 million for crisis and domestic violence housing, and $30 million for veterans housing and specialist services. Additionally, the Australian government is developing a national housing and homelessness plan to help more Australians access safe and affordable housing. A 10-year strategy designed to broadly assess issues constraining the current housing system, the national plan provides us with a chance to identify actions needed to address the significant challenges facing the housing and homelessness sectors. The bills we are debating today will transform the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation into Housing Australia as the national home for key housing programs and expand its activities and establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to provide independent advice to government on options to increase housing supply and affordability. The housing legislation package purports to offer a comprehensive suite of measures to get more social and affordable homes on the ground, with the government frequently stating that it signifies the most significant Australian government investment in housing in more than a decade. Overall, these bills before us today are a step in the right direction. I do, though, fear that the scale of the problem is so daunting that the results it seeks to deliver may be just a drop in the ocean. I also fear that political parrying will stop us making any progress at all. $10 billion and 30,000 homes over 5 years sounds like a big deal, but in reality we must acknowledge it is barely a drop in the ocean. In terms of my broader concerns, there are two that I'd like to particularly call out. Firstly, the funding model proposed under this legislation only provides outright grants, so there is potential for rorting. In this context, the oversight structure guiding Housing Australia must be above reproach. We cannot afford for Australians to only lose faith in this system as they perceive that potentially consultants or profit-driven developers are the ones who truly win. Secondly, as the legislation currently exists, it could overlap with other existing housing assistance schemes like rental assistance. And for this reason, I'd like to better understand what the success measures will be for this fund. This is a large sum of money with what appears to be little accountability as it currently stands. The Independent Housing Affordability Council is a good step. It will work with other bodies and make sure we have good data to make informed decisions. It is my hope, then, that the Council will show some bravery, more bravery than many in this place, to assess the role tax policy and settings can play in hindering and assisting housing affordability. Beyond the scope of the bills before us today, I would like to see the government show more leadership on a number of key areas, including tenants' rights reform, including no-fault evictions. As stated before, my community of North Sydney has a high concentration of renters, and we should be looking to make renting a viable long-term option for families who want it. We could encourage this type of development in our community through schemes such as Build to Rent. I would also encourage this government to actively consider how public policy might best balance differing needs between those who desire more high-density development in established suburbs with the very real need to build more housing on greenfield sites. There are trade-offs which need to be balanced between quality of life, planned infrastructure and environmental protection. In particular, places like the Cumberland Plains, where endangered bushland, unique to Western Sydney, is under direct threat from urban growth. I also believe it would be benefit for all if this government could give significant consideration to mandatory inclusion zoning to ensure a minimum percentage of affordable housing in new development projects. To achieve all that may be possible in this space, all levels of government, Housing Australia, registered community housing providers and the private sector must work together. Homelessness Australia, whilst welcoming the new capacity for policy leadership on housing, notes that, while each body potentially has an important role to play, the legislative package lacks sufficient clarity about how each body relates to the other and where the responsibility for policy leadership lies, particularly in relation to homelessness. The current housing shortage is stark. An at-market shortfall of approximately 200,000 dwellings, an affordable shortfall of about 173,000 dwellings and a social housing shortfall of around 103,000 dwellings. These figures are only set to deteriorate further in coming years. Powering Australia have noted that delivering 30,000 social and affordable housing units will only meet a fraction of the unmet demand, which is estimated to be as high as 640,000 units. A constituent recently called my office in tears because she's been knocked back by more than 50 apartment rental applications around the North Sydney electorate. In desperation, she is using Airbnb as an interim shelter since she lost her home in a house fire in 2022. She's not seeking subsidised or public housing. She has a job and she can afford to rent. But in reality, her daughter is living with her dad in Campbelltown as she cannot provide consistent housing right now, so her family is split apart. She didn't ring to ask for anything. She just needed to know that we knew, that us in this House knew, how challenging the rental market is right now for real people. In addition to all of this, until recent changes to the National Construction Code, Australia's housing stock has lagged that of many countries in terms of its thermal performance and the performance of heating, cooling and other energy systems. Inefficient buildings are unhealthy for occupants and lead to a range of poor respiratory and cognitive outcomes, particularly when inefficient fossil fuels are used indoors for heating or cooking. This fund and the government's broader housing policy is the ideal opportunity to ensure that all new buildings built under this scheme are obliged to deliver net zero emissions from energy through efficient design, electrification, on-site renewables and contracting renewably generated grid power. Further, I am aware that some state policies are misaligned with the objective of building electrification, such as planning requirements mandating gas connections for new dwellings, and in New South Wales' case, a BASIX requirement perversely preferencing gas stoves over electric. Clearly, given the urgency and complexity of the changes needed to improve energy performance and reduce emissions, including requirements for workforce developments, there's a real need for central coordination by the federal government. I have seconded the amendment moved by the member for Fowler, and I wish to thank her for her considered review of this bill. I rise to speak in favour of that amendment because I believe her suggestions would strengthen the bill. Part of that amendment relates to the investment mandate of the bill, which hasn't even been released yet. As it currently stands, there is no certainty as to whether community housing providers must start developing these houses alone or whether the private sector can help contribute. I believe there should be every incentive built into our system to encourage co-investment between the two sectors. Each bring different expertise to the table. Community housing providers like St George Community Housing and Link Wentworth, who operate in my electorate, have their finger on the pulse of what is needed where and by whom. The private sector can lead in planning and development. The sectors should go hand in hand. This cooperation also applies to co-investment. It actually boggles my mind that a scheme like the National Rental Affordability Scheme, which started in 2008 during the global financial crisis, is now being wound down during our current cost of living crisis. While NRAS, as it's known, was not perfect, there is something worth holding on to in the model of co-investment to ensure that investment continues to flow from mum and dad investors to community housing providers to developers. This is a challenge which requires many shoulders to the wheel. In finishing then, Deputy Speaker, is this legislation perfect? No, it's not, but it's a start, and a start is what we must make. To delay leaves thousands of people languishing, and inaction is the only action that is unacceptable. I would like to end on one note of a reminder. A house is more than a dwelling. It is easy to get caught up in the size of the public policy problem before us, but as policy makers in this place, we must remember that a house is a home. A home is a place that provides shelter. A home is where you raise your family. A home is where you create memories. And in this context then, if we can invest in securing more homes for all Australians, we will all be better off for it. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it is pretty unbelievable to me that I'm standing here to appeal to other members of this place to support the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023. I thought in the lead-up to the election there were some things that we announced that may not have the full support of those opposite, but I thought this was one thing that no one could argue with. We all know the crisis that exists, and I guess it's disappointing and maybe not surprising that the opposition's decided saying no is going to be their fallback position. But to have the Greens opposing it takes me back to a place I don't really want to remember, when there was other legislation in this place, long before I was here, to take action on climate change, when they also blocked something that would have made a world of difference to our economy and our environment, and that was in 2009 with the Carbon Pollution Reduction Scheme. You know, like action on climate change, we on this side of the parliament are trying to shift things after a decade of nothing, a decade of a vacuum on housing policy, where somehow those who were in government in the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison years thought the market would fix itself somehow. They were so wrong on that, and we are now paying the price as a community, because everybody is worse off when there are people who are struggling. I want to share a story that I was told just in the last few days about young people. Now, in the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, our young people sometimes head to the city when they're stretching their wings and establishing themselves at university, but then later in their careers. And I heard a story from the inner west of someone going to look at a two-bedroom apartment. And of course, two-bedroom apartments are really popular because you can share with someone else and share the rent. It's not all on you, not like a one-bedroom apartment. They counted 71 people in the queue to view this apartment, including a single dad and his son. And this young person said, how hard is it for that single dad and his son to compete with a couple of professionals who might also be looking for it? So the inequity in the current system, in this crisis, is evident every weekend when homes are open for inspection for rentals. And this isn't even about people trying to buy a home. This is just about people trying to put a secure roof over their head somewhere close to where their work life is. We've had no action for a decade by the Liberal Nationals. No action to work with the states to do the one thing that can actually make a tangible difference in a reasonably short space of time, and that is to build more homes. You build them. They do take a bit of time, but they are one of the things we can do on the supply side. Yet those opposite are not interested in doing it, and for whatever reason, the Greens are not willing to support more homes being built. And as I say, I am just stunned that I'm standing here making a speech pointing that out. This should have had universal support. Deputy Speaker, there's no doubt in anyone's mind that there's a really big need. The previous speaker talked about emails she gets. These are not new emails. I went back several years through the emails I've had, and back in April, the 8th of April, thank you very much, 8th of April 2022, Joe got in touch with me just to let me know how unaffordable it was to try and rent a home in the upper mountains. And the increases she was talking about were extraordinary, increases of 25% in the last year or so. Now that's April 2022. So this is not something that's just happened in 2023 or since May 2022 to now. This was happening. And then I go back to August 2021 and a single mum who's trying to get something affordable right at the top of the mountains. And back then, what she was noticing was total inability to get something affordable within her income. She was a TAFE teacher. And I've got emails from nurses, from teachers, yes, from single parents, from women who've escaped domestic violence and are re-establishing their lives. And they have been crying out for this, and we are delivering it. In this bill, the first steps to shift things so that the inequity that currently exists can be transformed. Yet, for some reason, people in this place think that it's not good enough or it's not something they're willing to support. It just defies logic. We know that we can't fix all of this in one go, but the bill before us contains the biggest single investment in affordable and social housing that Australia has ever seen. It tackles the one part of the problem where we can do something that will help reasonably quickly. We can tackle this supply side and we can provide more social and affordable housing right across the country. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why secure and affordable housing matters, but we've had a lot of groups in Parliament in the last week talking about mental health. That's one of the #1 reasons why it matters. People who have secure housing are better able to tackle their health issues, whether it's mental health issues, whether it's physical issues that they face. They're just better placed because they're not worrying about a roof over their head or how long they're going to have the roof over their head. Long-term, affordable and secure housing creates a new beginning for any woman who's fled a relationship of violence. It's a new beginning for her and her children. I don't understand why anyone would want to stop that from happening and want to stop us from making some improvements in this way. There's a ton of research that shows the costs of providing stable and affordable housing, whether it's to the individual or the wider community or from government, and we would call this investment, which is why it is done in the way that it is, because these will be investments. All this research shows that the health outcomes are much better. We also see increased social participation from people. We see reduced incidents and interactions with law enforcement. We see better family relationships. We see improvements in education. And all of these things are actually key to breaking cycles of intergenerational disadvantage. So at every level, it's something that is better for people and better for our society, better for our community. I've held forums in the last couple of years, and over a whole range of issues, whether it is talking about well-being, whether it is about domestic violence or around mental health. And every single forum has identified housing as a key issue. For women over 55, the largest and fastest growing group of homeless people, being women of my age, for every single group of people I've spoken to, whether they're young, those young ones who aren't even sure whether they can ever dare to dream about owning their own home. Right now they're just thinking about a decent rental. It's come up in every single forum. It's come up when I've been talking to veterans and their families, the need for secure housing. So there isn't a part of our society that's not going to be touched by what this Housing Australia Future Fund bill starts to put in place. Even more specifically, in my community, in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury, 1 million of this funding, as it starts to be returned, because the fund is created and it's making returns and we're able to take out the funds that we need, $1 million of that is going to go to my community for additional crisis accommodation. So anyone who is opposing this is saying to the people of the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, you don't deserve what has been committed to you. And I would really urge those opposite, the Liberal Nationals and the Greens, please support this fund. Please do something that may not be perfect in your mind, but is going to make a significant difference, and help us stop the 10 years of policy drift that this sector has seen, that has landed us where we are. And this is one really practical step we can take to start to turn things round.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. In my home state of Queensland, social housing currently makes up less than 4% of the housing market. Last year, the state government was found to actually be evicting vulnerable tenants to sell public housing stock off to the private market during a time when housing waitlists are soaring. Housing is treated as a commodity instead of a human right. Perhaps this is no surprise, as according to the Electoral Commission, property developers have donated over $30 million and the banks have donated over $70 million to the major parties in the last 10 years. This means that the major political parties in Australia have an active stake in keeping the housing market the way that it currently is, a housing market that makes it easier for a property investor to purchase their 6th property than a young person or a family buying their first home. The stories of people in my electorate provide insight into the pain and extent of the housing crisis. I would like to share one story in particular. Emma Howard is a disabled woman with mobility issues who has been struggling to find appropriate, accessible housing for a long time. When she first contacted our office, Emma had been forced to live in her car with her service dog, Badger, because the apartment she was provided by the Department of Housing was unsafe and did not cater to her disabilities. Emma lived in constant fear of her safety, as she would not be able to use the stairs or the lifts in the case of a fire. She and Badger had no other options. We were able to advocate for Emma, and fortunately she is no longer living out of her car. However, she still has not been provided with a home that is fit for purpose for someone with a disability and has suffered injuries that could have been avoided. There simply isn't an adequate supply of accessible social homes. In fact, they're almost non-existent. Any future social housing must be built to meet minimum standards of accessibility. And countless renters have also reached out to me to express their concerns at the huge rent hikes they have experienced. I've heard of rent increases ranging from $80 a week all the way up to $400 a week. These stories range from students who are studying and working full-time to single parents balancing work and ever-increasing childcare costs, and families who are just doing their best to get by. There's a new layer of renters being impacted as well. I heard from one couple who are both public servants on decent dual incomes, but who were priced out of their home and community they had been part of for the last 15 years. And in my electorate of Brisbane, we are at great risk of unaffordable housing worsening due to the upcoming 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, as the Olympics have been shown to increase housing costs in host cities across the world. In an electorate-wide survey that our office conducted, close to 80% of respondents stated they believed that any infrastructure built with public money should stay in public hands. and this includes the Athletes' Village, which could be built as disability-accessible residential accommodation, not short-term accommodation, with the intention of it becoming social housing after the Games conclude. And this is actually an idea that was brought to us and championed by dozens of community members within the survey. And incredibly, and even in the face of countless stories like Emma's, the government's Housing Australia Future Fund will actually worsen the shortage of social housing and cut its yearly housing funding. So let's break down why. Labor's plan will see $10 billion invested in a fund where they pay investment managers to put that money into the stock market in the hopes that it will generate a return. It's not a $10 billion direct investment in housing, it's a $10 billion gamble on the stock market, with spending on new homes capped at $500 million per year and not indexed to inflation. At best, this plan will only see 3% of the current need in Australia addressed. Now, the Brisbane community are extremely lucky to have organisations like Community Canteen, Valley Hearts and Coffee Brigade, who work tirelessly to provide for unhoused and struggling individuals and families. But these organisations are being stretched further and further, being expected to make up the gaps in services left by the government. I want all those who contribute to the many support organisations in my electorate to know that I see you and I am so grateful for the immensely important work that you do assisting the vulnerable. The time for Band-Aid solutions is over, and the Greens are calling for a minimum of $5 billion to be invested in social and affordable housing every year, indexed to inflation, and the removal of the $500 million spending cap. To help those struggling right now, we want to see a national plan for renters and a commitment from the government and Prime Minister to put a national freeze on rent increases on the National Cabinet agenda. We also know that First Nations people and people with disabilities are disproportionately impacted by the housing crisis. And in response to this, the Greens are seeking a $1 billion investment in remote Aboriginal housing over the next 5 years, and that all housing funded through this scheme should meet minimum inclusive design standards. This crisis is not something far off in the future that we can deal with slowly, bit by bit. There are thousands of Australians who are homeless right now. There are far too many people and families in my electorate living in their cars, and one is too many. There are young people couch surfing because they cannot find an affordable rental right now. Our communities are not asking for the world, they're just asking for shelter. They're simply asking for the government to have their back.
Order. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the issue of plastic pollution that is overrunning our street and our beaches. Over the last 10 years, there has been a large shift in conversations to address the issues posed by plastic pollution, with Australians united in the fact that it poses great risk for the future. Despite this, plastic pollution has continued to increase exponentially, with the amount of plastics in the ocean expected to triple in the next 20 years. Waste forms in islands in the Pacific, and the Worldwide Fund for Nature estimates that 90% of all seabirds and 52% of all sea turtles ingest plastics, to name but a few. The breakdown of plastics and microplastic pose further risks to the marine life, leading to blockages in their digestive system, malnutrition and death. It really is no surprise that many are so concerned. Plastic pollution is a global crisis that is harming our environment, our wildlife and ultimately ourselves, because we do ingest it in so many ways as a result of how prevalent it is in our oceans. Now, for years, Australians have been promised and encouraged to reduce reduced plastic waste and increase recycling rates. However, today we're faced with the prospect of over 12,000 tonnes of recycled plastics heading to landfill. Last November, REDcycle, a program aimed at recycling soft plastics, mainly from our big supermarket chains, Coles, Woolworths and Aldi, collapsed after plastic bags were revealed to be stockpiled in warehouses across the country. Since then, hundreds of millions of plastic bags have been sent to landfill while we wait for a scheme to restart. However, even if infrastructure was in place to recycle the copious amounts of soft plastics in Australia, the demand for the recycled products would not meet the increased supply. Therefore, while it's important Measures are put in place to ensure soft plastics in circulation are recycled. We must look at ways to reduce the amount of soft plastics produced and increase the use of recycled products. So, therefore, I support the call for a tax or a levy on the use of virgin plastics. We need to make sure recycled plastics are more cost competitive to drive down fossil fuel use and create value for the circular economy. In the UK, they've introduced a plastic tax of around $350 per tonne of plastic, and even there still is demand. The UK are also proposing mandatory reusable foodware from 2025. They aren't the only ones. Across Europe and the US, countries are implementing bans and taxes on single-use foodware and coffee cups. We need to catch up and demonstrate leadership. We must also consider minimum recycled content and standards. We should also look at product stewardship schemes to make the producer of the plastic liable for its collection, recycling or disposal. I welcome the commitments of our state governments, including in New South Wales, to ban some single-use plastic items, but we need more to be done, and we need national-level regulation to drive change in behaviour of big importing businesses. We also need innovative and businesses such as Devolver in my electorate of Warringah, which is aimed at getting away from single-use takeaway containers, providing shops and customers with reusable takeaway containers. We have all sorts of new ideas and ways to replace it. We need demonstration stands on our local. We need to get education on the local, visible in our community. Community groups are working at a local level, and they're working towards educating people on plastics and waste, and in order to change behaviours. Last year, I was visited by a group called Ocean Action Pod, a group seeking to raise awareness about the impact of waste through a pop-up multimedia education experience and online activities. I fully support such great initiatives. There are many other great local initiatives in my electorate, including the Strawkling Crew and Northern Beaches Clean-up Crew, to name just a couple. Locally, we've implemented the Roadmap to Zero to raise awareness of waste, as well as provide positive and proactive ways for businesses, community groups and individuals to reduce their waste footprint. There's so much more to be done, especially as we find ourselves not dining in but dining out more during the pandemic and in our way of life. So I call on businesses in Warringah to sign up to the Roadmap to Zero and reduce our waste footprint.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I just want to record a few words to explain to the House how truly life-changing it is for thousands of people living in my electorate. The government's announcement yesterday, implementing our election commitment to grant a pathway to permanent protection in this country for people who've been living here for over 10 years on TPV and Chev visas. This only applies to people who arrived before Operation Sovereign Borders. They're already here. They've been here for a decade, overwhelmingly working, paying taxes, part of the community. It's not, as the opposition has been mischievously trying to say, spreading fearmonger rumours, starting the boats. These people are genuine refugees. They've been living here, part of our community. They've spent a decade, their lives in limbo. I know a lot of words, I use a lot of words here, Mr Speaker, but I couldn't find the words to convey to this House the hopelessness and the fear that these people have had for a decade, the anxiety. For anyone born in this country, I don't think any of us could truly understand the abject terror that is caused from a temporary visa status, the threat of deportation hanging over your head, never able to put roots down, never able to build a life. It does our society no good and no credit, and it has been to our shame as a country and society for 10 years under the former government to have this permanently temporary underclass of people. It's not the Australian way. Our country has been built for 70 years on permanent migration. Permanent migration. People come, they pass the thresholds and they can formalise their commitment to our country. We're a permanent settler society. The Liberals had no plan. None. Deport them to Afghanistan, to the Taliban? Deport them to Iran? Deport them to Myanmar to be shot and killed. No, you didn't do that. You just left them living here, lives in limbo. I've lost touch. I could never count and convey the number of conversations I've had year after year after year with grown men crying in my foyer because they've missed their children growing up, unable to see their wives for years on end. The unimaginable pain of family separation. Some days I struggle. My staff do too. They have time off sometimes because they can't cope. But they come back because they feel the pain of the community and they want to make a difference. Now, this announcement gives hope. It's not a resolution immediately, it gives hope, because people will now be able to apply for a permanent visa. 19,000 people. They're Australians in all but name. 19,000. We now need to process them as quickly as humanly possible, and I hope the bulk of them will be done this year. We've also got to examine as a government how quickly we can progress these people to citizenship, not just because it's the right thing to do to enfranchise them and formalise their commitment to our country, but for the thousands of people from Afghanistan, their families, if they're not dodging the Taliban's bullets and trying to avoid being turned into sex slaves, they're living in fear in Pakistan. And a year or two ago, Pakistan changed their rules, Mr Speaker. So these people in my electorate have no longer been allowed to travel there on a travel document. So until they get their citizenship and get a passport, they cannot see their children. So every time this mob over there talk to us about family values, I encourage members to remember just how cruel and heartless and un-Australian they actually are. This should scar them, and I invite any of them to come and sit down and talk with these people. They work. They're the painters, the tilers, the future anythings in our country. We also need to find the resources for what I've termed is going to be the boa constrictor swallowing the elephant of partner visa applications that rightly will come. Now, fast-tracking them is the right thing to do after 10 years not seeing your own children growing up. But it'll also pay a dividend by reducing the caseload, because many of them are applications sitting in the humanitarian visa caseload. But the job is not done. We've got 12,000 people on bridging visas we need to now turn our minds to. They're going to have to be dealt with through ministerial intervention or lifting the Section 48 bar. Obviously, we're not going to deport them to Afghanistan, Iran and Myanmar, and the mess goes on. We've employed 500 new staff in the Department of Home Affairs, and there's years of work to clean up their mess.
The member's time has expired. The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I bring to the attention of the House the dire situation that farmers and businesses in the Pioneer Valley and Yangala region are finding themselves. On the 28th of September last year, the Queensland State Government announced plans for a pumped hydro scheme to be built in the Pioneer Valley, located west of Mackay in my electorate of Capricornia. As is the case with most announcements from the Labor government, it came out of nowhere with little to no research, and not one resident from the Pioneer Valley consulted. The local community was shocked to learn through various media platforms of the state government's plan to acquire their homes and land. The proposed $12 billion pumped hydro scheme, with $32 million committed from the federal Labor government in October's budget, will impact 79 properties in the Pioneer Valley, destroying prime agriculture land and one of Queensland's most unique areas of rainforest wilderness. The road through the Pioneer Valley will also be inundated, in which case it will need to be realigned. And just to defy logic even more, this project is for energy production only and has no planned use for water storage. The environmental impact assessment will take 3 to 4 years to complete, and it's going to take 2 wet seasons to fill the dam. Queensland is currently experiencing an abundance of unseasonal rainfall. This presents a perfect opportunity to store water for future seasons of drought. Yet the proposed hydro scheme has not been designed to hold a single drop of water to provide the water security vital to central Queensland. There will be no water available for agriculture, tourism or urban use. To say this announcement was made to distract from the real issues central Queenslanders are currently facing is an understatement. The lack of housing, state health crisis and the drastic increase in youth crime have been glossed over by the Labor government's fixation on their climate targets. Following the announcement by the Premier, I visited the residents and some of the properties that will be affected in the Pioneer Valley. Some had thought it was a late April Fool's joke when they heard their land would be inundated with water and turned into a reservoir. They had reported to me that in time since the project was announced, many were unable to sleep or eat. This should come as no surprise, given that the legacy that residents plan to pass on to their families is going to be ripped away. In the months that have followed the announcement, many are still living with anxiety and depression with a now uncertain future. They are questioning, where do we go? Apart from the shock and stress that has been caused to the residents of this tight-knit community, the question needs to be asked why the Queensland State Government is wasting taxpayers' money on a project that clearly has minimal prior planning and will take 10 years to build. This begs the question, why not Urannah Dam? I have lobbied for Urannah Dam for years. When in government, the Coalition committed $483 million to the Urannah Dam project, which will transform the north and provide water security for the nearby towns and dozens of resource projects. And the number one reason the Urannah Dam project is a superior model to the proposed pumped hydro scheme is it is ready to go. Urannah Dam is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to open new areas of agricultural land, and it stands to unlock long-term and sustainable irrigation for Queensland farmers, property owners and primary producers. The high position and deep structure of Urannah Dam delivers 80% of the capacity of the Burdekin Falls Dam, while covering less than 20% of the land. Another point that sees the pumped hydro scheme project an inferior model to Urannah Dam is the fact that the studies confirm that the site has the heaviest and most reliable rainfall. The economic benefits are expected to generate $323 million over a 25-year period and provide a major boost to local businesses in the area. Up to 1,200 jobs will be provided under the construction phase of the Urannah Dam project, with 650 new jobs on offer when the project is operational. The path to providing water security, reliable catchment and a large-scale pumped hydro plant producing clean energy for this region has been made glaringly obvious. This is for the Labor government to deliver on the funding that was committed by the Coalition to complete the Urannah Dam project. Central and northern Queensland need a reliable action plan for future water storage, farm irrigation, water catchment and hydro-pumped clean energy. The groundwork is done on the Urannah Dam project. It ticks every box and, most importantly, will not cause the emotional upheaval to our valued local community of the Pioneer Valley. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give a call to the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I came to this House to drive change, and I'm familiar with change. I was a doctor, as you know. I served for a very long time in the public service, and I became an activist. And I chose politics because really there is nothing, as Julia Gillard has said, that compares to politics if you want to drive change at both speed and at scale. And I perhaps naively thought that great ideas in this House would garner some bipartisan or multipartisan support. I perhaps naively thought that, because that last election was, honestly, the Australian people penalising short-termism, penalising their parliamentarians working in self-interest, putting self-interest ahead of the national interest. That's what that election was all about. And I would have thought, following that momentous and historic win, only the fourth time a Labor government has won from opposition since World War II, I believe, that those opposite would have learnt those lessons of history and really heeded the message from the Australian people. And so, you know, I have seen now, I've been in this House now for 9 months, and I've seen a pattern emerge, a pattern of opposition for opposition's sake from those opposite. And it started with the historic climate change bill. You would have thought after that election that those opposite would have understood how fundamentally important it was to get this right, to course-correct this nation from being a climate pariah and a climate denier to a climate doer. And that is exactly what our Historic Climate Change Bill Act did. But those opposite opposed it for actually no reason. There was no credible reason to oppose it. We know that the fossil fuel industry is in decline. We know that Australia is a petrostate, but we are pivoting this country to become an electrostate.
And we are going to do that. And we are going to do that through passage of this Act. It has given industry and business, both domestically and internationally, certainty to do so. And so we are going to achieve that goal of reaching 82% by 2030 renewable energy and taking this country to net zero by 2050. But we can't do it unless we address other bottlenecks. And there's a key bottleneck that I speak of, and that is industrial capability. Now, the other lesson that was made stark by this pandemic has been our lack of sovereign manufacturing capability. There is no getting to net zero unless we can make our solar panels, make those wind turbines, those undersea cables, lay those large-scale transmission lines as thick as my arm, and indeed invest in skills in order to do that. And so, again, completely perplexingly, those opposite have opposed our National Reconstruction Fund, a $15 billion investment in Australia's ambition, in the Australian people's talent, to unleash that talent so that Australians don't just have jobs, right? Jobs. I didn't just have a job, I had a career. It's more than a job, and that's what Australians yearn for. They want careers, because a career is what gives you longevity, and it gives you that upward mobility which enables you to create wealth. And that is a good thing, and that is something we on this side want for the Australian people. And so our National Reconstruction Fund is there to kickstart a renaissance of manufacturing in this country. And I still remember when those opposite waved away the car industry. And at the time, I didn't understand what that meant, but I do now. I do now, because the car industry is at the pointy end of technology with massive spillover effects for the whole economy, into design, into engineering, into artificial intelligence, into material science. And when those opposite goaded the car companies, they left, and those atrophied. Now, those workers are still there, and I'm hoping that with passage of our National Reconstruction Fund, it's not too late to support this bill. It is not too late to be on the right side of history, and I would strongly urge those opposite to do so, because in doing so, you will send a strong signal to Australians that you support their future and their ambition. And that is exactly what we intend to do on this side. It's not going to happen with press releases. It is going to happen with structural reforms that embed changes into this country. We want to be good ancestors. We want to leave a legacy that those who follow us will enjoy. A secure, prosperous nation that is sustainable, that is competitive and that is inclusive. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give a call to the honourable member for Forrest.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm calling on the federal Labor government to immediately expand the listing of Trikafta on the PBS to children aged 6 to 11 with cystic fibrosis. In November of 2022, the PBAC recommended that access to Trikafta be expanded to these children. There are approximately 500 children waiting for access to Trikafta, and there is no reason for the government to delay this listing. These wonderful young people deserve access to the best medications possible, because the treatment will make a profound difference to their lives, reduce the need for hospital admissions, reduce the need for lung transplants and improve their quality of life. In 2021, when the PBAC assessed Trikafta, they estimated that it could give people living with cystic fibrosis 27 more years of life when compared to supportive care, and 21 more years of life for patients previously treated with other medications, either Orkambi or Symdeko. So I'm calling on the government to immediately expand the listing of Trikafta to children aged 6 to 11. In paediatric patients, there is evidence of early structural lung damage even prior to the emergence of symptoms, including those of a respiratory nature. Early diagnosis and intervention is fundamental to achieving better outcomes for these children. So, cystic fibrosis is considered one of the most common life-threatening genetic conditions, affecting 3,500 Australians. Now, 375 of these people live in my home state of Western Australia, and 80 of these are children aged 6 to 11 who would be eligible for Trikafta when it's listed on the PBS. And I'm speaking up tonight to support these children, the 1 in 2,500 babies who are born with cystic fibrosis in Australia, the ones who live every day with this progressive genetic disease that causes persistent lung infections, and the defects that limit the flow of chloride and water through the cell membrane, causing a thick, sticky build-up of mucus in the lungs, pancreas and digestive system. Now, it limits children and adults' ability to breathe and makes it really much easier for germs to grow. It begins at birth and leads to cumulative health decline over time and premature death from respiratory failure. The most recent figures I saw set the median life expectancy with Australians for cystic fibrosis at 47 years, significantly lower than the average Australian, and there is no cure. The management and treatment is a lifelong and relentless process. There are people with cystic fibrosis who may have to take up to 60 capsules a day to help digest food and have up to 4 hours a day of airway clearance physiotherapy. Hospital admissions can be frequent and extended, and it is the leading cause of lung transplants in Australia. So early and effective intervention is critical, and given that in paediatric patients there is that evidence of early structural lung damage. Well, while we were in government, in the coalition government, we listed Trikafta, Orkambi, Symdeko. They were amongst the 2,800 new or amended listings we added to the PBS. It was a $15 billion investment, and Orkambi was also expanded for children from 2 to 5 years of age. It allowed that earlier access to life-changing medicine that works by improving that flow of chloride and water and helps improve the lungs' function and breathing. But we now need the federal government to act to add Trikafta to the PBS immediately for these young patients. Please provide this life-changing medicine to children aged 6 to 11 who live every day with the debilitating and progressive effects of cystic fibrosis. I'm hoping that sooner rather than later, our researchers and scientists, the wonderful ones in Australia, funded through the Medical Research Future Fund that we created in government, will be able to find the ultimate cure for cystic fibrosis. Until then, the federal government needs to list this PBAC-approved medication for children aged 6 to 11. As we know, and I've said, this is a progressive disease. The sooner the medication is available, the better the result. And we've certainly had that recognised by other governments in other countries who've already granted access to Trikafta in this age group, and I strongly urge the Australian government to do the same.
The question is the House to adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Speaker, coming from all points in the southern sky. Sound familiar? It's part of the opening sentence of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. We gathered at the 2017 National Constitutional Convention, coming from all points of the southern sky, make this statement from the heart. In my first speech in this place, which seems a long time ago, but it hasn't been quite a year, much less 60,000 of them, I reflected on the fact that it is a lot to stand anywhere and purport to represent anyone. Yet we do this. It is the nature of our democracy, our very system of government. We do our best. The representatives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who met at Uluru and who initiated the Statement from the Heart and so the campaign for a constitutionally enshrined voice to this parliament also sought to represent. They called for voice, treaty and truth, and they named them in that order. Not everyone agrees on this order. That's okay. There will be a referendum later this year. I have been proud to serve on the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, which reviewed the legislation for that referendum. The Uluru Statement mentions the Constitution, not once, but 4 times. Constitutional change is required because after having failed to properly listen to Indigenous people for over 200 years, this country needs an enshrined voice which cannot be easily overlooked. The torment of powerlessness needs to be met with a change at the very heart of our power, our Constitution. Centuries ago now, the first representatives of the British Crown were instructed to take possession of land with consent. If they thought they had consent, they weren't listening, and it's time to start listening. Sovereignty is also mentioned in the Uluru Statement. It is there described as a spiritual notion that has never been ceded or extinguished and coexists with the sovereignty of the Crown. As Tiangi Brown wrote back in 2016 on the wall of the National Museum of Australia, there is no separation between country and culture. They one and the same, intertwined. This is the basis upon which the Voice campaign establishes itself. Some raise a red herring in this discussion and suggest that efforts to establish a constitutional voice would be better directed towards closing the gap. It is not and never was a choice between these ends. Successive governments have invested in closing the gap. Progress is glacial. Something has to change. Both symbolism and action are important. The Voice will help ensure targeted, place-based solutions. Minister Burney released the Closing the Gap implementation plan this week. It details hundreds of millions of dollars of funding directed towards better outcomes. This government will continue to invest in closing the gap. The next government will do the same, and the next, and the next. Every one of those governments will benefit from having the Voice in place. Benefit from expert advice born of lived experience and millennia of wisdom, and benefit from criticism from the same source. There is an unfortunate error that has crept into the discussion about the Voice to Parliament, though. That error is the idea that this campaign somehow originates with the Labor Party, or with the PM, or with Minister Burney. It's an error that's easy to make, especially given the way in which some politicians on both left and right have dragged their feet or willfully inserted themselves in a sad and desperate attempt to make this issue about them. It's wrong. The Prime Minister has spoken many times of a hand outstretched from Uluru to the rest of Australia. He speaks of an offer made to all Australians. He speaks of the Voice to Parliament as an opportunity for us all. The Voice is recognition and respect and reconciliation, and it provides a pathway to treaty and truth. It is our chance to walk forward as one.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.